Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is story about what if Naruto unlocked the Rinnegan in Wave. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start, please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. People say that things always come in threes, bad things and good things, no matter what, they are always supposed to come in threes. The monstrous Mangekyo Sharingan, for example, had 3 sets of layers, no matter which design you saw. Hell, the legendary Sannin was another example of this. They were all a team back when they were genin under the Sandaime Hokage, and they became some of the strongest fighters in the world. Sadly, no one wanted to inform Uzumaki Naruto of this little detail. His current teacher was one of the legendary Sannin, a man named Jiraiya, and the two had come across each other during the 1-month break in the Chunin exams. Since Jiraiya had knocked out the boy's original teacher for the exam, he had to take the kid as his student and taught him the Kuchiyas no Jutsu. Sadly, the boy's chakra network was so large it was nearly impossible to control. This was just made worse by the fact that Jiraiya discovered a suppression seal on him, courtesy of his fellow Sannin Orochimaru. It was removed, however, and Naruto's chakra control shot up to its normal level, allowing him to master the water walking exercise. After many trials and errors at the Kuchiyas no Jutsu, Jiraiya had enough and decided to have the boy try and draw out the monstrous chakra that was sealed in him by his own father. "Forgive me, Minato," Jiraiya thought before he dropped her new student on the ground. Where am I?" Naruto blinked and turned to him. "Head up," Jiraiya ordered, and Naruto shakily stood. What is it?" Naruto asked, unsure. "Your training ends here. If you value your life, you've got to figure things out for yourself," Jiraiya said simply. Naruto asked confusedly before Jiraiya pushed him. The blonde genin reeled back and fell. Straight into the large valley below. "Oh crap. Now we'll find out whether the Kyuubi is pleasing or a curse," Jiraiya mused as he saw his student fall. Naruto tried to use chakra, but every time he touched the wall he couldn't get any grip and kept on falling. "If I can't grab onto something, then I'll die. I'm really going to die." Naruto's mindscape. Jinchuriki seal. Grip. 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 "Oh my aching head," Naruto groaned as he looked up. "Where am I?" he thought as he looked around the sewer-like environment he found himself in. A loud roar was heard as it echoed through the corridor. This feeling. It's that chakra. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he made his way through the corridor and entered a large room. "What the heck is this?" he asked in thought when he came across the large gate-like prison. "Boy. Come closer," a sinister voice said from the darkness beyond the gate. But the Naruto jumped back as 4 large claws attempted to catch him through the bars. "I want to devour you, but this gate. This seal prevents me from doing so. It won't open." "How irritating," the voice growled out in frustration. "Why you are Kyuubi no Yoko," Naruto breathed out. "Child of my enemy, why have you come? Even those eyes of yours will not save you from me, so tell me what you want or leave, boy," the giant fox roared in fury. Naruto gulped before he smirked up at the fox. "Hey furball. I've been letting you live in my body all this time, and you owe me rent. As payment I'll take you chakra." Kyuubi's sinister laughter echoed through the chamber before he responded, "You've got some nerve, brat. You're either very brave or very stupid." Just like he was. "Very well, boy, I will reward you for having such nerve, but know that I am only doing this to help ensure my own survival." Red liquid leaked through the bars and engulfed the blonde where he stood. "Fire country. Valley of the Dawn." "No," Naruto called out as smoke exploded all around him. Jiraiya smirked from his position above the valley. "Nicely done, kid." Just then Naruto shouted in pain, "What's going on?" The large toad, Gamabunta, jumped out of the valley with Naruto, who was covering his eyes and yelling in pain. "Jiraiya. What's going on here?" Gamabunta demanded as the Gamma Sennin jumped up onto his head and approached his student. "This is Uzumaki Naruto. My new student and your new summoner." "What's wrong, kid?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto looked up at him and Jiraiya had to stop himself from falling. "Oh no." His eyes. "My eyes hurt, Hero Sennin, what's going on?" Naruto asked frantically as tears were falling down his face. "Your eyes? You have the Rinnegan," Jiraiya gulped. "He has what?" Gamabunta demanded. "No one has ridden on my head since the Yondaime Hokage." "Fine, I will allow him to be a summoner, but you had better make him into someone dependable, Jiraiya." The giant toad disappeared in a poof of smoke, allowing Jiraiya to catch Naruto as the two fell to the ground. "Naruto is channeling chakra to your eyes, so stop channeling chakra and the pain should stop too," Jiraiya told him. Naruto did as he was told. He sighed in relief as the pain disappeared. What was that, Hero Sennin?" "Look at me," Jiraiya ordered and Naruto did so. "It seems that your Rinnegan is different from Nagato's, you can deactivate yours at will." "Rinnegan?" Naruto asked, confused. The taijutsu is said to be the most noble of the three, supposedly it originated with the Rinnegan Sennin, said to be the first shinobi. He created the original forms of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, fuinjutsu and kenjutsu. It's a very dangerous taijutsu, Jiraiya explained. Who is Nagato? Naruto asked him. Nagato was an old student of mine. I heard he died a while back, but he also had the Rinnegan. It's rumored that the Rinnegan always appears when the world becomes corrupt, it's capable of being both a godlike force and an all-obliterating instrument of destruction. I never thought I would see one again. I never wanted to see one again, Jiraiya continued. What should I do? Naruto asked hesitantly. For now keep the fact that you have those eyes a secret. We don't want any of the other countries finding out yet. And we definitely don't need Orochimaru taking an interest in you, Jiraiya told the blonde. Naruto gulped but nodded, sure thing Iro-sennin. Jiraiya paused for a moment before letting out a sigh, alright let's see if we can get you some semblance of control over the Rinnegan. And maybe Kyuubi's chakra. Fire country. Konoha Chunin exam arena. The day of the exam finals the entire village was abuzz with activity, but none more than the arena itself. People from all over the elemental countries had come to watch the tournament where the strongest genin from the various villages came to see if they could be promoted. Among them were the members of the infamous Konoha 12 as they were being called now. The Hokage, Kazekage and surprisingly the Raikage had shown up to watch the tournament even though he didn't have anyone participating in the exam. When asked why he was there he just said that he came to watch the tournament. The participants soon arrived and stood in the middle of the field, but Uchiha Sasuke, the heir to the Uchiha clan had yet to arrive. Silently Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed Kakashi constant lateness, why did he have to be late now? Sasuke-kun's still not here. Ino said as she looked down from the audience. Sakura remained silent beside her as she thought about her missing teammate. Ino nudged her, hey. I know you're worried about Sasuke-kun but Naruto's match is first, so why don't you stop fretting and cheer him on? Sakura turned to look at her old friend and smiled, yeah. The first match of the Chunin exams will now begin. Will Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto step forward while the other competitors go to the fighter's box to wait until it is your turn, said the examiner. Genma. As the other participants left the two Ino couldn't help but say, he's up against Neji. Can he actually win against him? I don't know, Sakura said honestly as she remembered their mission to Wave Country and their time in the Forest of Death. She smiled slightly, but he wouldn't go down easily. The kid doesn't stand a chance, he's fighting a Hyuga, someone in the audience spoke up and several others agreed with him. Biba just grinned slightly at that, yeah that's what I thought too. Look at what happened though, I got my ass kicked. Up in the cage box the three assembled cages looked down at the two fighters. So that's the Hyuga progeny? Asked the Raikage. Hiruzen nodded slightly, yes he is. His father was the one that died during the incident with your predecessor Raikage Dono. The Raikage nodded in understanding, I'm sure the boy must hold much animosity towards our village. The boy will have an easy win, said the Kazekage. Hiruzen let a small smirk grace his lips, we shall see. The Raikage looked over at his bodyguard, a 13-year-old Kumo Chunin by the name of Nai Yujito, what is it Yujito-chan? Grandfather, that blonde boy. I sensed a great power within him, the blonde girl whispered to him. The Raikage nodded and whispered back, yes. I feel it too. Yujito nodded, what should we do? The Raikage just smiled at his granddaughter, just watching this tournament closely. I vow to win, Naruto spoke as he thrust out his hand towards Neji. He remembered his meeting with Hinata back in the training field before he came to the stadium and silently swore that he would do everything within his power to defeat Neji. You appear to believe you can win, Neji chuckled in amusement. You cannot change destiny though, fate has already decided the outcome of this match. I cannot wait to see your eyes when you realize the truth, he continued as he settled into his Jaiken stance. Naruto just grinned in response, whatever. Let's go wild. Let the first match of the Chunin exam finals begin. Now. Genma called out as he jumped out of the way of the two. Almost immediately Naruto made a hand-sealed Taju-Kage Bunshin on Jutsu. 20 shadow clones popped into existence in front of Naruto and he called out, charge. The kid knows the Taju-Kage Bunshin on Jutsu. That's a Jonin level Kenjutsu, where did he learn that and more importantly how can he use it so effortlessly? Izumo asked as he observed the fight. I don't understand. He can't even pull off a simple Bunshin no Jutsu. How can he use a more powerful version of the technique? Asked Kotetsu in confusion. The fool. Neji thought as the clones charged. He activated his Byakugan and smirked at the oncoming one-man army, his clones have an equal amount of chakra in them, so I am unable to ascertain which one is the real one, but you cannot fool my eyes. He dodged the attacks the clone sent at him and charged right at Naruto, the one who hangs back while his clones fight is the real one. He lands a Gyuukin strike at Naruto's heart and sends him crashing into the nearby tree. It's over. The Naruto he hit however suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke a moment later. What? The ground below at his feet suddenly parted as Naruto emerged and landed a solid blow to the Hyuga's chin, sending him flying back. Now good enough. Neji recovered however and shot the blonde a glare. I came into this match knowing I'd probably lose. But I hate it when bastards like you say there is no hope at all, so I won't take it lying down. Naruto shouted at him. How did you do it? I always kept my eyes on your original body, Neji asked with a glare. Do you really think I was using those clones to fight you? I was just using them to find out what you were made of. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to fight a Hyuga in close combat without an ace up my sleeve? Naruto shot back with a grin. This ignorant little. Neji trailed off as his eyes narrowed. The clones also served another purpose, Naruto stated. And what might that be? Asked a Hyuga progeny. To find out if there was a gap in your line of sight, the blonde answered truthfully. What? Neji turned swiftly in surprise, but was unprepared for one of Naruto's clones to land a rather powerful punch to his face. The blow sent him flying back with the clones in pursuit. He located the gap in my eyesight with his clones. Finish him now. Naruto shouted to his clones as they took out their weapons to finish the job. I have no choice, I must use that, Neji thought as he touched back down on solid ground and expelled chakra from all over his body. Kaiten. He called out as he spun and encased himself in a large ball of spinning chakra. The clones were destroyed in moments. He's really pushing Neji into a corner, Ino said in disbelief. Go Naruto. Sakura cheered at seeing her teammate beating the Hyuga. I don't believe it, Izumo said not believing what he was seeing. This kid. Kitetsu muttered under his breath as he watched Neji execute Kaiten. That plan was worthy of a practical joke, Izumo said as he let a small grin form on his lips. Impressive, the Raikage commented as the Hokage smiled slightly. The boy thought up a plan almost instantly to throw off his opponent, he continued. Hiruzen nodded slightly at that, and the boy continued to surprise me as well. The Kazekage remained silent as he kept his calculating eyes on the arena below. This guy. Yujito thought from the side as she watched the match. Do you see how you cannot change destiny? My fate is to win this match, you cannot stand against fate, Neji told him. Naruto remained silent so he continued, I have had enough of your games, I shall end this now. He charged forward faster than Naruto could react, Haki Rikuji and SHM. The blonde genin couldn't help but stand there as he was battered by Neji's barrage of strikes. Every strike felt like he had been hit by hundreds of needles at once, and he soon found himself being sent flying back by Neji's final open palm strike to his chest. He coughed up some blood as his body hit the ground, and Neji smirked at his handiwork. It's over, the Hyuga progeny said in finality. He's done for, Izumo sighed at seeing the brutal attack. I guess I should have expected this outcome, Ino shook her head as she leaned back. Naruto. Sakura thought as she remembered what he had done in the preliminaries. He is a very entertaining boy, but he is still no match for a genius, the Kazekage spoke in slight amusement at seeing the blonde genin go down. Hiruzen remained silent as he sent a sideways glance at his fellow Kage, it's almost like he's referring to someone else. The Raikage didn't speak, instead opting to just watch, somehow I doubt it's over. That was too easy. Proctor, call the match. He's not getting up, Neji stated confidently. Sadly reality didn't agree with him. Naruto rose a moment later, he glowed red as an enormous amount of crimson chakra erupted from his body, wanna bet? How? Neji asked as he took a step back at seeing the red chakra. He focused in on its source and his eyes widened further, was that a fox? Hiruzen told me not to use the Rinnegan unless I had to. I guess I'll just have to stick with the furball's chakra, Naruto thought as the chakra encased his body in what looked like flames. He clenched his as he settled his gaze on his opponent, now do you understand bastard? I had you beat from the start. I just wanted you to show me your trump cards first, so I knew what to expect. Neji's eyes widened at that, he had this planned from the start. He's a Jinchuriki, the Raikage spoke as he watched the match. Yes. I believe it's the Kyuubi, Yujito said barely above a whisper. This will be interesting, the Raikage smirked as he continued to watch. This chakra. When did he learn to control it in a stable form? Did Kakashi teach him this? Were the thoughts running through Hiruzen's head? The Kazekage continued to watch in silent anger. Naruto cocked his fist back and then threw it out at Neji. A moment later the air around his fist rippled and was propelled towards where Neji stood. The Hyuga progeny could barely dodge as the shockwave blew away the ground he had been standing on just moments ago. Just then Naruto shot forward faster than he had been before and Neji turned swiftly to intercept him. A moment later Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed surprising Neji and he couldn't turn in time to block the punch that connected with his face. He's faster than before. What's going on here? Neji thought as he recovered from the blow, but couldn't stop the follow-up attacks that Naruto delivered one after another. I have to keep him close and not let him escape, Naruto thought as he delivered yet another punch to the young Hyuga's face. It's no good, Neji thought as he began to spin with chakra erupting from him. Kaiten. Naruto jumped away to avoid the boy's ultimate defense. You cannot defeat me. Fate will not allow it, he told the blonde. It may be the Hyuga way to cave into destiny, but it's not mine. If you believe that you can't change it, then don't try, just stand there and take it. Naruto shouted as he threw out a punch Neji which sent a shockwave at him. Kaiten. The Hyuga progeny spun as he released a large amount of chakra. The shockwave slammed into his chakra barrier and was harmlessly deflected. What a fool, direct assaults don't work on me. Now. Naruto shot forward faster than the average eye could see, and just as Neji powered down his Naruto struck. You shouldn't let your guard down. The blonde shouted as he cocked his fist back. There's not enough time to use the Kaiten again. He had this planned. Neji's eyes widened as Naruto came within range. There was an echoing slam as Naruto's fist connected with Neji's unprotected face. The Hyuga progeny couldn't even register that he had been sent flying through the air before crashing hard into the stadium wall. He dropped out of the hole in the wall and collapsed on the ground a moment later. I am defeated, Neji thought as he tried to remain conscious. He looked up to see Naruto towering over his beaten form. I was careless. For the record, I failed the academy exam 3 times. Unluckily for me, there was always one on the exam, the Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto told him, making his eyes go wide. My clones were pathetic. They still are, he continued. Neji looked up at him surprised, but you dot. The reason I can't create regular clones is because I have too much chakra to make them. That's why I can create Jonin level shadow clones so easily. That's what you saw today. Not my weaknesses but my strengths. Hinata is the same way, you always see her weaknesses but never her strengths. For someone who is supposed to be able to see everything, you sure are blind, Naruto told him. Don't come to me with this destiny stuff. Because unlike me, you're not a failure, he finished with a grin and turned away. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto, the examiner declared as he gestured towards the orange-clad blonde genin. He won. Sakura shouted and the crowd burst into cheers. How did he? I mean, did you see that? Ino asked as she saw Naruto walk off towards the exit with his arm held up high, acknowledgement as he moved. Of course I did, Sakura told her as she saw Genma say a few words to Neji before the medics took him away. I can't believe the kid actually won, Izumo said as he watched. Hitetsu nodded at that. I can't believe he was able to use its chakra in a stable form. Who would teach him something like that though? Not everyone is able to actually teach someone how to control a power like that, Izumo asked. I don't know, but whoever it is did a hell of a job, Kitetsu stated as Naruto got back to the examinee's box. Yujito smirked like a cat as it stalks a mouse. He's not bad. Irakage let a wry smile creep its way onto his face. He's interesting. A bit reckless, but if he's given enough training he could be a very formidable adversary. He kind of reminds me of them now that I think about it. Who is your grandfather? Yujito asked him curiously. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the Irakage whispered to her. Yujito looked at him wide-eyed. Wait, his surname is Uzumaki. You don't think that he dot? Irakage chuckled slightly. I have never heard of a blonde-haired Uzumaki before. It makes you wonder. The others in the box, however, weren't paying any attention to them since they were already deep in their own thoughts. Very good, Naruto-kun. You will definitely make Chunin if I have anything to say about it, the Hokage thought as he looked down on the competitor's box. That brat. I must make sure he dies today. He could become a problem for me in the future if I leave him alone, the Kazekage thought as he stared down at the arena, waiting for the next match to begin. In the stands, a disguised Kabuto stood confused since his master had not given the signal to start the invasion by now. He had thought it was because Sasuke was not there so he could keep an eye on the boy, but now. It was almost like his master was waiting for something. The Genin cast his gaze towards where Naruto was talking to his Nara friend in the competitor's box and narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru-sama must want you dead, Naruto-kun, if he's postponed the invasion. Kabuto thought. The next match was supposed to be between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara. It turned out, however, that Sasuke hadn't shown up, so his match was pushed back to last, much to the frustration of the other competitors, though each of them for different reasons. The next match was between Nara Shikamaru and Sabaku no Tamari. Let's just say it was mostly one-sided. Shikamaru had thought up multiple strategies on top of strategies and finally managed to catch Tamari in his shadow, which rendered her practically defeated. He of course forfeited a moment later, saying it was too troublesome to continue. The match after that was supposed to be between Aburame Shino and Sabaku no Kankuro. That didn't happen, however. Kankuro had forfeited before the match even began and almost instantly Shino and Shikamaru knew something was up. Shino discreetly drained Temari and Kankuro of chakra, though his bugs refused to go near Gaara for some reason. Apparently his chakra was fouled by bug standards. The final match of the quarter-finals finally began however between Uchiha Sasuke and Sabaku no Gaara. Sasuke had arrived just in time, though at the very last second. After being given another 5 minutes to arrive with Kakashi. By now Naruto, Shikamaru and Shino had come up to the stands and had met up with their friends. It turns out that Hinata had been healed by some Anbu that was in the stadium during Naruto's match with Neji. "Hey Naruto," Kakashi said as he approached his blonde student. Naruto looked over his shoulder and greeted him, "Hey Kakashi-sensei. How are you?" The copy nin nodded as they turned their attention towards the match. "I'm alright. I'm sorry I couldn't train you for the final Naruto, but I had other matters to attend to." Naruto nodded as he clenched his fists, "Yeah, like teaching Sasuke cool, I bet." Kakashi looked saddened for a moment before saying, "Hey now Naruto, I didn't dot." "Chidori?" Sasuke called out from the arena as his fist was engulfed in lightning. "You were saying," Naruto growled under his breath. "He needed it in order to effectively fight Gaara," Kakashi said, trying to defend himself as he saw his prized student move to attack a ball of sand that Gaara was now encased in. Naruto chuckled slightly. "What's so funny?" Kakashi asked with a raised eyebrow. "It's funny because even with that news of his, he won't win," Naruto said with an almost darkened chuckle. "Why is it that you believe that?" the copy nin asked as his eyes narrowed. Naruto shot him with a small smirk, "Because he's fighting a demon container. We're not easily beaten by things like that." Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he saw Sasuke was forced to back off after he landed his Chidori attack. Sand erupted from the sphere that protected Gaara and began to batter the weakened Sasuke, much to the shock of the crowd. Just as Gaara was about to deal the finishing blow, Kakashi jumped down and retrieved his student, as Genma called the match. After Kakashi laid Sasuke down in the stands next to a now tearful Sakura, Gaara called out to the stands, "Uzumaki Naruto came out. Mother wants your blood." The stadium fell silent at the proclamation before the sound of footsteps could be heard. Naruto had turned and begun moving towards the stairs. "Naruto? You can't seriously be thinking of fighting that monster, are you? Look at what he did to Sasuke-kun." Sakura shouted in disbelief. Naruto just chuckled with his back towards her and the rest of the rookie nine as they were called, "A monster, huh? You have no idea. He just kept walking and made to pass his sensei. Naruto. You should forfeit. Gaara is not an ordinary shinobi, even I would be hard-pressed to defeat him," Kakashi told him truthfully. Naruto just shook his head and passed by his sensei in a heartbeat. "I can't do that, sensei. I can feel it. He's someone like me. I have to find out which one of us chose the right path." "Alright then. Good luck," the copy nin whispered as he watched his blonde student head down the stairs. "Was that really such a good idea, Kakashi?" Asuma asked him with a raised eyebrow. "Watch this match carefully and you'll find out the answer," was all Kakashi said as he turned his attention back down to the arena floor. Naruto walked out on the arena floor while keeping his eyes on his opponent. The red-haired boy had a crazed look on his face, which described his anger at not being allowed to kill the Uchiha in his last match. Naruto wouldn't admit it, but he was actually afraid of Gaara for the sheer power he possessed and the fact that he would kill anyone who caught his interest. Gaara was holding his head slightly with one hand and the other was clutching the closing wound that Sasuke had done to him during the last match. "Sasuke really did a number on this guy," Naruto mused as he saw the wound. "Begin." Genma called out as he jumped away from the two fighters. Almost immediately Gaara sent a large cluster of sand at Naruto at high speeds which Naruto tried to dodge as it came at him. He rolled under another line of sand and jumped onto the side of the arena wall while using chakra to stick to it. Enough dodging, Naruto thought as he jumped off of the wall to avoid another cluster of sand from pummeling him. He made a hand seal and immediately 7 clones popped into existence beside him, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. "Hold still, Uzumaki Naruto," Gaara said, crazed as he unleashed a wave of sand upon the clones. "Riksa Bakurik," he called out as he attacked. The clones were wiped out in a matter of seconds, but so was Naruto as well, leaving the arena barren beside himself. "Come out, Uzumaki Naruto." 3 clones appeared around him and attacked one at a time. The first was stabbed with a lance of sand, the second was cut in half, and the last was slammed down onto the ground. It all happened in a matter of seconds, but it was just a distraction. And a test of sorts. A moment later Gaara turned only for Naruto to appear and deliver a solid punch to Sun Bin's face. Gaara grunted as he flew back several feet before skidding slightly and regaining his balance. He was testing how long it takes my sand to move. A crack had formed on his cheek which signified that the layer of sand that protected his body had been hit. "This guy. How do I beat him? Well, I got friends who helped with my loneliness." He remained alone all this time, Naruto thought as he stared at his opponent. "Not only then can you be truly strong. A distant memory echoed through his mind and his eyes hardened. What did he say? I can't remember. He growled in thought and watched as Gaara began to laugh. Now what? Our laughter grew as sand began to creep up his body and engulfed him. It consumed him as his chaotic laughter echoed through the stadium until the sand took the shape of a raccoon with diamond-like eyes. You're interesting, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara roared as he jumped towards the blonde. What is this feeling? Naruto thought as he felt anxiety, dread and also excitement. Was it? He didn't know. What he did know, however, was that every part of him was screaming to fight and win. He jumped back as Gaara crashed down on where he was standing a moment ago. For some reason I don't want to lose to this guy. What's he doing? He's a sitting duck, Kiba growled as he watched the match. I am unsure. Shino commented, puzzled also. He's trying to find a reason to fight, Kakashi explained to the assembled group. A reason? What good will that do? Kiba asked, surprised. The copy nin sighed and shook his head. If you were in his position, what would you fight for? Well, the Inuzuka Genin thought about it for a moment before answering. Well, I guess. My family and friends. I mean, I wouldn't want to let them down or anything. Exactly, Naruto is the same way, but in this case he doesn't really have a reason to fight and so can't win against Gaara as he is now, Kakashi finished. What about Neji then? He beat Neji in the first round so he must have a reason, Ino spoke up. Kakashi sighed with a nod, his reason for that was most likely for Hinata-san back in the preliminaries. Hey, take a look, he's fighting back again, Sakura said, catching their attention. Watch this match carefully. You're about to see exactly what Naruto is capable of. Kakashi said with a grin under his mask, surprising the assembled Genin and Jonin. What does he mean by that? The Genin asked in thought. Do you have someone precious to you? I understand now, Naruto whispered as he stood up. When a person has something they want to protect, that's when they become truly strong. I've been seeing his face since this fight started, but I couldn't seem to remember what he said or who he was. Now I know though. I will not lose to you. Naruto shouted as he started making hand seals as fast as he could. Come on, I just need to summon one of the lower toads, he thought as he slammed his open palm down on the ground. No, called out as a small red toad appeared in front of him. Hey bro, you must be Naruto. I've been told about you, the toad spoke. Gaara laughed at the sight and crossed his arms. This is what you bring forth to aid you? Pathetic. Soon a shuriken. He let loose a volley of sand at him in the shape of a cluster of shuriken. Hold on. Naruto shouted as he grabbed hold of the toad and jumped to avoid the volley. He grunted in pain as 3 of the sand shurikens grazed his shoulder and leg. Damn. You okay bro? The toad asked, slightly worried. Naruto just chuckled in response since his wounds had already healed. I'm just fine. Stay out of trouble until I need you. Run and hide, I gotcha. The name's Gamakichi, just so you know. Gamakichi did a mock salute and jumped away towards the nearby tree. Alright you. Playtime's over, Naruto said as crimson chakra erupted from his body and engulfed him in what appeared to be flames. Let's go wild. Well, at least we know who trained him, Kakashi said as he grinned under his mask. Of course only Jiraiya-sama could have to summon toads and control that chakra, he finished. I nodded at his side, having assumed his thinking pose. Even so. To actually be able to use it in a stable form. Asuma nodded, everyone from Konoha was in shock at seeing him wield it like this. That's 2 trump cards he's used in this match, that chakra and his summoning. I wonder if he's got anything else, Kakashi mused as he watched the 2 fighters charge at one another. Not likely, Katetsu said from the side. Kakashi just grinned under his mask. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of that. Still, I wonder why Jiraiya-sama would teach a genin, let alone him of all people, Asuma wondered aloud. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the man for a second. Naruto is no ordinary child. We are aware that, Kakashi-san, Kurenai stated. Kakashi just shook his head. No, you aren't. There are things about Naruto that no one in Konoha can understand, things that are far bigger than the burden he carries and would shake this village to its very foundations. He fell silent, allowing the other Jonin to think about what he had said. A small shockwave blew Gaara back, but he landed in a crouch and recovered in moments. A second later Naruto appeared in front of him and landed a kick to his sand-covered head. He slammed hard into the arena wall, leaving a small crater in his wake. Almost instantly Naruto was in front of him again and punched him into the wall with his red chakra-covered fist. Dust shot out from where they stood when he landed the blow, but it cleared just as fast. Naruto grabbed Gaara's sand tail and swung him round before slamming him into the wall again with even greater force. After a few more seconds passed, Naruto was blown back by Gaara's large sand claw and landed sprawled at the base of the nearby tree. Bro? Gamakichi asked as he saw his summoner stand up. I'm fine. He's tough, Naruto told him as he saw Gaara stand up also. Ha 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 ha. Gaara's laugh echoed throughout the stadium as sand began to gather around him. You amuse me, Uzumaki Naruto, he continued to laugh as the sand engulfed him in a column of sorts. Now what is he doing? Naruto asked in thought before the column of sand suddenly exploded upwards and outwards. Damn. He thought as he scrambled for cover. After the dust settled he stepped out from behind the tree he had used with Gamakichi now resting on his head, well shit. Where Gaara once stood now stood a 40-foot-tall tanuki made of sand, this just got a lot harder. Bro. How do you plan on beating this guy? Gamakichi asked him nervously. I'm working on it. What the hell is that? Ino asked in a shout as she saw most of the higher-ranking ninja around them, looking like they were having a panic attack. That is a demon, Kakashi said simply. What? Ino asked in fear. It's the Ichibi no Tanuki, also known as Suna no Shukaku, Guy explained further. It's one of the Biju, albeit the weakest of the 9, with Kyuubi being the strongest, Asuma told the genin. This battle has just risen to a whole other level, Kakashi stated as he looked down towards his blonde student. Dope. Sasuke thought, having regained consciousness. Naruto. Sakura thought worriedly. Shouldn't we stop this? Kurenai asked the other jonin. Kakashi however shook his head, no. Let's see how this plays out. So they are both Jinchuriki. Interesting, I wonder what level they are both currently at, the Raikage mused upon seeing the giant sand tanuki. I think they're on my grandfather's level, judging by how they're fighting right now, Yujito commented. The Raikage nodded in agreement, they are both on the Chunin level normally, but when they access their inner powers like this, they look to be on the Jonin level. What should we do, grandfather? Kumo Chunin asked him. Nothing yet, he answered as he returned his attention to the match. Beside him the Hokage watched in interest, having not expected this outcome, Suna sent a Jinchuriki into the exam. I wonder why. Especially one with such a poor containment seal. It's almost like they were planning to use him for something, but what? No, this isn't going like I had planned at all, the Kazekage thought angrily as he watched the match progress. Have you got a plan, bro? Gamakichi asked hopefully. Naruto nodded as he bit his thumb and started making hand seals, just one. It will take all of Kyuubi's chakra I currently have to use, though, he added mentally as he finished. He slammed his open palm down on the ground and called out, Kuchius no Jutsu. There was a sudden explosion of smoke from where he was standing, and the next thing he knew he was standing on a 40-foot road he knew all too well. Gamabunta. The boss of the Toads. He had of course drained every last bit of Kyuubi's chakra he possessed to do it without harming himself, which left him a bit drained physically, but he still had his normal chakra reserves left, so he wasn't complaining. What the hell is that? Kiba asked upon seeing the giant toad in samurai robes with a large dagger at his side. That is the boss of Gamabunta. I never thought I'd see him again, Kakashi said surprised. That last time he has been seen by anyone from Konoha was 12 years ago on the night the Yondaime Hokage defeated the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Asuma explained to the genin. Really? Sakura asked, having never read about that detail. Grandfather, isn't that Yujito began? Yes, the Raikage interrupted. No genin should have the chakra too, she tried to finish. I know, he interrupted again, already knowing what she was going to say. Jiraiya Dono definitely has been teaching this boy. Naruto Kunyu. Here isn't trailed off in thought upon seeing the giant toad. This damned brat. The Kazekage was seething at the sight unnoticed by the other occupants of the booth. The two large creatures had all but taken up all of the room in the stadium with only a small, by their standards, gap between them. The toad poofed his smoking pipe and looked up to the figure that stood on his head. The one that reminded him of his previous summoner. Not you again, boy, what do you want? Gamabunta asked, annoyed. Naruto looked down into his eyes with a look of disbelief. Do you not see the giant tanuki in front of you? Gamabunta turned his gaze towards the monster sand creature and narrowed his eyes. That's Shukaku. I need your help, Naruto said simply as he looked over at where Shukaku stood with Gaara now visibly standing on top of it. And what makes you think I'll help you fight him of all things? The last time I fought a Biju I received this scar on my eye, Gamabunta told him. Oh come on Pops, don't be like that. Help the kid out would ya? Gamakichi asked from Naruto's head. Pops? Wait, you two are father and son. Why have I heard none of this? The blonde genin asked, surprised. And what are you doing here, Gamakichi? Gamabunta inquired when he saw the toad that was his son. Well, I came out to play a while back, but that guy over there started bullying me, Gamakichi answered as he pointed towards the giant sand demon. What? Gamabunta droned as he drew his dagger. Alright boy, I'll help you out this once, but you owe me a drink, the toad boss said, and Naruto nodded in understanding. As for you. Gamabunta took 2 steps forward, surprisingly quickly considering his size, and sliced Shukaku's right arm clean off. No one attacks my son and gets away with it. He shouted as he backed off to avoid the counterattack, and the sand arm dissolved. Ahahaha. Gaara laughed insanely as he made a hand seal. You amuse me, Uzumaki Naruto, but your entertainment has come to an end. Tanuki Nari no Jutsu. His body fell unconscious in a matter of seconds as Shukaku's eyes sparked with life. Ha 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 ha. Shukaku's laughter echoed throughout the stadium, scaring the crowd and everyone else. That's the demon? Naruto asked in disbelief at seeing the clearly mad Tanuki. Amabunta simply stared impassively. Yes. That's Shukaku, he was always the craziest of the Biju. Believe it, Naruto said weakly as Shukaku's gaze settled on them. Oh goody, my first victims, Shukaku chuckled and inhaled a large amount of air. Kid, we're going to jump, Gamabunta told him. What? Naruto was surprised only to find that the Toad boss had jumped high into the air. Futen. Rinnegan. Shukaku bellowed as he exhaled a large ball of concentrated wind at where the Toad boss had stood just moments ago. The blast exploded with tremendous force through the wall which immediately leveled it. You won't escape. He screamed like crazy as tracked them and launched another attack. Futen. Rinnegan. Boss. Naruto shouted upon seeing the three monstrous attacks coming at them. I see them. Tepidama no Jutsu. Gamabunta called out as he released two condensed blasts of water downwards. Is this a fight or a storm? Ino shouted as the two attacks collided and sent water spraying everywhere like it was raining. Go Naruto. Sakura cheered seeing her teammate winning. Damn, it looks like they missed one, Kiba growled as they all saw one of the wind balls continue on towards the Toad boss high in the sky. Well, this is turning into quite the battle, the Raikage commented upon seeing the attacks the two were throwing at each other. Who do you think will win, grandfather? Yujito asked him. The Raikage remained silent, but the smirk remained on his face as he returned his attention to the fight. You missed one, boss. Naruto shouted as he saw the wind blast coming towards them at high velocity. Damn, Gamabunta grunted knowing there was nothing he could do. This isn't going to be pretty, Gamakichi said as he covered his eyes. Time suddenly seemed to freeze for a moment as Naruto closed his eyes and breathed slowly. He slowly opened his eyes having sent chakra to them, and they now looked like they had rings around the pupils and turned the color gray. Time returned to normal as he pointed his hand down towards the wind attack and whispered two simple words. Shinra Tensei. Almost immediately the wind bullet dissipated into nothingness and Gamabunta fell back towards the ground. He landed in a crouch at the other end of the stadium and grinned as he looked up at his summoner. Naruto stood firm on the Toad boss's head with his eyes glowing slightly gray and his jacket was now open and swishing slightly in the wind. Just like his previous summoner. Those eyes. Shukaku shook slightly upon seeing them. The Rinnegan, he growled out no longer amused. What happened? Ino asked, confused. What's up with Naruto's eyes? Kiba asked as he tried to get a better look at them. He's using chakra in his eyes, Hinata stuttered out. Why? Sakura asked, confused. That's the… Kakashi's eyes widened as he heard what the sand demon had said. The Rinnegan, the first and has only ever belonged to the first shinobi. The Rikiden Sennin and the man who founded the shinobi world, Asuma explained just as surprised as everyone else. Wait, you're saying the dope has a bloodline? Kiba asked to look between the jonin. Apparently so, Kakashi answered, trying to calm himself. Why wasn't I told? Dope. Sasuke's eyes narrowed in anger at this little piece of information. What is that, grandfather? Yujito asked as she looked where Naruto stood on Gamabunta's head. That is the Rinnegan, it is extremely powerful and I think it is the reason my brother asked me to attend this little event. He did say he felt something unusual coming from Konoha. Now I know what he meant, the Raikage explained. There's no doubt about it, that's the Rinnegan, but how is that possible? Neither Minato-kun nor Kushina-chan had it, so why does Naruto-kun have it? 100 thoughts and questions ran through the Hokage's head as he tried to understand what was happening. How can that failure have that? I cannot let him live, he could very well become an even bigger annoyance than Pain, the Kazekage thought angrily as he weighed his options. Believe it, Naruto grinned as did Gamabunta and Gamakichi. Yeah. The young toad cheered and jumped off the boy's head as his father dashed forward and crossed the stadium in a matter of seconds, they took up most of it. Shukaku raised his one arm and made to backhand the oncoming toad when he suddenly found his left sand arm blown off of his body. Shinra Tensei. Naruto called out having used his gravity manipulation to destroy the arm. He panted slightly having used up most of his chakra reserves, doing so many high ranking, plus accessing Kyuubi's chakra, grab him now. Right. Gamabunta shouted in acknowledgement and proceeded to grab onto Shukaku's shoulders. Go. Naruto jumped towards where Gaara stood unconscious on the sand creature's head, wakey wakey. Naruto called out as he landed a solid punch to the unprotected Riteed's face, rise and shine. He slid down the Tanuki's nose as Gaara seemed to shake for a moment, wake up you bastard. Gaara's eyes snapped open and he immediately glared at the blonde for waking him, you. Had enough yet? Naruto asked as he suddenly started to move again. Not so fast. Gaara bellowed as sand shot up trying to encase Naruto. Shit, Naruto thought as he raised both of his hands in opposite directions. Shinra Tensei. She called out as the sand was blasted away with pure gravity. He continued running up towards where Gaara stood while dodging the spears of sand that were sent at him. I have to get in close or I'm dead. Hold still. Roared the Ichibi Jinchuriki as the entire Shukaku body tried to break free of Gamabunta's hold. Hurry up kid, I can't hold him for long, Gamabunta grunted as he tried to hold on. My existence will not end here. Gaara shouted as Naruto jumped up towards where he was located. Shinra Tensei. He called out as he blasted the sand away that tried to intercept him and landed yet another solid punch to the Sunbin's unprotected face. Got you, he grinned as the sand tanuki started to crack around them before finally it all fell down and dissolved. We'll be going now kid. Come on Gamakichi, Gamabunta said before he and his son disappeared in a large poof of smoke. The two shinobi touched down on the now sand-covered ground and sluggishly they both climbed to their feet. Gaara raised his hand towards Naruto and had the sand at the blonde's feet surround him, Sabaku kick. He clamped his fist together and called out, Sabaku SMSM. Shinra Tensei. Naruto shouted as he blasted the sand away from him along the rest of the sand within a 20-feet radius. Those eyes won't help you here. Gaara shouted in anger as he charged forward, having expended the last of his chakra. Naruto swung his arm out towards him and shouted, Shinra Tensei. Gaara immediately found himself being pulled backwards by an invisible force that crashed through the nearby tree, which surprisingly had remained standing throughout the clash between the two giants from before. Gaara tried to stand but couldn't find the strength to do so and collapsed onto the ground unable to move. Are you done yet? Naruto asked with exhaustion clearly in his voice. My existence won't be extinguished. I won't allow it. Ichibi Jinchuriki cried out, almost terrified, as Naruto slowly and sluggishly made his way towards him. The pain of being alone. It's not trivial. I understand. But I won't allow you to hurt those that are important to me, Naruto told him as looked down at the fallen Sunanin. Why? Why do you go so far for others? Gaara asked not understanding. Because they saved me from my own darkness. Someone once told me. When a person has something they want to protect. That's when they become truly strong, Naruto answered truthfully. Gaara simply stared at him for a moment before he said, I see. I cannot win. Genma approached the two and upon hearing Gaara's declaration held up his hand to where Naruto stood. Winner. Uzumaki Naruto. He won. Chaoji cried out happily and the crowd burst into cheers around him. He actually went and did it, Ino commented in disbelief at her side. Nice one Naruto. Kiba cheered at seeing his friend's victory. Naruto-kun Hinata smiled down at where the blonde stood. He won? Yujito asked not to believe her eyes. He actually won? She let a smile grace her features as she stared down the boy. Why Yujito-chan? If I didn't know any better I would say you had a crush on the young lad, the Raikage commented innocently. Don't be ridiculous grandfather, Yujito stuttered in protest as her cheeks turned slightly red. You're blushing, the Raikage teased. I am not, she said forcefully. Well I hope you get used to the idea of working with him, because if my plan works out you will be seeing a lot more of him, the Raikage smirked making her look at him in confusion. Well done Naruto-kun. Though I have to wonder why the Rinnegan would be awakened and you thought the man who was nicknamed the god of shinobi. I must begin the attack now the Kazekage thought frantically. Naruto swayed slightly but was caught by a red blur which he quickly recognized as Jiraiya of the Sannin. Great work kid, keep this up and you'll reach your dream in no time at all. Spoke the Gama Sennin confidently. Hero Sennin? Naruto asked weakly as his eyes closed. Jiraiya nodded as he laid his godson down on the ground to avoid injury. Sleep now kid. You earned it. Moments later though a large purple barrier went up around the roof of the cage's booth and a Jinjutsu fell upon the stadium. This marked the beginning of what later became the Suna-Odo invasion as a combined attack force of Odo and Sunanins launched to strike on the village hidden in the leaves. Naruto groaned as the morning sun shone through the open window. He sat up with another groan and rubbed his tired eyes before checking his surroundings. The room was white and he knew from experience that it was the hospital. Even if the villagers didn't physically hurt him he was still an orphan and used to get injured at times. You're awake brat, that's good, a voice said from the window and he turned his head swiftly towards it. Hero Sennin. Naruto said cheerfully. What are you doing here? To see you of course, what? Didn't think I'd stop by and see how my student was doing? Jiraiya asked with mock hurt. Naruto grumbled at that, I bet you'd rather be off peeking through. Jiraiya grinned, but his expression suddenly saddened, true. But I can't right now. Tell me, what is the last thing you remember about Naruto? Naruto rested a hand on his head before answering, I remember. That I beat Gaara but then. It's a blank. That's when you passed out from exhaustion, Jiraiya told him. Nice work with the Kuchius no Jutsu by the way, though I wish you didn't use it in the middle of the stadium. Be glad no one was hurt because you'd be in a cell right now instead of a hospital bed, Jiraiya told him. Sorry, Naruto said weakly. Don't worry about it, you got off lucky, said the Gama Sennin. He shook his head before he continued, that of yours. What did you call it? Shinra Tensei. Naruto nodded at that, that's easily an S-rank jutsu, and an extremely powerful one at that. I have an S-rank jutsu. Haha believe it, Naruto said with a grin. Jiraiya however had other ideas on the matter, you weren't able to control it properly though. I was watching you at the end, your gravity manipulation still needs some work. Naruto nodded sadly, I know. The Gama Sennin sighed at that, we'll work on that later. Maybe we can work on attracting objects instead of blowing everything away like you've been doing. Who won by the way? Naruto asked knowing that he couldn't have continued fighting in the condition he was in. No one. Konoha was almost destroyed right after your match, the Gama Sennin told him. Naruto's eyes widened at that, what do you mean almost destroyed? What happened? Suna and Oto launched a combined attack on Konoha right after your match finished. We won and beat them back before they did too much damage, but there were casualties, Jiraiya said grimly. Who died? Naruto rarely stuttered, but he couldn't help it. My former sensei. Sandaime Hokage answered the Gama Sennin. The old man is. Damn it, Naruto clenched his fists as images of the man he had thought of as a grandfather flashed through his mind. How did he was interrupted swiftly. It was my traitorous teammate. Orochimaru. He killed Sarutobi-sensei with the aid of his Oto nins, Jiraiya answered already knowing what he was going to ask. He'll pay for that, Naruto told him. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, his time will come but not right now. So what do we do now? Naruto asked wondering where they would go from here. Well I'm heading out to find an old friend of mine. Her name's Tsunade. The council wants her to become the Goddamn Hokage, Jiraiya said with a sigh. The new Hokage. Naruto trailed off not knowing his thoughts on the matter. I'm also taking you along with Chunin Uzumaki, Jiraiya added with a grin. Naruto's eyes widened at what he had said, I made Chunin. Jiraiya nodded in confirmation, you defeated the Tsunade Jinchuriki before a planned invasion. Of course you made Chunin kid. Thank you, Naruto said with a smile. You don't have to thank me kid, the Gama Sennin told him and turned his head towards the door. Knock knock. The door opened slightly and Ino poked her head into the room, can we come in? Yes, we're done here. I was just leaving anyhow, Jiraiya told her and she opened the door, revealing the entirety of the Konoha 12 as they were dubbed in their sensei. Jiraiya turned his attention back to his student and said over his shoulder. I'll talk to you later about Naruto. Meet me at the southern gates after the funeral tomorrow. Naruto nodded as he left, I'll see you then. Hey Naruto, who was the old guy? Kiba asked him as he looked at where the old guy had gone. My new sensei, he's really strong too. He took out a Jonin in one attack and didn't even look like he was trying, Naruto answered remembering his first encounter with the man. That was Jiraiya-sama, Asuma stated. You did great man, you totally kicked Gaara's ass, Kiba said with barely controlled glee. Yeah well I don't think I could have done it without help, Naruto said truthfully. Yeah what's up with your eyes anyways? I never knew you had a bloodline, Kiba asked the question on everyone's minds. Well I don't really know. I mean I'm an orphan and I've never known who my parents are, so I don't know how I got it, Naruto answered honestly. Now that I think about it, you don't really talk about yourself much Naruto, Shikamaru commented, raising some eyebrows from the assembled group. I mean you always brag about how you're going to be Hokage, but I've never once heard you brag about something you've actually done. You didn't even brag about what you did to the Hokage monument a while back, he explained. I don't know what you mean, Naruto said simply wanting to get off the subject. You're not even bragging about how you beat Gaara and made Chunin, Shikamaru deadpanned, stopping whatever anyone was going to say. Why you made Chunin? Ino asked, astonished. Not even Sasuke-kun had made Chunin yet. There. Yeah, Naruto replied nervously. Congrats man, Kiba said as he patted the bedridden boy. How did you know Shikamaru? I mean only Jonin and above know who was promoted, Kurenai asked the young Nara with a knowing smile. Shikamaru sighed defeated, I heard about it when I found out I was promoted to Chunin also. Oh really? Ino asked surprised, though considering the amount of forethought he did in his match against Temari, it shouldn't be a surprise. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Let's go celebrate. Kiba said as he stood up straight. Off in the corner Naruto's teammates Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke each had their own thoughts on the matter. How could the dope have gotten so much power? How could he have been able to defeat Gaara when even my Sharingan wasn't enough? What have I been doing all this time? Were Sasuke's thoughts as he looked at Naruto's smiling face. Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought worriedly as she looked over her crush. The next day the funeral was held for all of the ninja who fell during the Suna Odo invasion, including the kind and strong Sandaime Hokage. It was a tearful ceremony for all who attended it, and even the sky wept for the loss of a great man. Finally it ended however, and the sky cleared as everyone slowly left. Naruto reached the southern gates of the village and came across a rather unusual sight. Jiraiya was standing next to a girl. A 13-year-old girl to be precise. "Hey Iro Sennin, I didn't take you for a pedophile. I thought that was the Hibi team's area," Naruto said with a grin. Jiraiya looked indignant at that. "I am not a pedophile brat. This little missy right here is from Kumo, she's going to be coming with us." Naruto stared at her for a few seconds before asking, "Why?" "Apparently she's the new ambassador to Konoha," the Gama Sennin explained. "Again, why?" Naruto asked without understanding. The girl looked annoyed at this, though when Jiraiya saw the look on her face, he almost mistook her for a miniature Tsunade. Her long blonde hair hung around her head and was tucked out of the way of her face. She wore a dark purple outfit which surprisingly fit her perfectly, and if he were to be honest with himself, if she put on Tsunade's clothes she would look just like the woman, only younger. "Do you have a problem with this?" "It's not like I want to be an idiot here," the girl grumbled. "What did you call me?" Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes. "I called you an idiot, why? What are you going to do about it?" Kumo Chunin asked with a grin. Before Naruto could retort however, Jiraiya spoke up. "She's also the Raikage's granddaughter. Her name is Itsuki Nai Yujito." Yujito looked smug for a second as she thought, now that he's heard who I'm related to he'll act just like the rest. Naruto paused for a second before he scowled. "I don't care if she's his grandmother. She shouldn't be here. I thought it was just going to be the two of us, Jiraiya-sensei." Yujito's eyes widened in surprise at what he had said. What did he just dot? Jiraiya shook his head and turned to leave. "Sorry brat, but she's coming with us." "Damn it, like things can't get worse," Naruto grumbled as he followed. "Hey, wait up." Yujito called after them. After a good half a day walking, the three stopped to set up camp for the night. Or should I say Jiraiya and Naruto were setting up camp. Yujito had disappeared an hour earlier. "I thought you were going to teach me a new, not walk all day," Naruto grumbled under his breath as he tried to get a campfire started. "Naruto came here," Jiraiya spoke up from the trees. Naruto followed his sensei into the trees and eventually came across what it looked like. Rocks. Giant boulders littered the clearing, all of which looked like they had all been cut pretty deeply. "What is this?" Naruto asked. "This is all the work of our new friend Yujito-san," Jiraiya told him seriously and nodded his head towards where said Kunoichi lay unconscious. "She passed out from exhaustion a few minutes ago," he explained. "She's strong," Naruto muttered as he surveyed the damage. "Yes she is, she's the Nibi Jinchuriki," Jiraiya stated. "You've mentioned that word before, what does Jinchuriki mean?" Naruto asked, having never heard the word before. "It literally means power of the human sacrifice, but it really is a classification. It usually applies to those that have demons sealed inside of them." "Like you," answered the Gama Sennin. "Right," Naruto whispered weakly. "So she's just like me?" he asked. Jiraiya nodded before saying, "Yes she is. I'm going to teach you too, both of them are A rank." "You're going to teach me now?" asked Konoha Chunin. Jiraiya nodded again. "I also want you to work on trying to reverse your control on gravity. Try to attract objects instead of blasting them away. The first I'm going to teach you is one created by my former student. He wanted you to have it, and I hear Kakashi was planning on teaching it to you when you made Chunin anyways, so this works out perfectly." "Who wanted me to have it?" Naruto asked, confused. "My former student, the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato," replied to the Gama Sennin. Naruto's eyes widened at that. "He wanted me to dot." "Watch carefully," Jiraiya told him as he held out his hand and started to spin a large amount of chakra in its palm. It became visible within moments and condensed into a perfect ball of power. A moment later he slammed it into a tree, causing it to explode outwards, destroying the tree and sending shockwaves behind it. "This is called the Rasengan." "Cool," was all Naruto could say. "It is extremely difficult to learn, however. It took Yondaime 3 years to create and I myself took a year to learn it. Do not be surprised if you are unable to master it straight away," Jiraiya said. Naruto just grinned. "I'll have it done in a month. That's a promise." "Are you serious?" Jiraiya asked with a raised eyebrow. He grinned when he saw his apprentice nod. "Good luck then." "What's the other you're going to teach me?" Naruto asked him, hoping for another powerful one like the last. "Ah." Jiraiya trailed off as his eyes hardened. "I wasn't really planning on teaching you this one, but with another Jinchuriki on this mission, I can't help but want to be prepared for anything, so." He made several hand seals and held out his left hand. "Ajumfkin," he spoke as his 5 fingertips were engulfed in purple flames with kanji visible on them. This was specifically designed to disable Jinchuriki. If it is applied to a Jinchuriki's seal, then their Biju's power will be closed off to them, the Gama-senin explained. So you're teaching me this one because. Naruto trailed off as he looked over at Yujito's unconscious form. It's just a precaution. Just in case she decides to try something, Jiraiya told him. He then walked over to the girl and picked her up. Come on. We should get back to camp. Right, Naruto nodded in understanding and followed his sensei, but he couldn't stop taking his eyes off of the girl's sleeping face. She's cute. What the hell am I saying? I like Sakura-chan. Don't I? It had been 2 weeks since they had left Konoha, and they had made a stop at a town 10 kilometers from Konoha. Currently Jiraiya was off somewhere in the town contacting his spy network, though Naruto and Yujito just thought he was off peeping again. Speaking of our two favorite blondes, they both were currently in the hotel room they had booked and discussing the Otosuna assault on Konoha 2 weeks ago among other things. Wait, you saw me beat Gaara? Naruto asked Kumonin from his position on the bed. Yujito nodded, yeah I saw it. You were reckless and downright stupid for summoning Gamabunta of all things to fight in a Chunin exam stadium. You're just lucky no one was hurt by your attacks. Or his. Don't I know it, Naruto muttered darkly. Yujito just stared at him for a few seconds before turning away, though. You did look kinda cool out there. Really? Naruto looked surprised. Yujito just snorted at his tone, don't let it go to your head idiot. What about you? Naruto asked and laughed nervously. I mean Iro-sennin said you were like me and Gaara, he continued. There's not much to say really, I'm an only child. My parents are long dead and my grandfather and granduncle have raised me since I was 6, Yujito answered. No, I meant about the whole jin I can't remember what it is again, Naruto groaned in annoyance, unable to find the right word. Jinchuriki, Yujito corrected him. Yeah that, I mean from what I saw of Gaara. He was brought up to be a weapon for his village, I was used to stop a demon from destroying my home. What about you? Naruto asked curiously. Yujito laughed bitterly for a moment, me? My parents had a lot of enemies, so my father decided to give me a weapon of sorts to defend myself. He knew I wouldn't survive long since I was their daughter, so he sacrificed himself to give me the power needed to fight on. Naruto smiled sadly at that, he must have cared for you a lot then. But I never even got the chance to meet him, Yujito muttered. Hey, he said, getting her attention. At least you know why you were chosen and you know your parents loved you. That's what matters, Naruto told her. Yujito was about to respond when. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Iro-sennin can't have been rejected already, Naruto grumbled standing up. He stopped suddenly however and stared at the door, Rinnegan. Is something wrong, idiot? Yujito asked in annoyance. Naruto took a step back, either my Rinnegan is acting funny or something's wrong here. What do they mean? Yujito asked, seeing that he had his eyes activated. According to my eyes Sasuke is on the other side of the door, Naruto told her as he saw the 2 chakra networks. You're a teammate. Here? Why? Yujito asked, confused. That's the problem, from what I'm seeing this guy is a lot bigger than the Sasuke I know. Whoever's on the other side of that door is not Sasuke, Naruto responded. Knock knock. Well whoever it is I don't think they're leaving anytime soon, Yujito said as she slowly approached the door and drew a kunai. She opened the door slowly and took a step back at who she found standing there, oh no. So these are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and the Nibi no Nekomata. I expected more from them, said a tall blue-skinned man who looked similar to a shark and had a massive zanpato. He looks just like Sasuke. Naruto trailed off as he looked to be 2 over. Yujito tensed and said, I recognize them from the bingo book. They're S-rank criminals, the blue one is Hoshigaki Kisame. He's a member of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the Hidden Mist and said to be the second strongest of them all. The other though. He's from Konoha, he's the man who slaughtered the Uchiha clan in a single night, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's eyes widened at that, Uchiha. You will both have to come with us Naruto-kun, Yujito-chan, Itachi said in monotone. That's not happening, Yujito growled at him. I'll just cut off their legs so they can't escape, Kisame said, stepping forward and bringing his sword down where Yujito was standing. Come here girlie, he grinned like a shark. Bizuki, Yujito whispered, and her right arm appeared to ignite in pure red flames. Her arm connected with a large zanpato, and the two set themselves into a deadlock. Yujito winced slightly as she could feel her hand being melted by her own, she knew she couldn't hold it for long, but she had to try. That's when she noticed her chakra was being drained. By Kisame's sword. My chakra? She trailed off as she struggled to hold the swordsman back. Kisame grinned at her, heh, now you get it. Samahata here absorbs chakra, it's the best weapon for fighting your demons. Naruto made the hand seal he was most familiar with and 3 shadow clones popped into existence beside him, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Immediately the 2 of them rushed to attack Kisame from either side of him and the third grabbed Yujito by the waist. Without Yujito holding it back, Kisame brought down his sword on where she was standing a moment ago and then in one swift move, shredded the two clones that were attacking him. "Ass little bugger," Kisame said with a grin as Naruto and Yujito now stood at the far side of the room near the window. "Are you alright?" Naruto asked, not to take his eyes off of Itachi, who still hadn't moved since they had first met. "It's nothing," Yujito said, referring to her now burned right arm. She was currently healing the damage with medical ninjutsu to help things along, "just give me a minute." "Done," Naruto said and thrust out his hand towards the two Nukanons. "Shinra Tensei." He called out, and with a massive blast of gravity, both of the Nukanons, the door and a section of the wall, were blown free of where they stood. "Did I get them?" Naruto asked as the dust began to clear. "Not a chance," Yujito grumbled as she saw the dust clear and the other side of the building could be seen. "Notice that I said the other side of the building," meaning Naruto's last attack, blasted open a good section of the building itself, leaving nothing but rubble on the second story of the complex. After a moment of silence, two sections of the rubble shifted upwards as Itachi and Kisame emerged relatively unharmed. No, not unharmed. They didn't even look like they were fazed by that last attack, on the contrary, Kisame was openly grinning. "Not bad brats, so you got the Rinnegan. Now that is a surprise," said the swordsman as he shouldered his weapon. Itachi's Sharingan was now spinning wildly as he spoke. "I had heard the tales about you having it and I saw your eyes when I first saw you, but I didn't think anything of it." "Well damn," Naruto muttered bitterly as the sun shone through the open area. "We could be in trouble here," Yujito commented for the first time, thinking they had bit off more than they could chew. Just then, however, the strangest thing happened. A new presence arrived behind the two Nukanons, a presence that made Itachi take his eyes off of Naruto. "Sasuke," Itachi greeted his brother without looking. "Uchiha Itachi," Sasuke spat as Itachi turned to regard him slightly. "Who's this twerp?" Kisame asked with a grunt. "My little brother, the only one I spared during the Uchiha massacre," Itachi answered, appeared bored. "Go away Sasuke, you're of no concern to me right now. I have hated and despised you just like you said. Now I will show you my power." Sasuke charged forward as he made several hand seals. Chidori, lightning sparked and encased his hand as he neared Itachi. It all happened in an instant. One moment Sasuke made to stab Itachi and the next Itachi grabbed his wrist and slammed him into the ground, creating a small crater. After the Chidori dissipated, Itachi lifted him up again and threw him into the nearby wall. "Why are you still so weak? Is it because you don't have enough hatred?" Itachi asked barely above a whisper, though everyone heard it. "Why is the gap in our strength still so large? What have I been doing all this time?" Sasuke asked in thought as he fought down the pain she felt. "Mangekyou your Sharingan," Itachi whispered as his eyes morphed slightly and he picked Sasuke's beaten body up again. The moment they made eye contact, Itachi whispered one terrifying word, "Tsukiyomi." Sasuke's body suddenly convulsed for a few moments before he became motionless and Itachi dropped him to the floor. Kisame chuckled at the sight. "Damn Itachi, you're too cruel sometimes. To use the Jinjutsu on your own brother, damn that's nasty." Itachi didn't respond but instead turned his attention back to the two Chunin. "Now where were we?" "Naruto, we should run," Yujito whispered to him. Naruto shook his head, "not without Sasuke." "Kisame got them," Itachi ordered and the swordsman nodded with a grin. Just as he was about to move, however, a voice called out, "Kuchius. Gamaguchi Shibari." Suddenly they were all enveloped in some kind of corridor made of red flesh. Kisame looked around and asked, "What is this?" A voice stated. Turning, everyone saw Jiraiya in a crouched position next to the unconscious Sasuke. "Naruto, Yujito, don't move. I'll handle this," he told his two companions. "Iro Sennin," Naruto sighed in relief. "Jiraiya of the Sannin," Itachi said in monotone as he gazed at the man. "No wonder Kakashi knew who we were and why we went to Konoha. He must have gotten that information from you," he mused. Jiraiya was uncharacteristically serious as he stood up straight and stared at the two Nukanons. "So you really are after Naruto and Yujito?" Itachi simply stared at him. "To capture all of the 9. That is the order given to us by our organization, Akatsuki." The two Chunin, knowing that the term 9 most likely meant the 9-tailed beasts, were sent to capture them. "Too bad for you, you're not getting your hands on them," Jiraiya said with an edge to his voice. Itachi didn't respond but instead turned to his partner, Kisame. "We are leaving." His partner nodded and the two took off down the corridor. "Not so fast," Jiraiya said as he poured chakra into the ground, causing the walls where the Akatsuki agents had fled to collapse, in hopes of crushing the two. After a few moments of silence there was a small whisper which echoed through the corridors, "Amaterasu." What followed was the sound of a mighty explosion and then silence. Jiraiya suddenly dashed forward and turned the corner, only to see that part of a large mountain toad he had summoned was blown out and black flames were covering parts of the hole's edge. "Damn." They got away, the Gama Sennin muttered as he released him, and the corridor along with the entire building returned to normal. The black flames were still there, and so he approached them while pulling out a sealing scroll. This should do it. He laid the scroll out and after writing something on the scroll said, Fukahoin. The flames were suddenly pulled into the scroll and disappeared. I don't know what that was, but I will find out. Who were those guys, Hiro Sennin? Naruto asked as he laid Sasuke up against the wall. They said they were after the 9, they were referring to the Biju, right? Yujito asked him. Jiraiya nodded in response, that's right. I don't know what they want the Biju for, but it can't be for anything good. So let's go deal with them, Naruto said with his Rinnegan activated. If they want us then I want to see them try, he said with an edge to his voice. Jiraiya shook his head, you wouldn't stand a chance against even one of them as you are now. Then what do we do then? Just sit around and wait for them to capture us? Naruto incredulously. The Gama Sennin just snorted at that, what do you do? Heh, that simple really, get stronger so you can fight then yourselves. Naruto took a step back for a moment and nodded, fine. Hey, Yujito said, getting their attention. She was currently sitting over where Sasuke lay with her hands glowing green, for some reason nothing I'm trying is working on this guy. Any idea what kind of that Itachi used on him? Jiraiya shook his head in response, it's probably something to do with the Mangekyo Sharingan. The what? Naruto looked up unfamiliar with the term. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the final stage of the Sharingan and is extremely powerful. I don't know what its full capabilities are but I do know that the last Mangekyo Sharingan user became the head of the Uchiha clan back during the reign of the Shadame Hokage, Jiraiya explained. Yujito snorted at that, you forgot to mention the guy turned into a madman and tried to kill Shadame Hokage at the Valley of the End. Jiraiya remained silent at that, but nodded anyway. How many of those losers are there exactly? Naruto asked, looking out at the hole Itachi had created. 9, Jiraiya answered finally. 9? Yujito's eyes widened. Jiraiya nodded, there would be 10, but Orochimaru is no longer a member of that organization. The Hibi team was a member. Naruto's question was barely above a whisper, yet filled with so much anger it was almost terrifying. It was until he defected from it in order to start his own little hidden village somewhere in Rice country, the Gama Sennin replied. Sasuke will be alright won't he? Naruto asked, looking down at his comatose teammate. Jiraiya sighed, physically he'll be fine. It's his mentality I'm worried about, I'll inform Kakashi about it later so don't worry. He tensed suddenly and spun round to where the hole in the wall was and saw a green blur appear before him, guy. Jiraiya narrowly evaded the kick that was aimed for his head and the green-clad Jonin stopped his assault when he saw who it was, what the hell are you doing? Oh sorry, I thought you were the enemy for a second there, guy apologized and looked the area over. He took notice of the wall that was blown out and asked, was I too late? It's more like I was too late, Jiraiya said as he gestured towards the unmoving form of Sasuke. I looked the young Uchiha over and narrowed his eyes. I believe this is the same that was used on Kakashi earlier today. He's bedridden and we can't seem to wake him up. Kakashi was also attacked huh? Jiraiya mused darkly. All the more reason to find Tsunade, he said, turning away. Guy can you take the Uchiha back to Konoha, we still have a mission to do and we can't delay it, he asked. I nodded and picked up Sasuke, I'll head back now. Good luck. Jiraiya nodded, we're going to need it. This is new, Jiraiya said finally as he looked towards the destroyed palace. You don't say, Yujito's voice was dripping with sarcasm. Jiraiya ignored her however and saw that there were people running away from the destruction in every direction. Hey. He called out towards one of them that ran past. What happened here? He asked. The man looked to be panicking but managed to calm himself long enough to reply, you should all get out of here too. There are monsters up there. Monsters? Naruto asked. The man nodded, a giant snake just destroyed the palace in an instant. The giant snake. Naruto trailed off as his eyes flashed gray for a second. How big was this snake? Yujito asked curiously. Huge, the man answered before he started running again. The Hibi team is here, Naruto growled out. Jiraiya nodded, it would appear so. I shouldn't be surprised, after all Sarutobi-sensei did a number on him, of course he would come to be the only medic in the elemental countries who could actually heal him. I'm going to kill him, Naruto said simply. Not as you are now, he's up there with Itachi and I even with a Rinnegan there's no way you can take him on, Jiraiya responded. Not normally. But you did say he's weakened right now, Naruto pointed out. Jiraiya nodded at that and turned away, that may be true but if anyone will fight him here it's going to be me. Hey you two, Yujito said, getting their attention. Her hands were in a seal as she spoke, I can sense 2 chakra signatures above civilian level just north of here. I think the larger of the 2 is Tsunade-sama. You're a sensory type? Jiraiya asked intrigued and she nodded. The what? Naruto asked. The sensory type is someone who can locate and recognize other people's chakra signatures, Jiraiya explained and started walking. Come on, let's go meet Tsunade. It looks like we missed a party, Jiraiya commented as the three jumped down into the destroyed street near the demolished building. The wall nearby was cracked and looked like it would collapse at any moment. Did the Hebe team do this? Naruto asked as he looked at the cracks along the wall. Jiraiya shook his head, I don't believe so. I think this is the work of Tsunade, she probably lost her temper again. Vegeta looked around and shook her head, I can't track them. There's too much chakra in the area now, not sure what from though. Jiraiya remained silent as he surveyed the area. Well, let's go look for them, I mean they have to be around here somewhere, right? Naruto suggested as he looked over his shoulder at them. They're still in town but I can't pinpoint their exact location, Vegeta told the two. Jiraiya nodded at that, alright, let's ask around, maybe someone has seen her. Night settled across the land as the moon's gaze illuminated the sky. Its deceiving rays bore down on the town as silence began to reign with only the bars open at this time. In one of those establishments were two kunoichi, one looked to be in her mid-20s and was dressed in black. She appeared to be holding a pig, no one in the bar seemed to mind though. The blonde kunoichi beside her however was a little different. She appeared to be in her early 20s, but there was just something about her that didn't seem right. Her cheeks were red as she downed another bottle of sake in a matter of seconds. Tsunade Sama, the dark-haired woman to her side, thought as she looked at her. You know, she might have skipped town after running into that snake freak, a girl's voice suggested as three figures walked into the bar. Somehow I doubt that, she's probably still here somewhere. Either way, let's get something to eat, you two must be starving, a gruff voice said. This is a bar, Iro-senin, a boy's voice deadpanned. Just then the adult of the group looked over to where the two were sitting, well I'll be damned. Jiraiya? The blonde woman asked, seeing his aged face. Tsunade. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. What the hell are you doing here? She asked him, not sure what else to say. That's Tsunade. She's seriously 50. She doesn't look like it, the blonde boy to the Gama-senin side commented. It's probably some, Yujito suggested. Jiraiya however just sighed and shook his head, of course you would be at a bar. I should have known. He smirked as the three sat down at the other side of the table, to answer your question we were looking for you. Me? Heh, I've been seeing a lot of familiar faces today, she asked as she picked up another cup of sake. Well, we saw Orochimaru's handiwork outside, he always did go overboard with that kind of thing sometimes, Jiraiya sighed again. He raised an eyebrow as he asked, what did he want from you anyway? Nothing really, he just stopped by to say hello, replied Kitsai-senin. Now Jiraiya didn't believe that, but he didn't want to push the issue so he remained quiet, why were you looking for me anyway? Okay, I'll get straight to the point, the elders of Konoha want you to become the Goddamn Hokage, Jiraiya explained. Tsunade's eyes widened at that, they wanted me to do what? Become the Goddamn Hokage, effective immediately, he told her. If you met Orochimaru then you know that Sarutobi-sensei was killed by him during the recent attack on Konoha by Odo and Suna, he clearly stated, leaving nothing out. She nodded, so what do you say? Tsunade remained silent for a full 30 seconds before speaking quite clearly, sorry but no thanks. I'm not like your last student Jiraiya, life is not like money, and to risk it is a fool's errand. Jiraiya's eyes seemed to harden at being reminded of the fate of his last student, you've changed Tsunade. Time changes people, I mean look at the old geezer. Look what protecting the village got him, a coffin 6 feet under. Just like Namikaze Minato, she chuckled darkly at her own words. This is Tsunade of the Sannin. I wonder how long she's been like this for, Yujito mused in thought upon hearing the old woman's words. We might as well get out of here, Jiraiya-sensei, before we both do something we might regret, Naruto said with barely controlled anger. Senju Tsunade is dead, all that's left is this and she's not fit to become Hokage, he finished. Tsunade looked over at him with narrowed eyes. I am the granddaughter of the Shadame Hokage and the grandniece of the Nidame Hokage. I'm more than fit to run that little collection of wooden homes. No you're not, Naruto shot back with a glare. I think someone who can't even save the ones they care about isn't worthy of becoming Hokage. What do you think about Tsunade? He asked with a grin. Her eyes widened at that as she turned her gaze on Jiraiya who looked on impassively. Iro-senin told me on the way here what happened to the man you loved. To your little brother, and I will tell you right now. They fought to protect others with their lives, they never gave up even when they died. That's what it means to be Hokage, that's the will of fire the old man always preached about, and that is something you just don't have. The fire's shadow illuminates the village. Jiraiya mused, remembering how his former student used to say that often. You can sit there all day and moan about what life has done to you. But if you think I'll sit by and let you insult the things that the old man and the yondaime have done, then I will kick your ass, he snarled as his chakra flared and his eyes turned red. Tsunade just stared at him, Jiraiya. Who is this child? Kagama Senin just grinned in return, this is Uzumaki Naruto. He's that child huh? He acts just like her. Almost instantly Tsunade had one leg clamped down on the table as a grin worked its way across her face. How about we take this outside brat? It was a simple question. Fine by me, Naruto said back as he stood up from the table. Jiraiya just sighed at that, it's going to be one of those days. That idiot, what the hell is he doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Yujito asked in thought as she, Shizune and Jiraiya followed the two. Once out in the street the two stood about 24 feet apart, I must be going senile. I'm taking on a kid, how embarrassing. Let's go wild, Naruto said and made a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, 5 clones popped into existence beside him. He knows the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Not bad, but clones won't help him against me. She held up one finger as the clones charged. She touched the ground and suddenly the ground in front of her split in half, too easy. She looked up at him as his clones fell into the small gorge she had created and asked, let me ask you something, kid. Why are you so fussed over the Hokages? Naruto just grinned in return, because it's my dream to become Hokage. Her eyes widened at that, I see. Rinnegan time slowed for a second as Naruto's eyes changed from their blue-red haze to a darkened gray with several rings around the pupils. Tsunade's eyes widened further upon seeing what had happened to his eyes, those eyes are but that's impossible I mean the Rinnegan has only ever appeared in. Her eyes narrowed and she shot forward with her hand now cocked into a fist, there's no way he can have those eyes. Shinra Tensei, those two simple words echoed throughout the street and Tsunade suddenly found herself being blown back by an unseen force. This is. She thought as she hit the ground. She stood back up a moment later however, it didn't have the same amount of power or pressure as hers did but. I never thought I would see those eyes again. But I have to wonder. Why does he have blonde hair if he's in Uzumaki? I thought it was just a name but. If he has the Rinnegan then I'm wrong. Come on you old hag. If you can't even beat me then how are you strong enough to be Hokage? Looks like I was right, you really aren't worthy of the title, Naruto said with a grin. He's intentionally trying to make me angry so that I make a mistake. He's definitely got her unpredictability down right Tsunade thought, remembering a certain redheaded tomboy. I need to end this now, but to do that I've got to catch her off guard. How? It's not like I can just piss her off like I do everyone else. Maybe that will help me here Naruto thought with narrowed eyes as he brought both of his hands together at his side. Here goes nothing he started channeling chakra to his hands and spinning it around as fast as he could. Come on. Contain it, compress it. Don't lose control he continued thinking as he dashed forward. That's the. Tsunade thought as her eyes widened in surprise. She got over it quickly however and grabbed his wrist right before he landed the attack that was too close. She smirked at him before slamming him into the ground at her feet, the Rinnegan huh? She looked over at her former teammate and asked, was it you who taught him that it's a bit cruel of you to teach him that he has no chance of mastering? Actually I only started him on it 3 weeks ago and he's already reached the 3rd step. It took me months to reach it, Jiraiya waved dismissively. I'd give him about a week, 2 tops before he's got it down completely. Tsunade snorted at that, and what about the Rinnegan huh? Jiraiya's eyebrow was raised at that, what? Did you really think I wouldn't recognize that? Kagama Senin just looked on curiously, what do you mean? Tsunade snorted and turned away, I'll tell you later. She turned to Naruto and asked, hey kid. Do you want to make a bet? What kind of bet? The blonde boy asked her. She showed him the necklace that hung at her neck, if you master the Rinnegan in a week like the pervert says you can. You'll get this and I will return to Konoha. If you don't, I'll take all of your money and none of you will bother me ever again. Deal? Naruto thought about it for a moment before nodding, alright. The wide grin settled on Tsunade's face, then I'll see you in a week, kid. That idiot Yujito sighed at the thought. It's been one of those days Jiraiya shook his head at the sight. Later that night Naruto had disappeared somewhere without as much as a word. Yujito had gone with him out of sheer boredom and Shizune had gotten them all rooms at the local inn. During the night however Jiraiya had asked Tsunade to come out and have a drink with him. She agreed knowing he wouldn't let it go so easily. So? What did you want to talk about? Tsunade asked as she took a drink. Jiraiya shook his head at the tone, you're still so uptight Tsunade. Heh, if you must know, I wanted to talk about Naruto. Why did you bring him Jiraiya? More importantly, why does he have blonde hair if he's in Uzumaki? She asked with narrowed eyes. Kagama Senin raised an eyebrow at the last question, I brought him to help convince you to return, but as for being in Uzumaki. Well it's his mother's maiden name if I'm not mistaken. All Uzumakas have red hair Jiraiya, it's always been like that, Tsunade shot back. You don't know. That kid is Minato's brat, he gets his looks from his father, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Tsunade shook her head at that explains the hair. I knew those two got together and that Kushina was pregnant, but I didn't know they had a kid. I have to ask, how did you know he had the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked curiously. Tsunade just stared at the cup in her hand. Have you heard the tale of the Rinnegan Sennin? If you mean the fact that he was the first shinobi and was the man who discovered chakra, then yes, I've heard of him. Supposedly he's nothing but a myth, but since the Rinnegan is real, I guess he is too, Jiraiya replied. Tsunade snorted at him. Of course he was real. Even if he weren't, he is known to just about everyone in the elemental countries. That said, there is something which almost no one knows outside of a select few. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at her, and what might that be? He had 2 sons, which caught Jiraiya by surprise. You're serious? He asked incredulously. She nodded in reply. The elder brother was gifted with the sage's eyes and became known as Uchiha Tobi. He was the originator of the Uchiha bloodline and thought peace was best achieved with the use of force. The younger brother, however, was gifted with the sage's marvelous chakra and became known as Senju Naruto. He was my ancestor and the man who created the Senju clan. Naruto? As in the same name as the brat? Jiraiya asked, surprised. Tsunade nodded at that. I suppose it's fitting that his name was Naruto considering his beliefs. Unlike his elder brother, he thought peace could be achieved through never giving up and always looking towards the future. On his deathbed, the Rinnegan Sennin chose him as his successor over his brother just before he died. In doing so, Uchiha Tobi attacked his little brother out of jealousy and anger. This sparked the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans all the way through to the founding of Konoha. That's all well and good, Tsunade, but what does that have to do with Naruto and the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked about losing patience. I'm getting to that, she shot back. During the clan wars before the shinobi villages were founded, a section of the Senju clan broke off from the main group and wanted to leave in search of a place to call home. They settled on a remote island just off of water country surrounded by hundreds of whirlpools, she explained. Whirlpool country, Jiraiya deduced. Tsunade nodded at that. It was relatively peaceful and out of the way. Soon after, though, a man named Senju Arashi awakened the Rinnegan, which came as a very large surprise to the group. When more of them started activating their own Rinnegans, Arashi founded a clan independent of the Senju, which he named after the country itself. Uzumaki? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade nodded again. Yes. After the clan wars had ended, the Rinnegan kept appearing in the Uzumaki clan, but not always. Sometimes it skipped a generation and other times it just disappeared. There was one family that kept appearing throughout each generation. That family became the royal family of the Whirlpool country. Don't tell me. Arashi's family, right? Jiraiya took the seemingly wild guess. Yes, Uzumaki Arashi was said to have been a great man who unified the entire Whirlpool country and the small neighboring islands. When it was all said and done, his descendants kept on activating their own Rinnegans, Tsunade continued. All the way to the former queen of the Whirlpool country, Uzumaki Kushina, she finished. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed at that. Then Naruto really is the heir to the throne. Tsunade snorted at that. He would be if there was a Whirlpool country still around. Jiraiya closed his eyes at that. Yes, I heard about that. The Kyuubi no Kitsune destroyed that entire country right before it attacked Fire Country. I never did find out how it got past Water and Lightning countries without anyone noticing though, Tsunade said darkly. Do you know if anyone survived? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade shook her head at that. No. But then again, this is what the Kyuubi were talking about. It said that a single swing of one of its 9 tails can cause a tsunami. I guess they were right. I didn't know Kushina had the Rinnegan. Neither she nor Minato ever told me, Jiraiya said as his eyes closed slightly. Yeah, well, the only reason I knew was because I was Kushina's doctor before her. Passed on, Tsunade shook her head at the last part. Well, Naruto had to get from somewhere. Nagato probably got it from the same place, but he didn't even know what it was until I told him about it. Like his parents didn't know, Jiraiya mused. Nagato? You mean one of those orphans you took care of back during the war? He nodded at her question. Some of the Uzumaki did settle back on the mainland, Tsunade told him. You must be right about it slowly dying out in everyone but the royal family, Jiraiya said as he thought of his former red-haired student. I can only imagine what Orochimaru will do when he finds out you've met us, he mused. Tsunade eyed him for a moment before speaking again. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what he's offered, Tsunade, to make you hesitate like this, but I don't care. I will tell you right now, if you betray Konoha and everything the Hokages stood for, I will kill you, Jiraiya told her. Tsunade just glanced at him for a second but was unable to meet his gaze. I know. The rest of the time they spent drinking in silence awaiting the battle they both knew was coming. You're not going to do it. I told you I will master it. It's an A-rank jutsu designed by the Yondaime Hokage, you physically can't do it in a month. It just can't be done, idiot. Would you shut up and let me concentrate? Basengan, there was a resounding boom as he drilled his attack into a tree. It destabilized however and just left a spiral in its side. It's still not good enough. I told you, Yujito sighed. He shot her an annoyed look. Well, what the hell am I supposed to do then, huh? Hey, don't bite my head off, she raised her hands defensively. I'm just saying this is an A rank jutsu, you can't expect it to be easy, she continued. You're an S rank 1, that Kazuki of yours is insane, he shot back. You're just jealous, she said with a grin. Whatever, he scoffed and started channeling chakra to his hand again. Rinnegan, he drove it into a nearby tree and yet again it lost containment. What is the problem exactly? She asked, getting rather annoyed now. His frustration was building as he answered, I already know how it works and the idea behind, but it takes an insane amount of concentration and control just to reach where I am now. I mean, to reach the next level would require more control than I have. It's like trying to look left and right at the same time. It just can't be done. That's it. That's what this is about. Yujiro asked incredulously and he nodded. Instantly a lightning clone appeared beside her, Raibunshin no Jutsu. If you want to look left and right at the same time, then why don't you use clones? Naruto's eyes widened as a grin spread across his face. Yujiro. You're a genius. A week later the two were just entering the room they were staying in when they felt something was wrong. Call it a gut feeling or whatever you want, but it was something in the air that day. Something's wrong, Yujiro commented as she opened the door. Hello? We're back, she called out, but no one answered. Rinnegan Naruto's eyes shifted to him and he scanned the room. He instantly identified the figure that lay on the floor, it's Shizune Nai-chan. Yujiro was instantly at the unconscious woman's side. Who the hell did this to her? Naruto's eyes were scanning the room but found nothing, whoever it was is long gone now. From what I can tell, she was hit by a blast of pure chakra in a concentrated stream, not unlike those used by Konoha's Hyuga clan, only instead of a precision strike like what they do. This appears to have been done with brute force. I doubt she'll be ready for a fight anytime soon. Can you do anything? He asked as he leaned up against a wall and was peeking out of the window. It's nothing I can't fix, she replied as her hands glowed green. We have company, Naruto stated as he helped Jiraiya into the room through the window. Oh my god, Yujiro gasped when she saw the state the man was in. He wasn't injured exactly, but he didn't look to be in any shape to fight at the moment. What happened? Tsunade, he gasped out as the girl tried to heal him. She slipped something into my drink last night and left me at the bar. Leave it to her to use an odorless drug to distort my chakra control. There's nothing I can do about this without any knowledge of the drug. The good news is that it should wear off in about an hour or two, Yujiro told him. That's good. Are you going to tell us exactly what is going on now in Shizune? Jiraiya asked as he saw that the woman had regained consciousness. Shizune gulped and nodded, alright, I'll tell you everything. Higher country. Plains. You're afraid of blood, aren't you? How about I show you some? I'm going to splatter as much of your blood as I can while keeping you alive. Odo Jonin shouted as he dashed forward with a pair of kunai in hand. Tsunade struggled to stand. I can't dodge in time. A sudden large poof of smoke shot from the ground in front of her, effectively blocking them both from view. What? The smoke soon cleared to reveal Jiraiya, Shizune, Naruto and Yujiro, standing in a firm line between her and the two Odo nins. What are you doing here? Well, it has been a while. Jiraiya, the one in back, said amused. You're looking as morbid as ever, Orochimaru, the Gama Sennin smirked. Naruto, the Odo Jonin, smirked upon seeing him. The Konoha Chunin instantly recognized him, Kabuto. Well, it seems that these two know each other, Jiraiya commented. Why are you fighting with Tsunade Obachan? Naruto asked without understanding. Not too sharp, are you, Naruto? That's why you'll never be able to beat Sasuke, Kabuto said with a smirk. Naruto's Rinnegan intensified the glare he sent at him. You're a traitor. That's right. I'm a spy for Itagakure, he declared. Then everything you did for us in the Chunin exam was nothing but a lie, Naruto gritted his teeth as his fists clenched at his side. I was collecting information on all of you. I discovered something about you as well. You're different from Sasuke, you don't have what it takes to be a shinobi, Kabuto stated. For example, here you're just an out-of-place genin who got lucky at being promoted to Chunin. Sure, I expect something from that demon inside of you and those eyes of yours caught me off guard, but compared to the Sannin you're a real disappointment. Right now you're nothing more than a dot. Are you really buying this shit, Naruto? Yujiro interrupted, seemingly annoyed at Odo Nin's words. If he was such a bad shinobi, then how come he beat Gaara at the exam? How did he beat that Hyuga brat? How did he get promoted to Chunin? His record should speak for itself, he finished with a grin. Kabuto glared at her, shutting it. Girl. You are. The Raikage's granddaughter, aren't you? Yes, I am, though like Naruto's, my record speaks for itself too, she said with a cat-like grin crossing her face. Irjin Churiki, Odo Jonin stated when he saw her eyes flash purple. Do you think you can take him? Jiraiya asked the two. We'll be fine, you just worry about the other traitor, Naruto practically spat the last word. Yujiro, he said, and the two suddenly dashed forward. The message was clear, I line him up and you knock him down. She nodded as 4 clones instantly appeared at his side, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Pathetic Kabuto smirked as he drew a pair of kunai and slashed the first 2 clones, reducing them into smoke. The other 2 clones came from his side, but he quickly destroyed them too, with 2 well-placed chakra strikes to their chests, Chikura no Mesu. His eyes widened in surprise however, when he felt a shift of heat in the air, the smoke from the clones is blocking my vision. I can't see where they're attacking from. Izuki, he heard the whisper and immediately shot away from it. Yujito appeared out of the smoke and slashed at him with what appeared to be a flame-covered arm. He narrowly evaded the attack with the blade cutting cleanly across the front of his vest. He jumped away and was already making hand seals while in midair, I cannot let her get close or I'll be killed. He then took a deep breath and exhaled a large cloud of smoke at them, Kaiten, Kasumi and Buno. The cloud suddenly covered over the 2 Chunin and Yujito's eyes, widened as the flames on her suddenly exploded and tried to consume her. Shinra Tensei, the whisper was soon followed by a sudden blast of gravity. The flames were stuffed out instantly as Naruto caught her as she fell, are you alright? I'll be fine, she winced as she began to heal her now burnt arm. You know I've been trying to figure out how a loser like you, someone with absolutely no talent whatsoever can have that taijutsu. Sadly no matter what I tried I couldn't seem to get any information on you from Konoha or anywhere else. It was like you didn't exist, like you weren't even born, and yet you were born. All I managed to find was a name. Uzumaki Kushina, Kabuto watched as both Tsunade and Jiraiya tensed at the name. So you know the name's Jiraiya, Tsunade. I wonder why you haven't told the brat that he's the heir to the Whirlpool country's throne. That got wide eyes from Naruto, Yujito and Shizune. What are you talking about traitor, Naruto growled as his eyes flashed red for an instant. Uzumaki Kushina was the last queen of the Whirlpool country, when she was pregnant with you, she came to Konoha since it had the best doctors in all of the nations. When she was gone however her country came under attack from Kyuubi no Kitsune and the entire place was leveled. She apparently died in childbirth when Kyuubi attacked Konoha and you were used as a living weapon to stop a demon, the Odo Jonin explained. Living weapon. When Yondaime chose him as his successor, Jiraiya smirked as he spoke, catching everyone off guard. Namikaze Minato was a man of honor, he wouldn't grab a random child to stop the Kyuubi. He chose Naruto to surpass him in every shape and form. Plain and simple. As for Kushina-chan well haha she also had the Rinnegan so of course he got it from her. Everyone but Tsunade was alarmed at the last piece of information. You knew? Naruto asked him over his shoulder. That you were her kid? Yeah, it was pretty obvious since your personality is almost identical to hers, the Gama Sennin stated. Though I didn't know you were royalty until Tsunade told me, he added. How would she know? Naruto asked, turning his gaze towards the blonde woman. I'll explain later, Tsunade told him as she struggled to stand. Right, Naruto nodded and turned back towards the 2 Odo nins. Enough of this farce, Kabuto, Orochimaru smirked as the sleeve on his arm was rolled up to reveal what looked like a summoning seal. Oh shit, Jiraiya growled out after he bit his thumb and started foaming hand seals, just as Kabuto did the same. No, the 2 called out followed by 2 large columns of smoke. When the smoke cleared Orochimaru had summoned 2 snakes, while Jiraiya summoned only a small toad. Gamakichi. Yo, the small toad waved. Damn it my chakra must be royally screwed up right now Jiraiya thought with a grimace. Orochimaru chuckled at the sight, there's still no cure for stupidity Jiraiya. Even for an idiot like you, that's pathetic. Tsunade must have done something to you, pathetic as always. Go fuck yourself pedophile, I know you've got the whole evil bad guy theme going for you, but you are seriously starting to piss me off, Yujito shot back at him. Fukikuku little girl you have no idea who you are messing with, the Hibi Sennin chuckled at her obvious attempt to rile him up. And neither do you, she growled back. No Naruto called out, surprising everyone as the ground below him erupted in smoke. That took every scrap of Kyuubi's chakra I could muster, thanks for buying me the time Yujito he thought as a large battle toad wielding a large shield and staff blade now stood between the 2 forces with him. Yujito and Jiraiya standing on its head. Nice job Naruto, Jiraiya sighed in relief and looked down towards the toad's eyes. Gamakin, it's good to see you again, the Gama Sennin stated. I wish I could say the same Jiraiya. What am I doing here exactly? Gamakin asked, slightly nervous. We need you to fight those snakes while we handle the shinobi, Jiraiya explained. Gamakin nodded in understanding, alright I'll do my best. Leave Orochimaru to me, Shizune you stick with Tsunade and keep her safe. Naruto and Yujito will handle 4 Eyes over there, Jiraiya gave out the orders. But Jiraiya-sama with your chakra Shizune began. Even in my weakened state I am the best choice to face him right now, besides his arms are useless so I should be fine, Jiraiya interrupted. Here they come, Naruto said when he saw the 2 snakes barreling at them. Any time now Naruto, Yujito said. Shinra Tensei, the two summoned snakes were instantly repelled away from them by an unseen blast of pure gravity. Jiraiya jumped off immediately towards Orochimaru, who had already lunged to intercept him. Kabuto came at the two Chunin as they touched down on solid ground once again. Gamaken went off to deal with the two snakes as Kabuto got within range of the two. Page Bunshin no Jutsu, 5 clones instantly lunged to strike at him. He effortlessly destroyed them. However, clones are useless here, Naruto-kun. Do you want to run away? You should know when to call it quits and save yourself. You talk too much. Naruto shouted back as his clones were slaughtered. The girl. Kabuto turned swiftly, knowing that the Kumo-nin was the greater threat, and prepared to dodge that he had seen before and was expecting. Raikyu. He was shocked, literally, when a ball of pure lightning slammed into his chest and blew him back into a nearby tree. Shinra Tensei, there was an audible crack as the tree gave way under the violent force of nature, and Kabuto's bloodied body fell to the ground. Did we get him? Yujito asked as Naruto fell back to her side. Just then Kabuto stood up seemingly unharmed. No, he appeared to be healing at an accelerated rate. Does that answer your question? Naruto shot back as he stared at the Oto Jonin. A well-thought-out plan and trick, but nothing more than that. You can't defeat Naruto-kun, just like you can't defeat Sasuke-kun. We will always be stronger than you, Kabuto said with a smirk. I'm going to kill you, traitor, nice and slow, Naruto said with a glare. Naruto? Yujito thought as she shot him what would count as a worried glance. He wasn't acting like his normal self since the battle had started. He was talking like he was actually fighting to kill his opponents, and truthfully she believed he would do it too. Let's see about that, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said as a challenge as he pulled out a pair of scrolls. Fuin. Kai, instantly the scrolls went up in smoke and 27 dead people were littered out on the ground. Say hello to the dead for me, Naruto-kun, Shiken no Jutsu, as the group of dead bodies rose to their feet and turned towards the two Chunin. We could be in trouble here, Yujito growled as she took a step back. You monster. How dare you desecrate people's bodies like this? It is all in the pursuit of science, little girl, surely you must understand that, Kabuto waved off the comment and took a step back. Kill them, he ordered. The army of 27 people shot forward towards the group at speeds that were inhuman. Just as they were about to get within range, Naruto looked down at the ground with his eyes closed. Damn it, we can't escape, Yujito gritted her teeth as her arm was ignited in fire once again. Naruto suddenly brought his hands up in front of him as the group were mere feet away now. Two simple words whispered as the group were blown back at Kabuto's feet with enough force to send dust upwards. Shinra Tensei. A moment later Naruto collapsed forward and Yujito was forced to catch him. Hey idiot, are you alright? I'll be fine, he said with a grunt. I think I overdid it a little with the control there, but I had no choice, he explained. Hey, it's alright, it was reckless, but it's alright, she reassured him and helped him stand again. Do you think you can get him to stand still for me? I want to try something, he asked her. She nodded unsure, yeah, but it won't last very long. This guy seems to know a lot about the human body and could probably find a way around my attack in a matter of seconds. Do it, he told her. Alright, but whatever you're planning better be good or we're both dead, she said and made a hand seal. Rai Bunshin no Jutsu, almost instantly 7 lightning clones appeared at her side and charged forward with her. Shadow clones aren't going to work here, Kabuto thought with a grin and made to destroy them like he did to Naruto's clones. Chakura no Mesu, he said as his hands were engulfed in blue chakra. He cut straight through the clones but was surprised when they produced electricity and delivered a massive shock to his nervous system. Damn it, I can't move. Alright Naruto, you're up. Yujito called out as she jumped out of the way. Hey Abachan, Naruto said over his shoulder, getting the woman's attention. Get ready to pay up on your bet. His hand settled into a familiar seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a single clone popped into existence beside him as he held out his hand towards the unmoving Kabuto. Bansho Tenin, the Oto Nin, was surprised when he suddenly felt himself being pulled towards Naruto instead of away from him. I can't move. Kabuto thought in fright as he approached. There was a distinct whiz as air seemed to spin in Naruto's hand. It was chakra actually. Completely chakra and nothing else. When he was within range, Naruto thrust out with a small ball of spinning chakra and slammed it dead center in Kabuto's midsection. He howled in pain from the impact before being blown back, spinning violently. He slammed into the nearby boulder with a monstrous explosion of power before it shattered under the strain. Rinnegan, Naruto whispered its name as he took a step back to take a look at his handiwork. Why, you did it, Tsunade stuttered in shock. You actually managed to master the Rinnegan in only 1 week, she couldn't believe it. You used a shadow clone to fuse the chakra into it and spin it while you yourself contained it, Yujito said with a wide grin. Well, you did say if you want to look left and right at the same time, then clones are the best way, he shot back with a grin of his own. After making sure Kabuto was down, he promptly turned and walked over to Tsunade. I believe this belongs to me now. He took the necklace from her and put it on. This feels strange. Why you actually? Heh, I'm still lousy at betting, Tsunade chuckled as her body stopped shaking from the blood. Tsunade-sama, why your phobia, Shizune stuttered. I know Shizune, the Katsai Sennin replied, stood at her feet. So you've overcome it, have you? Kukukuku, I don't think I care much for facing two of the Sannin today, maybe next time, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Orochimaru dropped down beside his wounded subordinate and said, we're leaving. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto managed to say before the two vanished into the ground. They're gone, Jiraiya sighed in relief as the two snakes disappeared a moment later. And I lost another bet, Tsunade chuckled. Well, you were always a bad gambler, the Gamma Sennin responded as he approached them. Thanks for the help, Gamakin, he said to the large toad. Any time, the battle toad said before disappearing in a column of smoke. We'll stop in town for tonight and set out for Konoha tomorrow, Jiraiya sighed from exhaustion. Explanation, a good one, now, Naruto demanded with a glare. His Rinnegan bored 2 holes into the 2 Sannin in front of him. You said you would explain about this Uzumaki Kushina, so tell me now. Jiraiya looked over at Tsunade wondering how he was going to explain this. Well, you see. Deciding it would be better if she explained, Tsunade cut in, you already know that Kushina was your mother. She was a part of the Uzumaki clan who were the main clan of the Whirlpool country, and her family line in particular was the royal family of the entire country. What do you mean by Uzumaki clan? There's no such thing, I think I would have heard of it if there were one, Naruto asked, not believing it. That's it. Because the entire country was destroyed and the rest of the clan was wiped out by Kyuubi no Kitsune before it attacked Konoha, Jiraiya decided to answer that question. Kyuubi? Are you telling me that a demon killed my entire family? Naruto asked, not sure what else to say. Jiraiya nodded at that, only your mother remained and she died in childbirth the day Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Naruto sat down on the nearby bed when he heard that. What about my father? He died in the fight against the Kyuubi that day, Jiraiya answered, telling half the truth. Why do I have the Rinnegan? You said my mother had it, so. What am I meant to think exactly? Naruto asked, trying to remain calm. I should probably start from the beginning, Tsunade began. Many years ago during an age of turmoil a single man discovered the energy we know as chakra. I don't know his name, however I do know what he was called. He was called the Rinnegan Sennin, and he also wielded the Rinnegan. In fact, he was the first to have it. Hiro Sennin already told me this when I first awakened it, so what? Naruto asked, getting annoyed at the little story. The Rinnegan Sennin had 2 sons, Tsunade said after a moment, surprising Naruto, Yujito and Shizune. What? Yujito asked, surprised. She'd been told about the story many years ago and knew it in detail, it never mentioned children. He had 2 sons, he also chose one of them to be his successor before he died, Tsunade continued. The elder brother was gifted with the sage's eyes and became known as Uchiha Tobi. He was the originator of the Uchiha bloodline and thought peace was best achieved with the use of force, she explained. Naruto's eyes widened, Sasuke is related to the Rinnegan Sennin. All Uchiha are, Tsunade said darkly. Same as the Senju, she added. You? Yujito asked, confused. The younger brother was gifted with the sage's marvelous chakra and became known as Senju Naruto. He was my ancestor and the man who created the Senju clan, the blonde Sannin explained. Naruto? As in my name? Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded at that and repeated what she told Jiraiya previously. Unlike his elder brother, he thought peace could be achieved through never giving up and always looking towards the future. On his deathbed the Rinnegan Sennin chose him as his successor over his brother just before he died. In doing so Uchiha Tobi attacked his little brother out of jealousy and anger. This sparked the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans all the way through to the founding of Konoha. That still doesn't explain why I have the Rinnegan, Naruto commented. He's right, although I do find it freaky that he has the same name as a son of the Rinnegan Sennin. He's an Uzumaki, not a Senju or an Uchiha, Yujito said, trying to clear things up. That's where it gets complicated. You see, during the clan wars before the shinobi villages were founded, a section of the Senju clan broke off from the main group and wanted to leave in search of a place to call home. They settled on a remote island just off of water country they called Whirlpool Country, Tsunade continued. The leader of the group was a man named Senju Arashi, or Uzumaki Arashi as he later started calling himself, and he founded the Uzumaki clan with the others of the group. The Rinnegan began appearing in their family, and Arashi's family became the royal family of Whirlpool Country. Most of the clan only activated a Rinnegan once every 5 generations, but Arashi's family. The Rinnegan awoke in every generation, and it was always the first child who awoke it that became the heir to the throne. Naruto took a moment to let all of the information sink in, so then. Since I'm an only child. You're the heir to the throne, Tsunade finished with a nod. So what now then? Yujito asked after a moment of silence. Jiraiya sighed and stood up, we should head back to Konoha now, so Tsunade can assume the Hokage's position. When did I say I was going to do that? Tsunade asked with a small smirk. Everyone looked at her with confusion. What do you mean, Tsunade? You made a bet with the kid, remember? You lost so you have to become Hokage, Jiraiya said sternly. Actually I only agreed to return to Konoha. I never agreed to become Hokage, Tsunade told him, surprising the group. But if you don't then who will? I sure as hell am not going to take the job, Jiraiya stated. I might have an idea, Tsunade shot him a grin. Higher country. Konoha, Hokage Tower. Things had changed in the village since the Sun II attack a month ago, an Anbu captain named Tenzo practically took command of the entire shinobi force as a temporary leader with Hada Kakashi in a hospital bed from his battle with Uchiha Itachi, who had managed to enter the village without anyone noticing. When Senju Tsunade had returned, much to the surprise of everyone in Konoha, and healed Kakashi, he was given command back. The elders were shocked to say the least when they discovered that both Jiraiya and Tsunade spoke to the daimyo himself. Practically going behind their backs and got the daimyo and the council to make Kakashi the goddamn Hokage, saying he was the best man for the job right now. That leads us to the current situation. This is torture, Kakashi grumbled from behind the Hokage's desk as he scanned over the many sheets of paper on the table. Why did I accept this job again? He asked with a groan. Because Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama said you were the best choice, his new assistant. Shizune answered as she brought in another stack of papers. I'm not sure if I should be insulted by the fact that they both turned it down or flattered that they have so much faith in me, the masked Hokage sighed and leaned back. How did you survive this torture, Minato-sensei? He asked in thought as his eyes settled on the vast amount of paperwork. Knock knock. Come in, he called and sat up. The door opened and his former students entered. You're late. We got lost on the road of life, Naruto shot back with a grin. The blonde Chunin had changed his attire some after he had returned to Konoha. He still wore a jumpsuit, but this one was covered in more black than orange and suited him a lot better than his previous clothes, think his jumpsuit from part 2. His teammates had been surprised to see him wearing it, and when they asked he said his last one was practically worn out from his last mission. Cute, really cute, Kakashi sighed and waved them over. He looked over at Shizune and asked, can you wait outside for a moment? This won't take long. She nodded and left a moment later. He turned back to the three and spoke, I assume you know why you're here. Sakura looked a little nervous as she spoke up, Not really, sensei. Kakashi sighed before continuing, as you know I am the goddamn Hokage. As such I am no longer your sensei, so the team is being changed around a bit. Are we getting another Jonin sensei? Sakura asked, feeling her nervousness grow. Kakashi shook his head, not exactly. He continued after a short pause, between the attack last month and the need for Jonin to be stationed either here or at the border. I simply don't have anyone to spare right now. So what then? Naruto asked. Knock knock. Come in, Kakashi called and the door opened. Vegito entered a moment later catching everyone's attention. Sakura looked at her nervously as she silently wondered what a Kumonin was doing in Konoha. Sasuke sent her a curious if a little annoyed look. Naruto on the other hand. Well, his eyes were narrowed and she could have sworn she saw his Rinnegan activate for a second. Naruto, she introduced herself. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama? She asked respectfully. Yes I did, Kakashi said with one of his eye smiles. I have been told by Jiraiya-sama that you are the ambassador from Kumo, correct? He asked. Vegito nodded at that, paying no heed to the reactions of the two genin in the room. That is correct. Because you are a shinobi, a messenger from the Raikage requested that you be part of a joint village team, Kakashi continued. With Suna now an ally again, they have done the same with a young girl called Tamari. I've assigned her to one of the other genin teams, he concluded. Where am I being assigned to? Kumo Chunin asked. Team Kakashi led by Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage, started surprising the group. Sasuke's fists instantly clenched as his face remained in its neutral state, even though he could feel a dull ache coming from the back of his neck. But Kakashi-sensei, Naruto Baka is Sakura began. The Konoha Chunin is your superior, Sakura, Kakashi cut her off. Like I said, I have no one else to spare, and besides Shikamaru is doing the same with Tamari since Asuma is on the front lines right now, he finished. Who has command? Both Naruto and I have the same rank, Yujito asked as she took note that Naruto had gone unusually quiet. Since it is a Konoha team, Naruto has tactical command, but you are second in command. Like I said, Shikamaru is doing the same with Tamari, they were both promoted to Chunin, but he has tactical command, Kakashi explained. After a moment of silence he sighed, if there are no questions I have a mission for you. What is it? Naruto asked to speak for the first time since Yujito entered the room. It's an A-rank escort mission to Snow Country, Kakashi stated, surprising the four. We're spread pretty thin, so I'm assigning you to take care of this, he said as he handed them a sheet of paper, along with what appeared to be a photo. Her name is Fujika's Yuki, she's an actress and a good one. She plays the lead character in the Princess Gale movies, you might want to see it before taking the mission. We'll get right on that, Naruto said. Is there anything else? His voice didn't seem to hold any of the childishness from the last time Kakashi saw him. The Hokage just shook his head, that's everything, good luck and dismissed. The four nins bowed and Kakashi watched as they exited the room, you've changed Naruto. Once outside Sasuke immediately turned to Naruto, dope. Just to get things straight I don't care what Kakashi says you are not the T-Dot. Naruto rounded on him, grabbed his collar and slammed him up against the wall. I don't care team, you don't like me and I sure as hell don't like you, but while we're on this mission you will do everything I say. If you don't follow my orders I will consider you a traitor and believe me when I say you don't want that. Naruto you can't talk to Sasuke-kun like th Sakura raged. Sakura, shut up. You're annoying, Naruto shot back causing her eyes to wide from the memory of someone else saying those exact same words. Naruto turned his attention back to Sasuke and said simply, follow my orders and we won't have a problem. It's as simple as that, he let go allowing Sasuke to regain his footing. Sasuke grunted but said nothing else. Naruto turned away and started walking, let's go see this movie that sensei was talking about. At the very least we'll know what this actress looks like. What about her? Sakura asked Kumo to walk with them. I have a name you know, she said annoyed. I worked with her on my last mission, I know what she can do, Naruto said not even looking back as Yujiro made to follow him. I don't like this, Sakura muttered as she followed soon after. That was the best film I've ever seen, Yujiro said as the four made their way out of the movie theater. A brave and strong heroine faces impossible odds as evil tries to stop her from continuing her glorious quest, a cat-like grin made it onto her face. You were watching her? I preferred to keep my eyes on that handsome Michi who played Sukakuro. I wish I could just watch him all day long. Sakura said before she realized what she was saying and turned to Sasuke. Of course he doesn't compare to you Sasuke-kun, she said trying to cover it up. You really need to sort out your priorities Pinky, Yujiro said giving her an annoyed look. Sakura sent her a glare in return, shut it Cloud Girl. Make me, Yujiro grinned back as her eyes flashed purple for a second. Alright settle down you two, Naruto said, stopping them from continuing any further. Then the strangest thing happened. Well a few actually. The first was someone who looked a lot like the woman they were assigned to protect and jumped past them riding a horse. About 20 samurai followed her, also on horses, and seemed to be chasing her through the streets. Was that Princess Gale who just rose by? Sakura asked in a stutter. No, that was the actress that plays her. She's being chased right? Yujiro asked, pointing down the street the woman and the samurai had rode down. Yeah she is. Let's go, Naruto said, and the four took to the roofs to catch them. They quickly caught up with the horses that were galloping through the village, disabling them. Don't kill them unless you actually consider them a threat. Got it, Yujiro and Sakura said at the same time while Sasuke just gave it. Once the horses reached an open area the team dropped in front of them, surprising the riders. The only unmasked rider called out in surprise, who are you? We're the good guys, Naruto waved back and suddenly shot forward with the rest of the team. Let's just say it didn't take long to restrain the collection of samurai. What are you doing? The leader asked as he was tied up. We're supposed to protect Fujika's Yuki, you know the woman you were chasing just a second ago. Since you were chasing her that makes you the bad guys, Naruto answered. Yuki but we're with the film crew. I'm her manager, she ran away from the shoot so we went after her. My name is Asama Sandayu, the leader stated. Sasuke? Naruto asked over his shoulder. He's not lying, the Uchiha replied with his Sharingan activated. Right, Naruto said and clicked his fingers releasing the ropes that bound the samurai. How about you explain to us exactly what is going on? He asked. There. What about Yuki? Sandayu asked. She's probably long gone from here by now, we'll find her later, Naruto said, sending a knowing glance at Yujiro who nodded back. Of course, right this way, Sandayu gestured down the street. The next Princess Gale movie is the first one we're shooting abroad. And I don't need to tell you all about our leading actress, the assistant director sighed. I am sorry, Sandayu apologized knowing why she had run away. I have to say these ninja you hired Sandayu are really something else. They took down those stuntmen turned bodyguards we hired like they were nothing, and those are some pretty big guys, said director Makino. Thanks. I think Yujiro was unsure if she should take it as a compliment or an insult. Anyway we're planning on filming the movie's big climatic ending in Snow Country, so that's why we're going there. He recommended it since according to him the rainbow glacier in Snow Country is said to turn into 7 different colors during the spring, the assistant director explained. That's nothing but a legend, Yujiro shook her head at that. There is no spring in Snow Country, the entire place is locked in a permanent winter, she continued. Why does Yuki keep running away? Naruto asked, thinking he was missing something valuable. We don't know, she just started when she found out we were going to Snow Country, Makino explained. Naruto remained silent for a moment before he turned to his team, let's go get her. The sooner we find her the sooner we can finish this mission. Yujito. She's in a bar on the other side of town, the Kumonin answered. How do you know? Sakura asked, shooting her a confused look. I'm a sensory type, I can sense specific chakra signatures over large distances, Yujito explained a little annoyed. Let's go then, Naruto said, and they were off. Are you sure this is the place? Naruto asked as the team arrived with Sandae right behind them. Yujito nodded, she's definitely inside. Alright, I'll go in first, try and talk to her. If that doesn't work well. I'll just let you handle it, Yujito, he said to her, and she nodded in understanding. Good luck, Yujito said as he entered the establishment. He found Yuki sitting at the darkened counter and approached her carefully. Excuse me, he said as he narrowly passed a man wearing a hat which covered his eyes, putting himself between the actress and the man. The man just kept walking as Naruto turned to the actress sitting at the bar, Fujika's Yuki, I presume. Who wants to know? She asked, sending him a sideways glance. Uzumaki Naruto, the Chunin answered simply. You're a little too young for me, kid, she told him, trying to get a rise out of him. It didn't work, old enough to kill, old enough to screw around. He turned his attention downwards to her neck and something caught his attention. Quit staring at the pervert, she shot at him. Naruto just ignored it, however. That necklace you have. She froze at the mention of it. What is this feeling? It's like the feeling I got from Shadame's necklace, but it's different. It's nothing, Yuki said, turning away. Naruto shook it off. Who are you really? She looked at him for a moment before she answered, I'm nothing but a lie. Nothing but words on paper that are expected to be alive. What about you? Who are you really? I don't know anymore. Or perhaps I never did, he answered truthfully. Yuki chuckled darkly, then you should just go home. You're right, Naruto said and turned back towards the door. You're broken, nothing but a shell for a lie, he said as he passed her towards the exit. She shuddered slightly as he passed her, that boy. He's just like him, she thought, remembering the man who had saved her 10 years ago. Well, how did it go? Sakura asked once he was outside. Not as well as I'd hoped. Yujito got it, he said, and the Kumonin nodded. She entered the bar a moment later with the others close behind. We should make this fast. Raikyu, Yujito whispered and sent a small ball of lightning at the actress, causing her to instantly freeze up and fall into unconsciousness. I only used enough chakra to disable her, there's no permanent damage of any kind. Good, Sasuke helped me with her, Naruto said as he threw her arm over his shoulder, and the Uchiha reluctantly got the other arm. Naruto turned to the manager and asked, where to now? Snow Country. Unknown location. She has the Hex Crystal, there is a question that she is Kazuhana Koyuki, your niece, the leader of the Yuki Nin stated as he bowed on one knee. The Snow Daimyo is merely chuckling, interesting. She's not alone, however, my spy says she is being guarded by Team Kakashi, the leader. Kakashi? As in the Hada Kakashi? The female of the group asked with a small smirk. It would appear he has personally trained her escort, though he does not appear to be a member of the team, the leader replied with a nod. I heard he became the Hokage, the last man mused. Even without Kakashi, the team is extremely dangerous on their own, the leader continued. The leader of the group is Uzumaki Naruto, the holder of Rinnegan. Uzumaki. That's a name I haven't heard in a while, the daimyo said. I thought they all perished at the fall of the Whirlpool country. He's probably that woman's brat, he mused. So the Prince of Whirlpool, huh? Sounds like fun, the female said as a grin spread across her face. His teammates are nothing to joke about either, the heir to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke is on the team as well. Then there's the Raikage's granddaughter who appears to be acting as an ambassador to Konoha now, the leader stated clearly. The Snow Daimyo chuckled at that, in the end it will be a clash of fate. Snow Country. Film Ship Ocean. I know this is a mission, and Hokage-sama picked us for the job, but I really can't stand that woman, Yujito said annoyed. She may be a good actress, but her people skills could use some work. It's not so bad, Yujito, it could always be worse, Naruto shrugged and leaned back on the railing of the ship. Our mission is to protect her, we have to do it even if we don't like it. I don't think guarding a pampered actress will be that difficult, Sasuke said looking over the railing at the seaboard. Naruto just shook his head at that, we thought the same about that old drunk Izuna on our mission to Wave Country. If you remember, we had to fight Mamachi's abuser, the demon of the mist and his apprentice. That was different, Sasuke grunted. Maybe, but I don't think that Sandae guy is telling us everything, Naruto said as he looked over at the way everyone was about to start filming. Everyone be on your guard just in case, something is definitely wrong here, he said as he remembered the feeling he got from the actress's necklace. Snow Country. Iceberg. What the hell is this? Yujiro asked upon seeing the massive cluster of ice and snow, which had created a floating island in the middle of the sea. That is an iceberg, Naruto said simply. Everyone. We're shooting the next scene here. Get ready. The assistant director shouted to the film crew. Okay, scene 36. Cut 22. They started shooting a moment later. It was cut short however when the mountain behind where the villain character exploded, blowing ice down the side and leaving a large hole in the side of it. Is that a part of the movie? Sakura asked nervously. I don't think so, Naruto said as he jumped in front of the film crew or more specifically Yuki. Rinnegan his eyes shifted slightly as he was activated as Yujiro and Sasuke came up at his side flanking Yuki while Sakura hung back. Hey, what are you all doing? The assistant director shouted at them. Everyone get back to the ship. Naruto shouted over his shoulder. On top of the cliff a single figure rose from the ground. It appears you're as good as they say Uzumaki Naruto, he spoke. Who the hell are you? Naruto asked him with narrowed eyes. Natter, it's a pleasure to meet you Prince of Whirlpool, Yuki Nin said with a smirk. Prince? Sakura asked, not understanding. I'll explain later, Naruto said over his shoulder though he didn't take his eyes off of the man. Naruto on the left. Yujiro called out and Naruto turned to spot another Yuki Nin standing on the nearby pillar of ice, though it was a girl this time. Greetings Princess Koyuki, I do hope you're still carrying around the hex crystal, the girl said with a smirk. The entire group were surprised by the declaration and cast a look at the unmoving form of Fujika's Yuki. What does that mean? Yujiro asked about uncertainty. It doesn't matter right now, remember the mission, Naruto said, getting everyone back to attention. One more on the right, Sasuke said upon seeing another Yuki Nin emerge from the ground further down the mountain, though this one was male. Impressive Uchiha, but it's still not good enough, the newcomer said clearly. You take the guy on the right, Sasuke takes the girl and Sakura you cover Yuki or whoever she is, Naruto ordered. Fubuki, Miser, you take care of the princess while I deal with him, Natter said and jumped down with Fubuki following a moment later. Raikyu. Yujiro called out as she jumped clear of the group and threw the lightning ball at the approach Miser, who appeared to be riding a snowboard. Out of my way little girl. Yuki Nin shouted as the ball of lightning seemed to hit an invisible wall just before impact and was nullified. That's. Yujiro thought as she dodged to the side to avoid the incoming attack. Miser slid right past her and turned to face her once more. That's definitely chakra armor, but I've never heard of it being this advanced before. Pain? Hasenka no Jutsu. Sasuke called out as he expelled 7 small blazing fireballs at the pink-haired Yuki Nin. Fubuki dodged most of them, but the ones that hit just seemed to splash along some kind of invisible barrier. What is that? Is that the best you've got? Fubuki chuckled and backflipped away from him while she quickly made several hand seals. Hyoro no Jutsu, she whispered as she touched back down. The ground in front of her expanded in the form of ice towards where Sasuke stood. I'm going to freeze your balls off kid. Sasuke grimaced and jumped away only to be caught by the ice. His body suddenly changed into a fire lamp with an explosive tag connected to it. The tag exploded sending ice shards scattering across the battlefield. Sasuke suddenly emerged from the ground below Fubuki and she turned to face him only for her eyes to wide upon seeing his attack. Chidori. The Uchiha called out as he struck with a technique only for that damn barrier she had to hold it back. She knocked him away and took to the skies on a pair of robotic wings. I fractured her armor, but nothing short of another Chidori is going to be enough to break through it. Shinra Tensei, the top of the mountain, exploded as a result of the sudden massive blast of concentrated gravity. Natter landed on the edge of the main slope and smirked. Naruto stood atop one of the neighboring snow pillars. This guy is as strong as Kabuto, maybe stronger. If you keep that up you're going to bring the whole mountain down on us you know. The Yuki leader smiled knowingly. Eyes. They're using chakra armor. Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu are useless against them as long as they're wearing those things. Yujiro shouted at the rest of the team. We know. Naruto shouted back as Natter made a hand seal. Harumoko. The Yuki leader said with a smirk and suddenly the mountainside came alive as a half-dragon half-tiger formed from the gathered ice. Shinra Tensei, Naruto whispered and the barreling ice beast shattered. He looked up at the where the Yuki leader stood grinning, damn this guy, there's no openings at all. Give up kid, you can't beat me, Natter spoke confidently. In response Naruto raised his hand towards him and whispered 2 simple words. Bansho Tenin. Natter was surprised when he felt his body being pulled towards Naruto, who had already cocked his other fist back. You're an ass. You know that. He yelled as he landed the monstrous punch to the Yuki leader's face. That hurt, Natter growled out as he stood up from the snow again. You're going to pay for that, your majesty. The old Naruto would have most likely kept fighting until one of them fell, but things had changed. Despite feeling the same way as before, Naruto knew that his team were at a serious disadvantage here and it was only a matter of time before they all fell. He made a quick decision without taking his eyes off of the Yuki leader. Sakura. Use every explosive tag you have. Blanket the entire iceberg. Sink it. Naruto shouted over his shoulder, surprising everyone including the assembled Yuki nins. Sakura nodded nervously at that, alright. Are you insane, you'll die too. Natter sneered. Naruto just grinned, we'll see about that bastard. Vizir. Stop the girl. Natter shouted to his teammate. Vizir nodded at the order and slid past Yujito. Oh no you don't, the Kumo Chunin growled as she took off after him. Oh no, Sakura's eyes widened as he approached. Just before he reached her however, Yujito jumped down between the two with her arm now covered in what looked like flames. Kazuki. She called out as she made to slash the Yuki nin and appeared to clash against some kind of barrier. Damn it, I can't hold him forever. Hurry it up, Pinky. Yujito called out over her shoulder. Sakura nodded and opened her cloak revealing dozens of kunai with bags attached to them. She started throwing them up towards the mountain one after the other in quick succession until they were all gone. She then drew a kunai with an explosive tag and threw it at the wide array of bags. Sakura Fubuki no, enjoy, the tag detonated in a magnificent light, followed by the booming sound of an explosion. This was soon followed by the contents of the bags exploding as well, increasing the blast tenfold. The entire iceberg shook as the ice splintered and cracked under the pressure and heat from the blast. Everyone get back to the ship. Naruto shouted as he jumped away from Natter. The rest of Team Kakashi disengaged from their own fights and hurried towards the ship they had come on where the film crew had already fled. Team Snow couldn't catch them in time since they had to worry about escaping the shattering iceberg themselves. Back on the ship Team Kakashi and the film crew watched as the entire iceberg shattered and its remains floated on the ocean surface. The ship had already started moving away from the area as Team Snow watched them leave. I think this mission just got a lot harder. Naruto sighed. The room was dark on board the film ship Yuki. Koyuki slept in bed. Naruto stood next to the window and kept on looking between both her and the necklace she wore which was now on the table beside the bed. The feeling he got from it was cold yet refreshing instead of the Shadame's necklace which felt warm. 2 of 6. Naruto looked around upon hearing the voice but found no one other than him and Koyuki. Tail. Moon. Split. Sage. Necklace. That's not Kyuubi, Naruto thought since he didn't feel any demonic presence. Senju. Ichiha. Legacy. Child of prophecy. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand you, Naruto asked in thought but got no reply. Naruto turned and stared at the necklace for a good 10 more seconds before he made a hand seal and whispered a few choice words. A second later a single shadow clone appeared in the room and transformed into a copy of the necklace. A second later he switched the two and placed Koyuki's necklace in his pocket. Greetings Princess Koyuki, I do hope you're still carrying around the hex crystal. What's so damn important about this crystal? Naruto asked in thought as he remembered Yuki Nin saying those words. There was a knock on the door before it slid open slightly allowing Sandayu to look in. The ship pulled into dock a moment ago, everyone else was waiting in the conference room, he spoke simply. Naruto nodded, yeah you've got some explaining to do. Sandayu nodded and the two walked to the conference room making sure to close the door behind them. Naruto, what did that snow guy mean when he called out Prince? Why would he call you that? Sakura asked though it sounded more like a demand. Yujito shot her an annoyed look, why do you think Pinky? It's because he's the heir to the Whirlpool country's throne and the only child of Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto sighed, it's true. Why didn't you tell us? Sakura asked in surprise and almost hurt. Would you have believed me? I was the dead last of our class Sakura, even if I'd known about it back then no one would have believed me. Besides I only found out recently so it really doesn't matter at the moment, Naruto responded. Sasuke remained quiet as he watched him with narrowed eyes. What I want to know is what's up with Yuki, if that's really her name, Yujito said as she leaned against the wall near the window. Sandae-san. Explanation, a good one, now, Naruto said with a hardened tone which surprised Sakura and Sasuke. The manager calmed himself and sighed, alright. He took a deep breath and began, Fujika's Yuki is only an alias, you're actually guarding Princess Kazuhana Koyuki. The rightful heir to Snow Country's throne, he stated. I'm sorry, what? Naruto snapped. And when the hell were you going to tell us this? I didn't think they would come after her so soon, the manager stammered out. I'm a former resident of Snow Country so I know her, Sandayu continued unable to meet their gaze. Yujito cast a look over at Naruto, she's just like Naruto. I served the princess's father, the former daimyo of Snow Country, Sasetsu-sama. Then 10 years ago Sasetsu-sama's younger brother Dodo hired a group of Yuki nins and started a coup d'etat. The Kazuhana palace was burned to the ground and Sasetsu-sama was killed. I thought the same fate befell the princess, but she was saved by Hada Kakashi, Sandayu explained. Kakashi-sensei saved her? Sakura asked. Sandayu nodded, the day I discovered she was alive I was practically beside myself with joy. She was alive after all those years, we all thought she had perished with her father. I should have died that day, a voice rang out from the door. There leaning against the archway was Yuki. I am alive. But whatever tears I had left all dried up that day. Sandayu wiped the tears from his eyes, and that's how I came to be the manager of Fujika's Yuki. I have bided my time, waiting for the opportunity to return the princess to Snow Country. So you've just been using us all this time? Asked the assistant to his side. I'm terribly sorry for deceiving you all but it was for Snow Country's people, Sandayu said as he stood and moved in front of the Snow Princess. He dropped to his hands and knees, pleading with her, please princess. I beg of you, confront Dodo and assume your place as the leader of our home. Koyuki stared at him impassively, not a chance. I refuse to throw away my life in some fool's dream. But you Highness Sandayu began. You can forget it, I don't care. No matter what happens you can never get rid of Dodo, the princess said with a glare. Why don't you shut your mouth? Naruto growled angrily at her, surprising his team. This man is on his knees, begging whatever self-respect you have left in hopes of accomplishing his greatest dream. Insult him like that again and, mission or not, woman or not, I will beat you into the ground. The room fell deathly silent after that, tensions running high as the two bit back their own sneers. And just who are you to tell me what to do? Koyuki asked, never taking her eyes off the blonde boy. I can be your best friend or your worst enemy, Naruto answered as his Rinnegan activated creating a pressure in the air. It's not like you have a choice, with this Dodo after you now, your only hope is to keep moving. He let that sink in for a few seconds before continuing, like it or not. We're your only hope, deal with it. Koyuki didn't know what to say to that. Yujito spoke up next, normally on a mission like this we'd return to the village, but with Dodo after us we'd be slaughtered before we escaped. Let's just deal with them here, it's nothing we can't handle, Sasuke grunted with his arms crossed. Sasuke-kun is right, we won the last fight, Sakura added in her 2 cents. Naruto nodded reluctantly, no we didn't. They ambushed us, we barely escaped without any serious wounds. They'll be prepared next time. But then again so will we. Uchiha Sasuke walked along the length of the ship, his mind not on the ocean or the ship itself. Instead it was on his team, his second family, he cared for them, for the bonds between them but something was missing. Something that was important. His goal. Why are you still so weak? Is it because you don't have enough hatred? Uchiha Itachi. The man who murdered everyone he cared about, the man who slaughtered his entire clan, the man who was once his brother. He had been on Sasuke's mind since their encounter a month ago, he had thought that Itachi had returned to finish him like he did the rest of the Uchiha clan. Instead he not only ignored Sasuke's presence, his reason for returning was to capture his teammate Naruto. It was ludicrous, it went against everything he stood for. He hated it. The dope was Itachi's target, he didn't even bother taking Sasuke seriously. At first he didn't really pay much attention to the orange-clad idiot, but the Chunin exams. Between now and their time in the academy, it was unnatural progress. At first he thought it was the Rinnegan that was giving him power, but that didn't account for their mission to Wave Country. The Dobe had beaten the guy who had defeated him and was still conscious. He didn't have the Rinnegan back then, so how did he not only survive but win against his opponent? Why was Itachi interested in him to begin with? Just who was Uzumaki Naruto? Judging by the conversation earlier, Naruto was the prince of the Whirlpool country. He'd never heard of it before, it was strange especially considering the blonde's bloodline. Naruto had the Rinnegan so naturally his clan had it also right. Surely if there were a clan of Rinnegan users someone would have noticed right. If there were such a clan then why hadn't he heard anything about them? Questions plagued Sasuke's mind, but he couldn't seem to find any answers. There was also Yujito to consider, he'd never cared much for feelings, physical or otherwise, preferring to retain his seemingly cold appearance. The ambassador from Kumo seemed to embody what he'd always thought Kunoichi were supposed to be like. She was strong, didn't need protecting and was capable of defending herself. Given time she would be a force to be reckoned with, especially considering she was the granddaughter of the current Raikage. Though for some reason which he found frustrating he couldn't seem to copy any of her jutsus with his Sharingan. Oh, I will find out your secrets. Yours and that girl's too, Sasuke thought as he stared out at the sea, completely oblivious to the cold. It's interesting how things had changed since their academy days, Sakura thought as the ship pulled into dock and everyone began to disembark. Back in the academy everything was normal and she knew where everything fit. Sasuke was the cool geniuses who always won, Naruto was the dead last who always asked her out and she always hid. She was the most popular girl in school and wanted to get to know Sasuke better. Things changed when she joined Team 7. Kakashi taught her a very important lesson: look underneath the underneath. In other words, don't take anything at face value. Kakashi had laid out Sasuke like he was an old rug. Naruto had not only mastered the ability to create clones, but also managed to make them solid. When Sasuke was beaten badly by Kakashi, Naruto had come up with a plan in the middle of the test and, though it was useless, managed to surprise the scarecrow-like man. Then the mission to Wave Country. She would never forget it, how Sasuke easily dispatched two Chunin Nukanins like they were nothing. The look on Naruto's face. And his vow, it was unbelievable and yet terrifying at the same time. Then they were attacked by Mamachi Zabuza, the demon of the mist. He was able to catch Kakashi off guard, though that was only because he had to protect his students while fighting. Zabuza had taunted them, scared them beyond all recognition, and just as they were about to run away in fear, Naruto did something that she'd never seen from him before. He didn't give up, he didn't run and didn't back down. He stood his ground and made up a plan which he along with Sasuke managed to implement. The plan surprised Zabuza and freed Kakashi from his prison, who then proceeded to defeat Zabuza. That was the first time she had really seen that Naruto wasn't what he appeared in the academy, and Sasuke wasn't that strong when compared to others. It happened again when Zabuza came back with his apprentice and nearly killed them. She had thought Sasuke was killed, but he was just put in a near-death state. Naruto, on the other hand, had not only defeated the masked nin, but he didn't seem to have a wound on him. She thought Sasuke had won the fight since Naruto wasn't that hurt, but when Sasuke asked her if Naruto defeated the masked nin, she knew that wasn't the case. After they returned home, they were entered into the Chunin exams, and yet again Naruto defied every image she ever associated him with. He beat opponent after opponent, where Sasuke ran out of chakra and energy. Naruto just seemed to go on forever. Then during the final she found out that he had a bloodline, and not just any bloodline, but the same bloodline only the Rinnegan Sennin had. It had been months since the tournament, and if she were honest with herself, she thought that she was the only no-name on the team. Then there was Yujiro. Sakura didn't care much for her. In her opinion, the blonde-haired girl was a cross between Ino and Temari. She was annoying, stuck up, and she was sure the girl wanted her Sasuke-kun. I mean, why else would she have joined Team Kakashi? Surely it had nothing to do with Naruto. Okay, he had improved greatly, but he was still an idiot. Not that it mattered, Sasuke-kun would be all hers. One way or another. Snow country. Mountain range. After everyone had disembarked from the ship, they had all used the small convoy of vehicles they brought with them to continue their journey on solid ground. It took several hours before the convoy reached the other side of the mountain. They had used a small tunnel going through it, which had once been used by the railway, which was once used by the natives. When they stopped to rest, however, things became complicated again. The assistant jumped out of his truck and approached Makino frantically. "Mr. Makino," he shouted as he drew near. "What is it?" Makino asked. "Yuki has vanished again," the assistant replied frantically. "What?" Makino exclaimed. Naruto looked over at Yujiro and said, "Finding her." Yujiro nodded and took off. "No way, I am not going back there," Koyuki thought as she dashed through the frozen forest. Suddenly she tripped and rolled across the ground until she finally came to a stop at the bottom of a hill. Why? Why is this happening? Why do you run away? Koyuki's eyes widened slightly at the voice, but she didn't move. "Senju? Child of prophecy. Are you done?" Koyuki looked up and saw Yujiro standing not too far away. "Come on, everyone's waiting," Kumo Chunin said as she pulled the princess to her feet. "How did you?" Koyuki began as Yujiro suddenly holstered the woman up onto her back. "I'm a sensory type, I had you picked out before you even ran away again," Yujiro explained as she took off with the woman clutching her back. "You can run as far as you like and I'd still be able to track you," the blonde stated. Koyuki remained quiet as they neared the entrance to the tunnel. "Why do you run away from your fate? It can't be just self-preservation, it's got to be something more than that," Yujiro said as she slowed to walking speed. When she didn't answer, she decided to change the subject. "You know, you and Naruto are similar in a lot of ways." Koyuki snorted, "Yeah, right. I'm nothing like your boyfriend, I'm not insane." Yujiro snorted, "He's not my boyfriend, and yes, you are insane. You're insane for making everyone worry, you're insane because you're afraid." "I am not afraid," Koyuki growled out. "I heard about your father, he was a great man who followed his dreams. What does that say about you?" Yujiro said over her shoulder. "I will not allow you to lecture me," Koyuki sneered. The grin slipped onto Yujiro's face. "Then why don't you stop me?" Note: I'm sure some of you have watched the new Star Trek film where I got this line from. It seemed to fit, so I put it in. Koyuki didn't respond, instead she dropped off the smaller girl's back and sent her a glare. "You can never understand, every ounce of happiness I've ever had was taken from me because of this country. I hate it, I didn't want to come back here. I do not fear it, I loathe its very existence." Dodo should have finished the job back then, instead of making me suffer like this, the Snow Princess growled out. Vegito just stared at her. I may not be able to understand you, but Naruto does. You're everything he's not, and yet you're just the same as him. You're standing in someone else's shadow looking for a way to stand on your own. I've seen the way he looks at you, like he's looking into a mirror. He sees you as a reflection of himself, what he could be if he chooses to. I can't stand the sight of you. I don't care, Koyuki said simply. Vegito turned away at that, fine. Stay a heartless monster forever, see if I can. Horn echoed through the tunnel as the frozen railroad tracks at their feet began to thaw until the tracks were usable again. Vegito stopped at the side and looked back towards where the sound originated, but only saw a light. It's a train, Koyuki said in confusion. She hadn't seen one since she was a little girl, the only ones used were in Snow Country, and they had been frozen over after Dodo rose to power. Vegito shot her a surprised look, you've got to be kidding me. The horn echoed again as a large steam-powered train came into view, barreling down the tracks. We should get out of here. Koyuki yelled in surprise. Vegito turned and ran in the opposite direction, I hear you. She ran Koyuki on her back with the train following close behind. Her feet were pumped with chakra to increase her speed, her muscles shifting every time her feet touched the ground. Despite her efforts however the train slowly gained on them, it was then that they saw the end of the tunnel. Vegito didn't stop even as they jumped out of the tunnel and rolled across the snow-covered ground. The train screamed past, but slowed to a stop along the cliff. Koyuki shook her head to get rid of the dizziness clouding her vision and saw that the convoy wasn't there. However, standing atop the platform on the train was her uncle. Dodo. The man who ordered her father's death. She didn't know what to say. It's been a long time. Koyuki, the snow daimyo said into the mic he held with a smirk on his face. Dodo. Fear consumed Koyuki for that single moment. It's been 10 years, come now. Don't be shy, let's get a look at that face, Dodo said with that same damn smirk. Vegito stood up in front of the princess, causing Dodo to narrow his eyes, hey pedophile. It's against the law to hit on your niece, you bastard. Dodo sneered at her, mind your place little girl. Make me, she growled as her eyes flashed purple. Before Dodo could answer her challenge several logs barreled down the hill and slammed into the side of the train, surprising them. They looked up and saw Sandayu standing with an army of samurai, ready to put an end to Dodo once and for all. There you have it man. Princess Koyuki is here to watch over us. With her at our side, victory is ours. Sandayu called out and the samurai cheered. Sandayu. You idiot, what are you doing? Koyuki asked barely above a whisper. Hear me Dodo. We've waited a long time for this day of reckoning to come. Asama Sandayu and 50 loyal warriors stand before you to avenge our beloved ruler Susetsu-sama. You will die here Dodo. Sandayu shouted, raising his weapon into the air. I thought you destroyed the last of the insurgents, Dodo said, annoyed. Natter bowed his head apologetically, I'm sorry. It appears we missed a few, we will deal with them now. Dodo just sneered as he gazed at the group, it didn't matter. Men such as these can't understand anything but complete annihilation. Wipe them out. Attack. Sandayu called out and the group dashed down the hill with their weapons raised. The side of the train opened however to reveal dozens of tubes along the carriage, a nameless Yukinin stood at the controls. He turned the gears and suddenly dozens of kunai shot out from the tubes, creating a wall of flying kunai. The samurai stopped dead in their tracks as their eyes widened at the approaching swarm of death. Shinra Tensei, the ground cracked as the kunai were suddenly hurled to the side like toys. Naruto stood next to Sandayu, his arm raised towards the train, and his eyes glowed with a dull gray. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a large fireball from the side which slammed into the side of the train, causing a section of it to explode in a column of fire. Dodo clutched the rail as the train shuddered from the impact, get us out of here. He barked and the train started moving again. The moment it was on the bridge a bit further down the track Sakura detonated 2 of her explosive notes. The back end of the train collapsed as the bridge under it was consumed in a pair of miniature suns. The front end of the train kept moving however, as it released the damaged sections allowing it to escape. Sasuke and the samurai were about to go after them when Naruto called out, hold it. They want us to go after them, if we're going to face them it will be on our terms, not theirs. Sasuke looked like he was going to argue for a moment but nodded understanding the logic, he didn't like waiting around, but he did understand that it was better to use any advantage you had. Koyuki walked up to Sandayu and asked in a voice befitting a mother, you stubborn fool. What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself and everyone else killed with that little stunt of yours. But Princess Sandayu began. Koyuki interrupted before he could finish, but nothing. A leader is supposed to put aside their personal feelings and do what is right for the people. That stunt you just pulled was selfish beyond measure. Calm down princess, Naruto said, causing her to take a breath. Thank you Naruto-kun, Sandayu nodded his head in gratitude. Don't, I happen to agree with her, Sandayu took a step back at that. What you did was reckless even by my standards, don't let your personal feelings cloud your judgment like that again. Oh the irony of that statement. I'm sorry, Sandayu bowed his head in shame, knowing it was true. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader, cowardice cannot survive, Naruto told him and Koyuki. The princess looked at him for a moment and clutched the necklace she held, maybe. That was? Sakura whispered. Sasuke nodded at her side, the Shodai Hokage. Let's get out of here, we're no good in the open like this, just as Naruto gave the order a large blimp flew up over the mountain. Vizir stood at an opened hatch and fired his grappler, the mechanical hand grabbed Koyuki's torso and retracted. She let out a yelp in surprise as she was suddenly pulled up into Vizir's arms. He tossed her inside as Fubuki bombarded the terrain below with her ice grenades. Everyone had taken cover by then, and soon enough the airship withdrew from the area. Damn it, Naruto growled out as he saw it fly over the mountain. They got us good there, Yujito winced as she healed the scratch left behind from one of the ice bombs. What now? She asked as she quickly healed Sakura's injuries too. Rescue mission, Naruto said simply. I think it's about time we give a little of what we've been taking. And how do we do that? Asked Kumochunin. Naruto just grinned, the best defense is a good offense. Koyuki sat in a rather comfortable seat aboard the airship as it flew over the various mountains in the area. Its destination was the former ground of the Kazuhana Palace. The site of her former home. She was nervous. She was scared. She was absolutely terrified. She was also calm. She had become a natural at hiding her emotions, she was an actress after all. You've grown quite a beautiful Koyuki, Dodo said with a smirk. Tell me. Do you still have the hex crystal? Yes, she responded with a grunt. Dodo chuckled at that, good. It is a prize unlike any other, with it I can finally unlock the treasure of the Kazuhana clan. Koyuki looked up, intrigued and treasured. That necklace is a key to the treasure of the Kazuhana clan. When I took control of the country I found that the clan's resources were almost gone. My brother had to have hidden it somewhere, I've already found the location of it. It is in the Rainbow Glacier, but to unlock it, I need the hex crystal, Dodo explained. With this we will finally be able to increase Snow Country's power and eventually overthrow the 5 great shinobi nations. Even if you succeed it won't change anything, Koyuki said as she took off the necklace she wore and handed it to Dodo. A second after Dodo examined it he snarled angrily, what is this? Do you think I can't recognize a fake? What? B but that's Koyuki's eyes snapped in recognition. Uzumaki Naruto, she whispered in understanding. What? Dodo growled. The brat's just like his mother, an unpredictable prankster. I wouldn't put it past him to pull a switch, Nader said as he stood with his team. We'll go get it now, it shouldn't take long. That won't be necessary, Dodo sneered as he threw Koyuki back down on the couch. He turned to the Yuki Nins and smirked, we have what he wants. He'll come to us just to save the little princess here like a good little hero. Snow Country. Snow Fortress. The place is crawling with guards, Yujito whispered as she sensed the various chakra signatures in the area. They're all Genin level except for 5, 3 are Jonin level, and the last 2 are at the Chunin level, she stated clearly. I thought there were only 3 Yuki Nins in that squad, Sakura commented from the side. Yujito nodded, one of the others was Dodo, but I didn't recognize the last one. What about Koyuki? Where is she? Naruto asked her. Yujito closed her eyes for a moment before replying, she's in one of the underground holding cells. Naruto nodded in understanding, alright this is what we do. Sasuke, you and Sakura set up as many explosive tags in the fortress as you can, while Yujito and I get Koyuki. While we do this I'll have my shadow clones raising as much hell as possible on those genin, just wait for the signal before detonating the tags. And what's the signal? Sakura asked. Naruto just grinned, that would be the prison area going sky high. You know I've never actually read one of those books about a damsel in distress, but I guess you would count as one huh? Koyuki looked up upon hearing the voice. Naruto stood outside of her cell with a fox's grin on his face, hey princess. Did you miss me? Let a genuine smile across her lips for the first time in 10 years. You're late Naruto. Yeah well heroes always show up at the last second, he shot back as he opened the cell door. Her smile faltered for a moment, you swapped the hex crystal didn't you? Naruto nodded and handed her back the purple crystal, yeah. I figured that's what they were really after, especially considering the feeling I was getting from it. Koyuki looked at him confused, feeling. Yeah every time I look at it I feel cold, it's the same as the necklace I've got. Except that one feels warm, the blonde replied. She stared at him for a few more seconds, that can't be. I thought I was the only one who felt anything from this is. Naruto behind you? Yujito called out from down the path. Naruto turned quickly but he wasn't fast enough, a figure had appeared behind him and knocked him away with what appeared to be a sword made of lightning. He bounced off the side of the wall, scattering pieces of the concrete before he finally rolled to a stop a few feet away. He stood to his feet a moment later, being aware of the edge of the pathway overlooking the abyss below. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto growled. The stranger had already grabbed Koyuki before Yujiro could intercept, his blade rested at the princess's neck, ready to slit her throat at a moment's notice. A sudden clapping echoed through the prison area and everyone looked up to see Dodo descending from the lift. "Well done," Dodo said with a smirk as the stranger threw over the hex crystal along with the princess. "Dispose of them while I take care of more important business." Koyuki struggled to break free, but to no avail. He released his cloak, revealing his new chakra armor, and took to the air with his mechanical wings. The stranger smirked as he turned to the Konoha Chunin. "My name is Rakusho Aoi." He turned his head towards Yujiro. "It will be the last name you ever hear. He's from Konoha who stole the Rinnegan, the sword that was wielded by the Rinnegan Hokage. I thought he joined AIM, why is he here?" Yujiro asked as she stood beside Naruto. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Who cares? We have to get Koyuki and the crystal back. It's too cramped here to fight properly," Yujiro told him. Shinra Tensei, the world was engulfed and expanded around them. Aoi was forced to escape as the ceiling, the cells and even the building on top of them collapsed. Problem solved. The snow fortress was riddled with explosions as explosive tags detonated in a fiery blaze. Team Kakashi watched as the fortress soon tore itself apart, killing all inside. A split second later the entire building went up in one big fireball, consuming all it touched. "Yujiro, can you track them?" Naruto asked as the four stopped. She nodded in reply, "They're heading to Rainbow Glacier. There's a problem in getting there though." "What's the problem?" Sasuke grunted. She turned towards him, "The snow team and that was between us and them. There's one Jonin up the mountain, the two Chunin are in the forest, and the other Jonin is just outside the glacier." Naruto thought for a moment before he spoke again, "Alright, this is what we're going to do. We're going to split up. Yujiro, can you take that rain freak?" "Aoi?" "Yes," Yujiro nodded hesitantly. Naruto nodded and turned to the others. "Sasuke. Walk with me for a moment." The two walked a little ways from the girls and said simply, "Do you think you can take on two Chunin by yourself?" Sasuke grunted at that, "It's nothing I can't handle." "Why?" "You and I both know Sakura's no match for a Chunin. If she came with Yujiro or I then we would be slaughtered. The only choice I have is to have you protect her while fighting. Can you do it? Can you protect her while fighting two Chunin?" Naruto asked. Sasuke grunted again, mostly in annoyance, "It shouldn't be a problem." Naruto smiled at that, "Alright then." He spoke louder so everyone could hear, "There is one last thing. When you win, don't come to aid the others. Head straight for Dodo and Koyuki. Until Dodo's plan is stopped and Koyuki is saved, nothing else matters. So you decided to face me, huh? Let's get this over with." Little girl Aoi gave a mock bow. "That's an interesting sword you have," Yujiro said when she saw him activated in a blaze of yellow light. "It's amazing, isn't it? I tricked this stupid genin named Idate into stealing it for me, too bad he escaped before I could kill him." "Oh well, not like it matters," the AIM nin said with a smirk. He leveled the sword at her, "Shall we?" "You know, with a sword that big you'd think you were compensating for something." A cat-like grin stretched across Yujiro's lips. Aoi sneered at that, "I was originally just going to kill you outright, but after that comment. I think I'll enjoy myself first." "I wouldn't count on it," Yujiro growled back. A split second later 7 lightning clones appeared behind Aoi, it all happened in an instant. He twirled the Rinnegan around and with pure lightning manipulation alone, he absorbed the clones. He stopped a moment later and chuckled. "Really now, using lightning against me? When will I have Rinnegan? Surely you had to have realized it is useless to resist, after all no one can stand up to the power of the Rinnegan, to my power." "I just wanted to check, bastard, I needed to make sure of something. That's all," Yujiro shrugged with a small grin. "And what might that be?" he asked, intrigued for a moment. "I wanted to test your reaction time," she said simply and suddenly burst into static electricity. She was a clone. His eyes widened at that thought. Yujiro emerged from the ground a moment later with her arm covered in what looked like pure fire. "Kazuki?" she called out as she slashed at him. Aoi brought his sword to bear and the two clashed between them. Sparks flew off to the side as they broke apart, soon Kazuki. Her other arm was suddenly engulfed in flames and she spun around to catch AIM nin's unprotected side. He parried the attack though and was surprised that she had not keeled over in shock from the electricity running through the sword. The blow came faster and faster, eventually he was brought the sword down to cleave her in half, only this was a mistake. A mistake that cost him. She brought both of her arms up and locked the weapon between her two fire blades. Then in one swift motion, her arms moved like scissors and cut the sword at the handle. Aoi dropped the weapon in shock, this had never happened before. He wasn't able to think properly after that as Yujito cut right through him from back shoulder to thigh. His body melted into nothingness, forever erasing his presence from the world. She sighed in relief and turned towards where the two sections of the Raijin lay on the ground. She only took a moment to catch her bearings and seal the two pieces for future use. Maybe she'd be able to repair it once they returned to Konoha. If they returned to Konoha. For now though she still had a mission to complete. She just hoped everyone else was alright. Snow Country. Snow Mountain. This is such a fitting arena, wouldn't you agree with Uzumaki-san? Nader asked as the two stood across from each other. Naruto just started with his Rinnegan activated, you're in my way. Nader smirked at that, then how about we finish this little dance huh? Fine by me, Naruto said and formed a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a single shadow clone popped into existence beside him. Alright then, the Yuki leader responded and made several quick hand seals. Haimton. Rinnegan no Jutsu. He called out as snow began to barrel down the mountain in the shape of a dozen wolves. Naruto dashed forward, chakra spinning in his hand as the clone moved with him. The clone jumped into the air which was soon followed by Naruto a moment later. Naruto then proceeded to jump off the clone as if he were a platform and in doing so avoided the avalanche-like attack. He fell towards where a surprised Nader stood and swung his attack down upon him. Rasengan. The blonde called out as he connected. Nader backed off a moment later as the attack died down, the device on his shoulder sparked and shattered. He looked at it for a moment and chuckled slightly. Impressive kid, for a child no older than 13 to break chakra armor is unheard of. You should feel honored, Nader said in a mocking voice. And you shouldn't let your guard down, Naruto responded as a clone appeared behind the Yuki leader. What? Nader turned swiftly when he felt the presence, but it was already too late. The clone struck him dead center in the face, knocking him off the cliff and down towards the trees below. Naruto jumped after him a moment later, 3 clones popping into existence with him. The 4 clones grabbed Nader in midair and slammed him into the ground, blowing dust into the air with the impact. Naruto fell on him a second later, his knee firmly planted in the Yuki nin's midsection, causing him to grunt in pain. Shinra Tensei. The blonde called out as gravity increased on Nader's body. The crater formed around him from the and he felt every bone of his body shatter. Naruto then proceeded to punch him repeatedly, again and again and again. Naruto didn't stop however, he raised his hand into the air and immediately a clone started charging his next attack. Rasengan. He called out as he drove the spiraling sphere of destruction down upon his opponent. It was during this time that Nader dissolved into snow, indicating it was a snow clone of the Yuki Bunshin no Jutsu. The shadow clones around the blonde disappeared in clouds of smoke a moment later as Naruto stood. Nader appeared behind him with a kunai. And blood splattered on the unforgiving ground. Snow Country. Forest. Sasuke-kun, they're getting closer. Sakura exclaimed as she dodged yet another snow grenade. I know, he responded calmly. He stopped suddenly and threw a collection of wire strings onto the branch above him. He backflipped away as Mizur's mechanical arm extended and tried to catch him. Sasuke was already ahead of the 2 Yuki Chunin however, a Fuma shuriken unraveled in his hand and he threw it up towards the flying Fubuki. You've got to do better than that to bring us down. Fubuki said as she easily dodged a large shuriken. What the hell? She exclaimed as a second Fuma shuriken appeared bounced off of her chakra armor's shield. Kage shuriken no jutsu, Sasuke whispered as he saw the second shuriken connect. The force of the impact however knocked her off course. Straight into the patch of wire. The moment she touched it, the wire had wrapped around her, trapping her. She broke free a moment later however. It was already too late. Sasuke appeared behind her while in midair and attacked immediately. Shishirenden. He called out as he landed multiple kicks to her stomach, shoulders and legs, before finally finishing it with a downward kick to the midsection. She slammed into the cold snow with a thunderous impact, but Sasuke wasn't done, he plummeted towards her. His hand now engulfed in lightning and ready to deliver the finishing blow. Her armor had already been pushed to its limits after that last attack, chakra armor wasn't really designed to resist jutsu techniques, so it was practically useless against them. Chidori. The echo of 1,000 chirping birds filled the forest as Sasuke struck down Yuki Kunoichi. Mizur shouted as he saw her now lifeless form. He moved to help her, but found that a number of wires had latched onto him, let go of me. No. Sakura shouted back as she held the wires down, stopping him from moving. Sasuke appeared at her side and unleashed his final, Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. The wires suddenly ignited and Mizur was engulfed in flames. The power core on his armor fractured and a moment later it exploded blowing both Sasuke and Sakura away. They stood a moment later after the blast died down, coughing heavily from the amount of ash that was seemingly released during the explosion. What was that? Sakura asked after regaining her footing. Sasuke shook his head, I don't know, but that was definitely not my. Wait, you don't think that their armor is volatile? Snow country. Rainbow glacier. Koyuki gazed out over the beautiful landscape, the shining scenery of the glacier was stunning even at this hour. Dawn was approaching fast, she knew but accepted it all the same. Her eyes drifted to her uncle, a man driven mad by his lust for power and the man who had ordered her father's death. She still hates him. He was family and she could never wish for his death. If you believe in the future then spring is sure to come. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader cowardice cannot survive. I'm at the end of my journey. Father. I don't know if I can believe it. Tears slid down Koyuki's face as she watched Dodo stand before the altar. He slipped the crystal into a small slot located in the very center of it and the entire altar exploded in light. The ice around them illuminated the glacier as she felt the temperature begin to rise. The smirk on Dog's face had turned to outrage as the ice around them began to melt, leaving behind streams of water moving all around the glacier's edge. It's so warm. What is this? Koyuki asked, confused. The heat generator. This is the hidden treasure of the Kazuhana clan, Dodo shouted in outrage. Hey pedophile. I got a bone to pick with you. A voice called out from the other side of the glacier. Koyuki turned quickly and identified the young girl immediately, Yujido. Dodo growled upon recognizing her and made a hand seal. Hyoten. Kakura Mfusetsu. He thrust out his fist and a black dragon made of ice shot out towards the oncoming Kumo Chunin. Yujido saw it coming and used her fire manipulation to literally blast herself out of the way. The dragon impacted the ground behind her, knocking her off her feet, but she regained her balance a moment later. Dodo was already upon her however and swung his fist down to finish her. The ground crumbled under the impact, but she'd already flipped over him and landed between Dodo and Koyuki. Kazuki. She slashed with her signature, but it was blocked by the barrier in his armor. Such a foolish little girl, Dodo sneered and backhanded her across the glacier. Her body hit the altar and he started walking towards her, intent on finishing the job. Damn it, Kazuki is useless against someone like him, Yujido growled in thought as she tried to stand. Any last words? The snow daimyo sneered. Go to hell, Yujido shot back. You first, with that he swung his fist down on her. The sudden Fuma shuriken bounced off of his armor bearer from the side a moment later. Dodo turned swiftly as the sound of 1,000 chirping birds filled the air. Sasuke barreled across the melting ice with his hand covered in lightning. Chidori. He called out as he slammed the Raiten into the man's armor barrier. There was an audible crack as part of the armor's reactor core fractured slightly. A moment later Dodo knocked Sasuke away and slammed him into the nearby frozen boulder. Sasuke slumped to the ground but remained conscious. Sakura appeared by his side. Sasuke-kun. The pink-haired Kunoichi shouted in alarm. Dodo laughed, and with each passing moment Yujido got angrier. This man didn't appear to care about his people at all, he only cared about himself and any power he could get his hands on. She hadn't seen Naruto since they had parted ways, and she didn't know what she would do if he had died. All because of this infernal man. I'll get you. Purple chakra flames erupted from her being and encased her completely in an inferno. It morphed itself into the shape of a human-sized cat with a single swishing tail behind it. An echoing roar escaped Yujido's lips as she disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared in front of a surprised snow daimyo. The slash that was delivered to his chest broke through his chakra barrier and the flames burned 4 large claw marks across his chest plate. He slammed into the side of one of the heat generators and howled in pain from the wounds that had been inflicted on him. "The demon!" He yelled frantically as he tried to move away. Yujido was down on all fours and looked like a lion ready to strike. "Stay away from me." He made several hand seals and held out both of his hands. Himten. Smirked Mfusetsu. 2 black dragons of ice shot out and combined when they approached their target. They formed a pitch-black tornado of wind and ice, which started pulling in everything in the glacier. Eventually Yujido was pulled in and when the wind finally stopped steam filled the air. Nekomata Enden, the wind whispered as a superheated blast of crimson flame streaked at him from the steam-filled area. It impacted his barrier and scattered, melting parts of his armor and the ice he stood on. A moment later the ice collapsed and he dropped into the freezing water below. Dodo grabbed onto the edge of the ice and tried to pull himself up. Yujido stood at the place where the blast originated and the ice below her feet too seemed to shatter, causing her to drop in as well. The fire around her died upon contact with the water and she was forced to grab onto the edge of the hole. Dodo was the first one on his feet and he dashed towards where Yujido stood. She knew she couldn't defend against him this time and her eyes closed when he drew near. "Die demon," he yelled as he went in for the kill. Bansho Tenon, he was pulled back by an invisible force and he suddenly had a searing pain in his back. Rinnegan, he was suddenly shot forward and slammed into a formation of frozen boulders. Don't you dare touch any of them with your filthy hands, Naruto growled as he glared at the snow daimyo. Naruto. Koyuki whispered and gasped at the look on his face. His Rinnegan was blazing, and there were faint traces of red mist drifting off from his body. His clothes were a mess, and he looked like he'd been through a small war. Actually, all things considered, that was probably true. Are you alright, Yujiro? Koyuki? He asked, his eyes not moving from Dodo's form. Yujiro winced as she tried to heal her injuries. I'll be fine. Koyuki nodded, I'm okay. Sasuke? Sakura? How about you two? He asked over his shoulder. Sakura visibly sighed in relief, I'm alright. Naruto. Sasuke thought angrily as he stared at his teammate's back. Good. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a single clone appeared at his side awaiting instructions. You annoying little brat. Dodo shouted angrily as he stood once more. I'll make you regret interfering in my plans, Uzumaki. Hyoten. Kakira Mfusetsu. A black ice dragon was launched at the blonde-haired boy. Naruto didn't even move from where he was standing, he brought one hand up and opened his palm, it's over. This ridiculous little farce is over. Shinra Tensei, the ice dragon shattered and dissipated into nothingness before it even reached him. Not yet, it's not, it won't be over until justice prevails and evil is wiped out. Every good story has got to have a happy ending. What? Dodo shouted in surprise as Naruto brought his hand up again. Koyuki knew she needed to say something, so she shouted it out clear as day, finishes Naruto-kun. Bansho Tenin, Dodo suddenly found himself being pulled towards Naruto again as the blonde held out his free hand towards the clone. A spiraling sphere of chakra was formed a moment later and Naruto thrust forward, Rinnegan. What is that? Why can't I copy it? Where did he learn that? Sasuke thought with overflowing jealousy. Wow, rainbow chakra, Sakura said in wonder as she saw the change into 7 different colors thanks to the heat generators. It's just like in the movie. Come on, come on. Yujiro cheered as she saw the attack connected with Dodo's barrier. There was an audible kaboom as it detonated, sending Dodo spinning back and slamming into the very center of one of the generators. The glass cracked and shattered, and suddenly the area around them had changed from ice and water to grass and streams. Dodo's lifeless body fell to the ground and remained motionless with a pained look forever imprinted on his face. Up on the cliff above, the director looked out over the new scenery and exclaimed, wait a minute. Could it be? We're making this movie 3D. Believe in the future, if you do, then spring will surely come. The image of a younger Koyuki appeared in the middle of the glacier, though everyone could tell it was a recording. What will you do when it comes, Koyuki? A male voice asked. I'm going to become one. A princess, the recorded Koyuki said with a childish smile. Oh, and what sort of princess? The male voice asked. Well, let's see. One who's strong. And kind. And fights for justice. The young girl said cheerfully. Ahahaha, that's some dream, the male voice sounded happy. Did I really say those things? The real Koyuki asked as she stared at the recording. Everyone was watching it, wondering how it would end. Suddenly a man much taller than the young Koyuki appeared with a smile. He was dressed in green robes and was wearing glasses. Well, so long as you believe in your dream and never give up. One day you'll be that fine princess, the recorded Susetsu told her with a smile. He placed a hex crystal around the little girl's neck and looked onward. Can you see her? There's a beautiful princess standing right in front of you now, he said with a smile. By now the real Koyuki had tears trailing down her face as she looked up at her father's face. I have a problem though, there's something else I want to be, the younger Koyuki said over her shoulder. Susetsu looked curiously at her, really? What's that? An actress, she replied with her childish smile. Susetsu chuckled at that, clearly believing she could do it. The real Koyuki started laughing lightly at the irony of what was said, eventually the image dissipated however, and the recording became nothing but memory. Yujiro smiled at that, now that's what I'd call a happy ending. Yeah, it is. Naruto said looking up at where the image had been a moment ago. Suddenly the altar erupted into a series of low chakra shockwaves, causing everyone to snap their attention toward it. What is that? Sakura asked in surprise. How the hell should I know? Yujiro shouted back as the altar exploded in light. Koyuki covered her eyes to avoid looking at the light, what is going on exactly? The hex crystal glowed and shot up into the air above the altar before it moved at an insane speed. Naruto caught it with both hands, but the force behind it was enough to blow him back several feet. Naruto. Yujiro shouted in worry upon seeing him being blown back. I'm fine. He told her and looked down at the crystal. I am the one who will establish peace and order. Did this crystal just talk? He asked in thought as he saw both the crystal in his hands and the one around his neck glow. 2 of 6. Senju. The crystal, it's resonating with the necklace Tsunade-sama gave you, Yujiro said, looking between the two glowing objects. Well, it looks like it belongs to you now, Koyuki said as she saw the necklace stop glowing. Naruto looked over at the Snow Spring Princess. You mean I can keep it? Koyuki nodded, yes. Take good care of it. Thank you. He didn't know why he was thanking her, it just felt like the right thing to say at the time. Yujito clapped her hands together at that moment. Now let's get out of here. I could really use a shower right now. The trip home had been uneventful. They had stayed until Koyuki had been instated as the new spring daimyo, and she agreed to ally with Konoha and the Fire Country as a thank you. On the trip back, Sakura was doing what she normally did and constantly pestered Sasuke. Vegito had been surprisingly quiet after she found out that Koyuki would still remain an actress and would be playing a part in the new Icha Icha movie. Then there's Sasuke. The glare he had been sending at Naruto the entire way home was beginning to get on his nerves. It didn't matter if they liked each other, as long as they could work together. At least that's what Naruto had thought, but something changed during the Battle of the Frozen Glacier, as the locals of Spring Country now called it. Naruto didn't know what had changed exactly, but whatever it was made him very uneasy. This brings us to our current situation. Mission accomplished, Naruto stated clearly as his team stood before the Hokage. Kakashi nodded and looked over the report, impressive if a bit reckless. We had to split up, taking them on as a group would have been suicide, Naruto explained his reasoning. Kakashi waved it off, believe me Naruto. If I were in your shoes I would have made the same call, no matter how reckless it was still the right decision. Thank you sensei, the squad leader nodded. Kakashi sighed, go take a break, all of you. I'm sure there'll be another mission for you tomorrow, so go get some rest. Dismissed. The four nodded and exited the room. They were just about to reach the stairs when a single sentence changed their fates forever. Hey dope, Sasuke spoke up, getting the others' attention. What do you want? Naruto asked over his shoulder. Fight me. Now, Sasuke said with a glare surprising the two female members of the team. What? Sasuke, we just got back from a mission, what the hell are you talking about? Naruto asked, confused. Shut up and fight me, he said, anger dripping in his words. Naruto just stared at him, Sasuke, I can't. I'm a Chunin now, I can't just go around and pick fights with people anymore. And even if I could, I don't have the time to deal with your ego. He turned and started towards the stairs again. Sasuke saw this and grabbed his shoulder to pull him around. Naruto turned swiftly and slammed the dark-haired boy against the wall. What the hell is your problem? You and me, training ground 7. Right now, Sasuke's glare intensified. Sasuke, you're not getting it, I have bigger problems than you now. Orochimaru, Akatsuki. Your brother, at Naruto's words Sasuke's Sharingan activated. I said fight me, the Uchiha sneered. No, Naruto responded by no longer playing around. Are you scared? Sasuke asked with a smirk. I'm not the scaredy cat, the blonde Uzumaki responded. Sasuke grunted as Naruto turned to continue on. He spoke up again however and Naruto stopped dead in his tracks, then if you won't fight me. Perhaps the demon girl here will. Vegito sent him a glare at the name he had called her, that bastard. What's his problem? Taking that back, Naruto turned around and activated his Rinnegan. Make me, Sasuke said, hoping to provoke a reaction. He got one, fine, training ground 7. 20 minutes, be there. 20 minutes later Naruto and Sasuke approached the center of the training field. Word had somehow gotten out that the two were going to fight and most of Konoha's population had arrived to witness the match. On one hand you have the last loyal Uchiha. Sasuke, and on the other hand you had the heir of the Rikiden Sennin. Uzumaki Naruto. Two children who were so similar and yet so different. Two children who were practically royalty. Two children who possessed two different nearly extinct jutsus. Two children who represented fire and hatred. Two children who represented the legacies of the Senju and the Uchiha. Even Kakashi, Tsunade and Jiraiya had gotten word of this and had come to see what was going on. Jiraiya was a little worried but knew what he had to do. Tsunade didn't really care about the match, but she did care about Naruto, so she would stay on hand in case anything happened. Kakashi, however. He was the Hokage. Plain and simple. So you heard too, huh? Jiraiya asked over his shoulder. Kakashi nodded as he walked up to him, yeah, I need to stop this before it gets out of hand. It's already out of hand, the best thing you can do for those kids is to let them sort this out for themselves, Jiraiya said, his head shaking. Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage began. However, Jiraiya cut into Hokage-sama. You need to let them sort this out for themselves. There is no way around it. What's the story between these two anyway? Kakashi sighed, remember how you were with Orochimaru? Jiraiya nodded with a grimace, oh great. It seems we've got quite a crowd, Naruto commented as he cast a glance at the large group watching them. We've even caught sensei's attention, he said as he spotted the Hokage in the group looking like his lazy self. "Chan," was Sasuke's only reply. Naruto turned his gaze towards the Uchiha and chuckled, what's so funny? Naruto shook his head, it's just. I guess I'm happy. After everything that's happened. I'm glad I finally got the chance to pound your ass into the ground. Who are you fooling, loser? Sasuke sneered. Naruto's eyes flashed gray as he replied, I haven't been a loser in a long time, team. Whatever, loser, Sasuke grunted. I bet you only became Chunin because of that demon girl from Kumo. Naruto shifted red for a second, say that again, I dare you. Sasuke sneered at him, what are you going to do if I do? Naruto's grin was terrifying, the same thing Haku did to you when you fought him. Sasuke scowled at the memory of his first defeat, shut up. Naruto smirked at the response, apparently he was enjoying this little mind game. Now that I think about it. With the exception of that guy from the preliminaries, you've never actually won a fight. Why are you so weak? Is it because you don't have enough hatred? That did it. Sasuke's anger consumed him as he dashed forward, intent on tearing the blonde apart. Naruto saw him coming and reacted by blocking the fist that was aimed at his face. He recognized the move as one of Rock Lee's taijutsu attacks. In fact, if it wasn't for his quick reflexes, he would have been taken out with the first strike by that attack. Naruto slid away and formed a hand seal, so you're using fuzzy brows taijutsu and speed, huh? Alright then, how about I even the odds a little? Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, instantly dozens of physical clones appeared around the Uchiha. Sasuke looked around only to see an ocean of orange and black, as the clones attacked he was forced onto the defensive. One clone, then 2, 3, 4, 5, they just kept coming. They were keeping him pinned and he knew it, it was then he switched tactics. He jumped high into the air above the training ground, his hands already in a seal. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke called out as he expelled a large ball of fire towards the large number of clones. They were consumed in the fiery blaze a moment later, HN pathetic. Shinra Tensei, the flames were snuffed out instantly. Naruto stood in the center unharmed with his Rinnegan activated, you didn't think it would be that easy, did you? Sasuke grunted as he touched back down on solid ground, fighting a serious loser. Even you can't be this pathetic. Do you want me to fight seriously? Fine, Naruto brought his open palm up towards the Uchiha. Bansho Tenin, Sasuke was surprised when he felt his body being pulled towards Naruto. What is this? Is this one of his Rinnegan's jutsus? Sasuke asked as he drew near. The kunai appeared in Naruto's hand a moment later, and just as Sasuke was within range struck out. The blade cut the Uchiha's shoulder, nothing fatal, just enough to provide a demonstration that the match would have been over if Naruto had aimed for the head. Sasuke hit the ground with a loud slam where he rolled to a stop. He was on his feet a moment later, however, and looked over at where Naruto was. The blonde was walking away, as if there was no reason to stay. Hey dope, where are you going? Sasuke asked in anger. Naruto looked over his shoulder as he walked, you're done. If I had aimed for your head or anything else vital, you would be a corpse right now. You. Sasuke glared at him full force. He would not be humiliated like this. His hands were already forming hand seals. Oh no, Kakashi's eyes widened in recognition. Isn't that? Tsunade watched with growing worry as blue lightning seemed to encase the Uchiha's right hand. I have to stop this now, the Hokage said, and made to stop the match. Jiraiya stopped him, however, there was no need. Kakashi turned to look at him, you're kidding, right? Those are my students out there, that Sasuke is using is designed to kill whoever it's aimed at. I can't let this go on any further than it already has. Naruto can handle himself, Jiraiya said simply. Unlike you, Hokage-sama, I actually trained the boy, he won't be taken down so easily. It was then that Kakashi remembered what Naruto had told him back during the Chunin exam. Flashback no jutsu begin. It's funny because even with that news of his, he won't win, Naruto said with an almost darkened chuckle. Why is it that you believe that? The copy nin asked as his eyes narrowed. Naruto shot him with a small smirk, because he's fighting a demon container. We're not easily beaten by things like that. Flashback no end. Naruto. What you said back then, you weren't just referring to Gaara. You were referring to yourself as well. You knew you'd face Sasuke eventually, Kakashi realized in surprise. Be careful, you idiot, Yujito thought as she watched the fight continue. Sasuke-kun. Naruto Sakura knew she couldn't stop it. And that just made it worse. Chidori. Sasuke's voice echoed through the training ground as he shot forward. Naruto knew it was coming and he didn't have much time. Still, he couldn't believe it had come to this. He knew what he had to do. He turned quickly and created a shadow clone at his side. Is this everything we've ever meant to you? Naruto's voice bellowed as Sasuke drew near. The clone finished charging and he swung his hand out, Rasengan. The world was consumed in light. Everyone watched in amazement as the two clashed with their most powerful techniques, sending wind and sparks in every direction, before finally the area where they stood exploded. The two Konoha ninja were blown away from each, Sasuke crashing into one of the many trees, while Naruto slammed hard into one of the 3 wooden posts in the area. They're really trying to kill each other, Yujito said upon seeing how the fight was going. She didn't know what she was feeling, was it anxiety? Or was it fear? She didn't know. We have to stop this, Sakura said in horror at the way the two were fighting. Yujito shook her head, it's too late to be stopped now. This is bad, Tsunade commented. Kakashi didn't know what to do in this situation, on one hand they were shinobi of Konoha and so would fall under his jurisdiction. On the other hand however his students fully intended to smash each other into pieces. He couldn't stop them now. It's only going to get worse, Jiraiya stated. What the hell was that he just used? Sasuke thought angrily as he stood up again. Close combat would be bad if he can use that of his, I can only do Chidori one more time safely. Better stick to long range, the Uchiha readied some wire for his next attack. You're really trying to kill me. Aren't you, Sasuke? Naruto asked as he too stood up. Sasuke didn't answer, instead preferring to dash to the side and into the trees where he could possibly stay out of sight. Naruto looked over the area where he disappeared with his Rinnegan but couldn't detect even a hint of chakra. Suddenly a wire erupted from the ground around him and caught him while he was surprised. Amity got me, Naruto's eyes widened as he looked to where the wire was connected to. Sasuke's hands were already in a seal, see you in hell loser. He breathed on the wire and it caught fire, Kaiten. Karyu Enden. Damn it. Naruto was engulfed in a blinding crimson light as the flames drew near. Ahahaha, brat, you should be thanking me for this. Me and that blasted Yondaime Hokage who sealed me in here. Oh shit. Tsunade shouted as a column of red chakra spiked out from Naruto's position. Is that Kakashi began? Yes it is, Jiraiya confirmed. Yujito's eyes widened at the sight, this is the first time I've seen him unleash it to this extent. This is nothing like the Chunin exams. Did this happen on the mission to Spring Country? What is going on? Sakura asked as the light died down to reveal. Naruto lowered onto all fours, red chakra encasing his body and taking the shape of a fox with a single swishing tail. It's just like that demon girl, Sasuke thought when he saw it. He realized the danger, of course, this will not be as easy as I thought it would be. Well? What do you think? Scaredy cat. Naruto asked in a sinister sounding voice. You're a demon, Sasuke sneered. You really are a monster, just like her. A demon? You don't know the meaning of the word. Naruto shouted as he shot forward at amazing speed. Sasuke didn't see the fist coming until it collided with his face, blowing him back and crashing him through a tree. I didn't even see that. Uchiha thought it was shocking. He looked up at Naruto and his eyes began to shift slightly, concentrate. Suddenly his Sharingan evolved into its next stage as Naruto shot forward again, I can see him now. Sasuke dodged a first strike unlike before, but this time the chakra exuding from Naruto moved on its own and slashed him along his face. He flew back, hitting the ground with a loud thud before rolling to a stop in the center of the clearing. What was that? It's like that chakra of his has a mind of its own, Sasuke thought as he recovered. I'd best stick to purely long-range attacks, close combat is useless right now. Has enough yet? Naruto growled out. Sasuke sneered as he formed a hand seal, hardly. He suddenly expelled a large ball of fire at the chakra fox, Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Naruto didn't dodge it however, instead he took it straight on and didn't even flinch as it slammed into him. Sasuke was in shock as the mist cleared and Naruto stood completely unharmed. That chakra must be protecting him, Sasuke realized. Naruto held out his hand and the chakra shot out towards the Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes widened, but he was unable to do anything as the claw snagged him and with a slight tug brought him towards Naruto. The blonde's right hand was glowing red as he drew near and then suddenly the fist collided with Uchiha's face. Sasuke was blown back with tremendous force, ricocheting off of 3 trees before finally coming to a stop at the posts. All was silent for a time until. Kukikuku, Sasuke said as he stood up. The curse seal on his shoulder had completely covered his body and 2 demonic wings sprouted from his back. Let's finish this job, were his words as he flexed his wings. Naruto snarled at the sight of him, what happened to you? Was it Orochimaru? Did he corrupt you? Kukikuku, his Odo-nins came to me and gave me what I needed to control my new power, Sasuke answered with a sneer. And you trust them, Naruto snarled. Sasuke chuckled darkly at that, of course not. Not that it matters. His hands were suddenly forming hand seals and his hand was encased in lightning a moment later. Naruto was much the same way with a ball of spinning red chakra in his right hand. They jumped at each other and threw out their attacks, aiming to finish the battle once and for all. Rasengan. Chidori. He was hurt. He hurt a lot, pain flooded his senses as his eyes began to flutter open. A groan escaped his lips as the sunlight hit him in the face from the open window, seriously, why were the curtains not closed for sleeping patients? He shook himself awake and tried to look around to see where he was. At first glance he knew he was in the hospital and remembered what happened. "You're finally awake," a voice he recognized said from the window. Jiraiya smirked knowingly, "Your mother was as stubborn as you are." "What happened to Iro-sennin?" "The last thing I remember was." He thought back but couldn't seem to find the battle's conclusion. "You and the Uchiha brat were going at it pretty damn heavily," Jiraiya grunted. "You won, in fact you broke the guy's left arm with a Kyuubi-enhanced Rasengan." Naruto looked at him surprised for a moment before he sighed, "I'm sorry." "What for?" Jiraiya asked but already knew the answer. "For getting into that fight, I shouldn't have done it," the blonde replied. Jiraiya snorted at that, "Trust me, you're not the first one to put their teammate in the hospital despite the rank difference. Hell, I put Orochimaru in the hospital when he was a Jonin and I was a Chunin because I couldn't stand the guy." Naruto chuckled hearing that, "Still. I'm sorry." Jiraiya just sighed, "It doesn't matter, kid. In fact what does matter is where you want to go from here." Naruto looked at him confused, "What do you mean?" The Gamma Sennin smirked at him, "What I mean, kid, is. Do you want to come with me for training as my apprentice?" Naruto's eyes widened at the offer, Aye. How long would we be away?" 3 years later, Jiraiya answered truthfully. "You know about Akatsuki, right?" The blonde nodded in reply, "Well, they're gonna start hunting Jinchuriki in 3 years, so you need to be able to defend yourself by then." "Alright, I'll do it." "Thank you," Naruto said with a nod. Jiraiya just chuckled and turned to leave, "Don't thank me yet. You still have a lot to learn. My student." "You're leaving?" Yujito asked the Rinnegan user. They were currently at his apartment which was filled with bags he was using to go back for the trip he was going on later today. "Yeah," Naruto answered as he stuffed away the crap littering the floor. "Hey, he's a 12-year-old guy living alone, give the guy a break." "How long will you be gone?" She asked the question. Naruto smiled sadly at her, 3 years give or take a few months. 3 years? She exclaimed in shock. Naruto nodded nervously, "I need to get stronger if I want to face Akatsuki. What about you?" "Me?" Yujito asked with a raised eyebrow, "Well, I guess I'm staying around here. I am the Kumo ambassador after all." Naruto just smiled at her, "Well, what?" "I'll miss you too, Yujito," he said before pulling his backpack onto his shoulder. He walked past her and tossed her the keys, "The place is yours. For as long as you wanted." Yujito didn't know what to say to any of that. She quickly came to a decision however and ran to catch up to him. "Ready to go, brat?" Jiraiya asked his new apprentice. He was standing beside Tsunade, Kakashi and the Konoha 12 as they had been dubbed, minus Sasuke and Sakura. "Yeah, I'm ready," Naruto said as he waved to Genin and Shikamaru. "Troublesome blonde, I'll give you one guess who." "What was that, Shika?" Ino asked in an all-too-friendly tone. "I'll see you in 3 years. Bye guys. And girls," Naruto said hastily after getting a glare from Ino. The Sennin and his apprentice were just about to leave when a voice stopped them. "Hey idiot, wait." Naruto turned around as Yujito came to a halt in front of him. He stared at her confused, "What is Yujito?" She didn't reply, she simply grabbed both sides of his face and pulled his lips to hers. The others were surprised at the action and Kiba whistled at the sight. Neither of the two paid any attention however as they both settled into the kiss. Kakashi coughed to get their attention, obviously amused when Naruto shot him a glare. Yujito took a step back and coughed so she could talk again, "Well. Take care of yourself." Naruto just smiled as he stepped away and made to follow Jiraiya. He looked over his shoulder and swore, "I'll be back. That's the promise of a lifetime." Yujito nodded as she watched them walk out of view, everyone started to walk away from the scene now that the two were gone. Tsunade walked up to the girl once everyone else was gone and asked, "Are you going to be okay?" Yujito nodded, "I'll be fine." He promised to come back. Tsunade nodded with a smile, he always keeps his promises. Yujito smiled at that, "I know. How would you like to become my apprentice?" asked Katsui Sennin. Yujito looked up at her surprise. "Thank you. It's an honor, Tsunade-sama. Please none of that, just call me Shishu." "Higher country. Konoha Hospital." "You lost badly at that," Seiken said in amusement from the window. They had taken out the guards in the hospital and had quickly reached the Uchiha's room. Orochimaru's power, Sasuke spat at the word. Wasn't enough, that demon was too powerful for it. "Watch your tongue, Uchiha," the redeed. Taiya warned him. "We've come to collect you, Uchiha, Orochimaru wants you. He can give you the power to defeat your brother," Seiken goaded and it worked. Sasuke smirked at them, "Fine then. As long as I get the power I want. I don't care what it takes to get it." Later that night Sasuke was walking the path out of the village. "I thought I'd find you here," Sakura said as she stood to the side of the path. "What are you doing here?" Sasuke asked. "Waiting for you. I love you, I don't want to be without you. I know I can't convince you to stay but please take me with you," Sakura begged him, tears freely falling down her face. Sasuke simply stared at her before he continued on past her, "Do what you want." Thank you, she said and made to follow him. And so the fate of the world changed that day. Higher country. Konoha Hokage's office. What do you mean they're missing? Kakashi's voice echoed through the halls of the tower. Shizune stood in front of him giving the report. You asked me to check on Sakura and Sasuke, but I couldn't find them anywhere. The guards assigned to Sasuke's room are missing too, I can't find any of them. Kakashi rubbed his forehead at that, how bad is it? Shizune took a breath to continue, I went and checked with the security department as well. According to them, there was a disturbance in Konoha's detection barrier late last night. It was so small that everyone thought it was a wild animal. Are you saying my students abandoned the village? Kakashi asked. Shizune shook her head, no I'm not. Since the guards are gone we can only assume that they were taken against their will. Kakashi nodded at that, get me Nara Shikamaru and Nai Yujiro right now. Shizune nodded at the order, yes Hokage-sama. You wanted to see us Hokage-sama? Shikamaru asked lazily. Yes I did, Kakashi nodded. Late last night Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura disappeared from the village. We believe they've been kidnapped. Nara's expression turned serious, by who? We believe it was Odo, it's no secret that Orochimaru wants the Sharingan, the Hokage answered. Excuse me for speaking out of turn Hokage-sama, but isn't this a job for Jonin or Anbu? Yujiro asked, confused. Kakashi nodded, normally yes, but I have no one to spare for a mission like this right now. What are our orders? Shikamaru asked. Assemble as many experienced genin as you can and then head out after them. They're no doubt heading for Sound Country and they already have a 5-hour head start. It's best that you hurry, Kakashi replied. Understood Hokage-sama, Yujiro bowed respectively. Higher country. Forest near Katana Mountain. It took them 15 minutes to collect the members of Team Shikamaru, it consisted of Choji, Niji and Kiba. Shikamaru was of course team leader with Yujiro as second in command because of her rank. Everyone seemed okay with it, though Niji told her he would only go along with it because Naruto trusted her. Betray that trust and he would kill her himself. They're up ahead. They appear to be. Resting, Niji spoke up. Shikamaru nodded at that, probably from the battle Kiba smelled earlier. What do we do? Yujiro asked as the group came to a stop. We stick to the plan, Shikamaru answered. Down. Yujiro and Niji shouted as they pulled the rest of the team to the side. Explosions riddled the area where they once stood as the Sound 4 appeared before them with what looked like a barrel. What plan is that? Seiken asked with a sneer. How did they know we were here? Choji asked. It doesn't matter right now, Yujiro said as she narrowed her eyes at the Odo nins. You're damn right about that bitch, Taiya smirked at them. Where are Sasuke and Sakura? Kiba growled at them. Wouldn't you like to know? Seiken mocked. I'll handle these fuckers, Taiya said confidently. Seiken looked over at her and nodded, don't take too long. Orochimaru-sama will not be pleased if you're late. Taiya nodded with a smirk, this shouldn't take long at all. The Sound 4, minus Taiya, disappeared into the trees with the barrel a moment later. Everyone gets ready, we don't know what she's capable of, Shikamaru told his team when he saw her making hand seals. Uchiha's no jutsu. Doki, Taiya slammed her hand on the ground. Kanji spiraled out of it and in a poof of smoke 3 elephant-sized demons appeared, let's play. Let's go wild. Yujiro shook herself, why did I just think of Naruto? Taiya pulled out what appeared to be a flute and started to play, a moment later the 3 Doki shot forward and struck down on the team with their weapons. Team Shikamaru evaded the attack however and quickly withdrew into the trees above. We need a new plan, Niji grunted as he stared down at where Taiya stood. I'm thinking, Shikamaru responded. Think faster, Yujiro told him. Come on morons, I want to have some fun before I beat you, Taiya smirked up at them as symbols started to move across her skin. What is that? Choji asked in worry. That's it. Uchiha-san had that back during the preliminaries, Niji told them. If you remember he used it against the Odo team that was sent to the exam. It's a curse seal, I've read about them. Orochimaru uses them on his subordinates to enhance their strength and loyalty, Yujiro explained. Guys. Is that what I think it is? Choji asked with a start as he pointed towards the reed below. Her eyes had changed. They were a different color, but the pattern of them was the same. It was the Rinnegan. Holy shit she has the Rinnegan. Kiba exclaimed. That's why she reminded me of Naruto. Yujiro's eyes widened. Shinra Tensei. Trees, boulders, hell even the earth itself was blown away by the blast of gravity that was sent out. Team Shikamaru recovered however and looked at the source of the attack. A red-headed girl about their age with eyes that were all too familiar to the group. She has the Rinnegan, what the hell? I thought Naruto was the only one. Kiba exclaimed in surprise. Clearly we were mistaken, Niji mused upon seeing the powerful dot. This just got a lot more troublesome, Shikamaru said with narrowed eyes. Bansho Tenon, the group turned and evaded several trees that came at them. You can run but you can't hide from my eyes, little rats, Taiya stated. Yujito stuck to the trunk of a nearby tree and kept her eyes on the Odonin. You all get out of here and go after the Uchiha and Pinky. I'll stay here and face her. You can't expect us to leave you to fight her alone, can you? Kiba growled out. I'm the only one here with any experience with a Rinnegan, I know its weakness. If you've got a better idea I'd love to hear it, Yujito shot back. Besides, the longer we stay here the closer our mission comes to failure, get going. I can handle this, she told them. Shikamaru nodded in understanding, alright, but don't get yourself killed. Naruto would never forgive me if anything happened to you. He and the others disappeared after the other Odonins a moment later. Deciding to face me alone. You're either brave or stupid, Taiya mocked. Actually I wanted to talk to you without anyone else listening in, Yujito smirked unimpressed. I want to know where you came from, Uzumaki, Taiya's eyes widened at the name. Yes, I know your clan name, only in Uzumaki can wield the Rinnegan since they are descended from the Rikiden Sennin, so that makes you one. What I want to know is where did you come from when I know for a fact that the homeland of the Uzumaki was destroyed years ago. As if I'll tell you anything, bitch, Taiya snarled. Yujito's eyes narrowed into a glare, then I'll make you talk. Shinra Tensei. Dust was blown up as gravity blew away another section of the earth. Damn it, she has more control than Naruto, Yujito thought as she recovered. Mateki. Genbism Kyoku, Taiya whispered and played her flute. A doki came from the side and swung its large club at the blonde girl. Yujito dropped down below the branch to evade. Another doki was waiting for her, however. It held some kind of large double-edged sword and slashed at her as she fell. Yujito used her fire manipulation to literally blast herself out of the way and land on the ground below. Kazuki. Yujito called out as she turned swiftly and slashed at where the final doki was located. It evaded the attack, however, and instead she cut through a tree, causing it to melt. Not bad, bitch, but not good enough, Taiya said with a smirk. Why don't you come down here and say that to my face? Yujito growled up at her. Tsuin Raikyu. 2 spheres of lightning chakra were hurled at the Redeed, who just let the grin on her face widen. Shinra Tensei, she whispered as the 2 lightning balls were dispersed. She even has Naruto's defense capabilities as well, damn it. I'll just have to get in close and attack from there. This better work, Yujito thought and ignited her arm in a blaze. Kazuki, the blonde said as she slashed the ground in front of her, causing smoke to erupt upwards. Smokescreen, Taiya caught on and raised her hand. Shinra Tensei, the cloud of smoke was blown away a moment later, leaving a grinning Yujito. What are you smiling at, bitch? The Redeed mocked but became wary when the grin widened. Shit, Mateki. Genbism Kyoku, she said as she started playing her flute again. Yujito appeared behind her and slashed with her flame-covered arm, Kazuki. Before she could land the hit, however, a doki came from the side and caught her with its club. Yujito flew several feet before crashing through a tree and landing in a heap on the ground below. The blonde stood clumsily a few moments later as the 3 doki surrounded her and Taiya stared down at her. No one has survived the sound of my flute, the Redeed said simply. Makam no ran, Taiya whispered as she played a different tune. Now what is she doing? Yujito asked in thought and saw the 3 doki spew out some kind of fog monsters. What the hell are those things? Her eyes widened as the 3 monsters caught her. These spirits will drain your chakra until there is nothing left, you will die here. That's all there is to it, Taiya said simply as the fog monsters wrapped themselves around the blonde. She's right, they're draining my chakra, damn it, I'll be dead in minutes if this keeps up, Yujito growled in thought as she attempted to break free, but to no avail. Suddenly her eyes flashed in recognition, if I can't break free. Maybe I can give them a stomachache. Yujito started channeling the Nibi's chakra, which was then drained from her system by the fog monsters. The spirits broke away, releasing a screech of pain before dissipating into nothingness, surprising Taiya. What did you just do? The Redeed exclaimed upon seeing the fog monsters disappear. As if I'll tell you anything, bitch, Yujito said, mocking her words from before. Taiya's face became red in anger. You dare mock me? Fine, let's see you handle this. She dismissed her doki knowing they were useless at this point and brought her flute to her mouth once more. Mateki. Mujanansa, she whispered as she began to play. The world seemed to distort around them, the sky changed into what looked like a red ocean. Wires hung from the ceiling and pinned Yujito to the ground, around her were hundreds of bones. Yujito struggled to break free, but it proved in vain as she looked at her arms, they seemed to melt before her eyes as she let out a pain-filled scream. Game over, Taiya whispered as she approached. Once she was literally right in front of the blonde, she raised her hand, Shinra Tensei. Yujito gasped as a loud crack echoed through the forest. A moment later she fell backwards and hit the ground with a thud. Taiya stood over her with clenched hands. She stood there looking down at her fallen opponent for a few good seconds before turning away. I'm sorry I had to kill you. But I can't risk my secret getting out. Now I need to deal with your friends before they have the chance to say anything, the Redeed said and started away. She didn't get far however. A deafening roar echoed out from where Yujito lay as the blonde was engulfed in a torrent of purple light. Taya turned quickly in surprise as Yujito seemed to pull herself up. The purple chakra around her ignited into flames and condensed to form a cat-shaped cloak around her body with a single tail. What the fuck is that? Taya exclaimed as her eyes processed what she was seeing. That chakra is alive. Her eyes widened in shock as Yujito suddenly disappeared from view. She turned swiftly but was unable to dodge the chakra flame-enhanced slash that swiped across her chest, motherfucker. Irideed crashed through the nearby tree as Yujito touched down in front of her, come on Uzumaki. Don't tell me that's the best you've got. Aya stood up from where she crashed and glared at the chakra flame cat. Her curse seal had absorbed most of the attack, but she knew it couldn't take many more like it. Eventually it would have to retract or it would corrupt her body from the inside out, even with the drugs Orochimaru had supplied them with. Even though she had been given a curse seal, she knew that Orochimaru didn't really want her. The reason he'd never taken her body was because of his need for learning. The Sharingan was a natural choice for him compared to the Rinnegan. She was very thankful for that. Bansho Tenin. Taya called out knowing that Genjutsu would be useless in this situation. Several trees impacted where Yujito stood but were seemingly destroyed the moment they came close. Damn it, why wouldn't you just stop? Because I need answers. Yujito snarled as a ball of fire started to expand in front of her. Nakamata Enden. The ball suddenly exploded forwards in a stream of fire, incinerating everything it touched. Shinra Tensei. Taya called out as she covered her face with her arms. There was a resounding kaboom as the ball finally exploded upwards in a hail of dirt. Once it was over, Taya could be seen looking out of breath, her clothes torn and her curse seal beginning to retract. I see you're reaching your limit, Yujito started with a growl. Taya just glared, fuck you. You first, Yujito shot back as she started forming yet another compressed fireball. This bitch is too strong. I need to use it or I'm dead. I can't survive another attack like that, the Redeed thought as her hand settled into a seal she never used unless absolutely necessary. Nakamata Enden. The fire cat exclaimed as she shot the fireball at her target. Aya saw it coming and released her own, Chibaku Tensei. And the world was consumed in light. Senjutsunade never did like the way Konoha did things, not even when she was a child. Her grandfather knew what he was doing when he founded Konoha with the Uchiha Madara, but he was too naive when it came to plans for the future. An example of his naivety is when he handed the Biju out to other countries to maintain balance in the elemental countries. He was a good man however, he did create a beacon of light amongst this chaotic world they lived in. When he died and her granduncle took the position as Hokage, he revised a few details in the way Konoha was run and in so doing preserved the peace for many years until the first great shinobi war where he fell in battle. Then her sensei took the position and things really went downhill. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man of many talents, almost unrivaled when it came to politics and combat, however, his age quickly caught up with him after the Third Great Shinobi War. He knew this also and appointed Namikaze Minato as his successor since he was much better at keeping the council in line and was nigh unstoppable on the battlefield, having practically single-handedly defeated Iwagakure no Sato. In all honesty, if it wasn't for the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha, then Minato would still be Hokage to this day and Kakashi wouldn't have had to take the position. The copy nin knew he wasn't cage level by a long shot, but it wasn't his strength that made him Hokage, it was his reputation. He was a man to be feared, second only to Namikaze Minato himself. Ever since he became Hokage he stopped slacking off and worked on regaining his lost strength from before Kyuubi attacked. He'd really let himself go over the years since Minato died, and he knew if Konoha was going to survive, then it needed a Hokage who could protect it with a will of fire, just like all the previous Hokages. Hokage. That title brought up some unpleasant memories for one. Senjutsunade, her fiancé Dan and her younger brother Nawaki were killed in service of Konoha during the Second and Third Wars. Because of this, Tsunade had ended up thinking that Konoha was responsible for their deaths and disappeared for many years with the permission of the Sandaime Hokage. Truthfully, if it wasn't for the completely unpredictability of one Uzumaki Naruto, she wouldn't have even stepped foot back in Konoha ever again. Then there was her new apprentice. Nai Yujito. It was pretty obvious to her that she and Naruto were smitten with each other, but knew they needed to keep things professional while they were a part of the same team. It didn't really come as a surprise when she saw Yujito pull the two of them into a kiss as Naruto left with that pervert Jiraiya. When Tsunade took the young girl on as her apprentice, it was because she reminded her of how she was at that age. She stood up for what she believed in, always fought with all her heart, and was completely dedicated to helping people. When the young girl began working at the hospital, Shizune helped out too by giving her some textbooks on medicine and the like. Though none of the other villages admitted it, Konoha was and still is the best place to find medical help. Tsunade herself was a prime example of a medic nin, she could heal just about anything physically possible, and her talents had made her well known. Tsunade set up a test of sorts for Yujiro, she had to perform a basic surgery on an unconscious fish which had become poisoned. It took months to get it right for even the best medic nins, so it came as a big surprise when she found that the poison was gone from the fish at the end of the day, and Yujiro was looking quite smug standing off the top side. Yujiro had passed her little test on her first try, that simple fact drove him to one very significant detail about the girl. Yujiro's potential in the medical field rivaled that of her own. So naturally she had a vested interest in the girl. Jiraiya had even made a comment over one of their drunken get-togethers that Yujiro looked and acted just like she did as a teenager. When she was with Dan. For Tsunade, that realization terrified her because it felt like she was looking in a mirror every time she saw the girl. Tsunade didn't want her to face the same hardships if she could help it, that's why she was out here now. When she heard that Yujiro and half of the Konoha 12 had set off after a seemingly kidnapped Sakura and Sasuke, she knew something was wrong. She went with a medical team which had been dispatched following the team from Suna, which had come as part of the now allied village to help. About 27 miles from Konoha, she felt the background aura of a disturbing chakra she knew to be that of a Jinchuriki's Biju. Having faced several during the war, she knew that they were not to be taken lightly and that it could only be Yujiro. She had told the other medic nins to continue on while she headed off to find her apprentice. The site she came to was not what she expected, however. There was a large crater about 80 feet across covered in debris, flames dotted the area, and she caught sight of two figures lying unconscious in the center of it. One was definitely Yujiro, though she looked like she'd been through hell. She was bleeding extensively from her arms, and her clothes were ripped as if something tried to tear them apart. The other girl wasn't much better off either, her clothes were stained in blood, giving them a color that matched her hair. Upon closer inspection, Tsunade saw that she was an Odo nin, which caused her eyes to harden. They were both alive, thankfully, though they weren't out of the woods yet, literally. It took all of 5 seconds to come to a decision regarding the situation and quickly made a shadow clone. Tsunade and her clone picked the two up after she finished patching them up as much as she could, and they set off towards Konoha. You had better buy me some sake to make me worry about Yujiro-chan. The mission was a failure. It turns out that Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura had betrayed them all. They had abandoned Konoha and with the help of the Sound 5, managed to escape into Sound Country. With the aid of the team from Suna, the Sound 5 were all eliminated aside from the one that was captured. Taiya. Tsunade had healed Lee's wounds, and he had aided the squad leader Shikamaru during his battle with the leader of the Sound 5, Kagaya Kimimaro. While Lee faced a bone-wielding Odo nin, Shikamaru headed off after Sasuke and Sakura to the Valley of the End. When he got there, however, things didn't exactly go as planned. Sasuke explained that he only wanted power and wounded Shikamaru with Chidori. Truthfully, if it were not for the quick thinking of Inara, then the attack would have most likely killed him there and then. Naruto may have survived it, and perhaps Gaara and Yujiro might have also, but a normal human wouldn't have been able to. It was a good job, it was only a glancing hit. The two traitors escaped into Sound Country, and Shikamaru knew he couldn't do anything about it. He passed out just as the medics arrived and attended to him before bringing him back to Konoha. He had surprisingly sustained the least damage during the mission of all the members on the team. He was released soon after and had gone to check on the others that were in the hospital also. Toji and Niji had the most injuries because of the physical wounds, both external and internal. Yujiro was close behind, having practically had her skin burned away and her chakra network having been pushed to the extreme. Tiba was bedridden like the others, but his wounds weren't life-threatening and they said he could leave in a few days. There was nothing you could have done, Kakashi said as he appeared beside the young Nara. If it were Naruto that was leading the team, then we wouldn't have failed and none of us would be injured, Shikamaru countered, knowing how far his friend would go to keep them all alive. Well, you're not Naruto. You're you, and this time you were thrust into a situation out of your control. As for the mission, they were my students, if anyone is to be blamed for their leaving it would be me. I am the one who trained them after all, Kakashi told him. Shikamaru shook his head at that, perhaps it's not anyone's fault this happened. They wanted to leave. And they did. Yes. And now I have to write up a form for them both. The Hokage turned and headed towards the security section of the hospital, where the prisoner was located. Vegito groaned as her eyes fluttered open, the effort alone caused her to wince. The light shone through the window which made her ask why it was even there. I mean, what's the point in it other than to make its patients miserable? She shifted slightly and sat up with great effort, sending painful jolts throughout her arms. I hate hospitals, oh the irony. Why did you choose to become a medic nin? Tsunade asked from the chair to the side. It was a good idea at the time, Yujiro groaned and painfully turned over to face her. How long was I out? 3 days later, Katsai Senin answered. You gave me quite the scare for a while there, it's a good job you have the Nibi inside you or you would be dead right now. Oh. Well, what happened exactly? I remember fighting that Uzumaki and then everything went blank. Where is she? Yujito asked as she painfully sat back up. So you already know, it was a statement not a question. We just ran a DNA check on her, she's definitely in Uzumaki, but we weren't able to find a name. Any idea where she came from? She can't be from Whirlpool Country, Kyuubi would have attacked when she was a baby or something, the Kumo Chunin asked. Tsunade nodded at that, Jiraiya and I checked Whirlpool Country several times over. There was no one left when it was destroyed and even if there was. You just can't leave Whirlpool Country, at least not by regular means. Hell, the only way in or out is to either reverse summoning or walking the whole way. Ships can't get anywhere near it because of the large number of whirlpools in the area, they're so strong they can destroy a freighter in a matter of minutes. So if she's not from Whirlpool Country then where is she from? Yujito asked with a frown. Tsunade took a few seconds before responding, you already know. She's Kushina-sama's daughter isn't she? Yujito asked with a sigh. Tsunade nodded, yes she is. So that makes her Naruto's sister. As well as the Yondaime Hokage's daughter, Yujito mused surprising the Sannin. Please don't insult my intelligence, Shishu, all Uzumakas have red hair. Naruto doesn't, Tsunade sighed clearly feeling her age for once. That leaves a question though. How the hell was she born when I know for a fact that Minato and Kushina only had one child? Tsunade asked the one question she wasn't able to answer. Yujito looked over at her, I think a better question is how did she end up in Orochimaru's forces? We're just going to have to ask her. Let me fucking go now. Taiya shouted as the Anbu forcefully restrained her. Kakashi stood in front of her bed with his arms crossed, I said let me go. You're in no position to demand anything, the Hokage shot back as the Anbu tied her to the bed so she couldn't escape. He motioned for the Anbu to leave, Hawk, Cat, you're both dismissed. What are you going to do to me? Couldn't you have just killed me outright? Why did you have to prolong my suffering? The Redeed asked with a faltering glare. I didn't have you executed because I need information that only you have, Kakashi began. I want to know where you came from, Whirlpool Country was destroyed years ago and there hasn't been an active Rinnegan besides Jiraiya-sama's 2 students. The Rinnegan is considered a random mutation which only appears once every 5 generations for an Uzumaki outside of the royal family and even then it always dies out eventually. Only the royal family has ever been able to sustain it and I've had my people do a DNA match for you. Your DNA matches with Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. 2 very important figures to Konoha and to me, he continued. Knock knock. Enter, Kakashi said, not taking his eyes off of the Redeed. An obviously injured Yujito entered a moment later with Tsunade, alright on time. What is she doing here? Taiya spat as she saw the blonde girl she had been fighting. She's here because I want her here, Kakashi said plainly. He turned to the Redeed and continued. Now why don't you tell me where you came from and we'll continue from there okay? Why should I tell you anything? Taiya shot back. Because it's either that or I turn you over to Ibiki and let him play with you. Anko might even join in, now Taiya may not have heard of Ibiki, but she sure as hell knew about Anko. You didn't last long as an Odo-nin without learning of the Hibi Sennin's old apprentice. Alright I'll talk. Jackass, Taiya muttered the last part bitterly. My name is Uzumaki Taiya and yes I admit I have the Rinnegan. As for where I come from, I don't know, okay. The pedophile found me during a raid on Iwagakure no Sato 7 years ago, she explained. Unknown to her, Kakashi's Sharingan was focusing on him and could tell she wasn't lying. I see. Iwa you say? He questioned. Ai responded mockingly, yes I say. The Hokage sighed at the answer, Iwa huh? I can't believe you lied to me Minato-sensei, true we had just finished fighting a war with them, but still. You should have told me. He turned to her again and asked, how old are you? 14, why? What's that got to do with anything? Taiya's voice almost sounded insulted. Then I think I know how you ended up in Iwa, Kakashi said with a sigh. Tsunade shot him a curious glance, you know something Kakashi? The Hokage nodded, after the 3rd Great Shinobi War Kushina-sama was pregnant. This was before they married and he was still my sensei. How come I didn't hear any of this? Tsunade demanded. Kakashi shook his head at her, I only found out by accident and Minato-sensei told me that it was a miscarriage, so I didn't bring it up again. Well I think this little brat is living proof that it wasn't a miscarriage, the Sannin said, gesturing to the bedridden girl. Kushina-sama was captured by Iwa after the war, she was missing for weeks before Minato-sensei found her and killed her captors. If she was going to give birth it would have been then, Kakashi said, shaking his head. So what? They kept my mother alive just so that she could what? Give birth to me? Taiya demanded. Kakashi shook his head again, no. They most likely wanted to turn you into a living weapon to be used by Iwa. Imagine it, the Rinnegan alone makes you very valuable, but being Minato-sensei's daughter too. That's practically asking them to turn you into breeding stock. She felt like she was going to throw up at that, it would have been the ultimate form of vengeance upon Minato-sensei. Didn't go as planned I bet, or she wouldn't have ended up with Orochimaru, Tsunade said as she leaned against the wall. So what went wrong? You mentioned Orochimaru raided them and got you. He had to have known you had the Rinnegan, so why didn't he use you as one of his bodies? Me? A body? You don't know him at all do you? He may be sadistic and cruel, but he doesn't do anything without a reason too. He knew about the Rinnegan, but he didn't want it, he wanted to learn everything in the world. The do that he needs the Sharingan, a Rinnegan is useless to him if he can't copy, Taiya said bitterly. You don't like him do you? You don't like him because he considers you to be second best, Yujito asked as she looked the redeed over. What was your first clue? The bastard does sick experiments on anything he can get his hands on, when he gave me the curse seal, it was to ensure loyalty to him, Taiya grumbled the last part. Well that's funny because your curse seal is gone, Tsunade spoke up upon hearing that last part. Taiya looked up at that and then checked her shoulder, how? The only time he destroys them is when the user is dead. Tsunade smirked at that, that's the thing. You were clinically dead when we brought you in. Why you mean I'm free? The young Uzumaki hoped this wasn't some sick joke. From his influence yes, free from us though? Not a chance, Kakashi declared simply. From where I'm standing you have two options, you can either be locked up or you can become a Konohinin on probation until I deem it time for you to become a full Kunoichi of this village. AI along with the other two were surprised at the second option, well I would rather not be thrown in a cell. Nice to hear it, Kakashi's face instantly brightened with a creepy sunshine genjutsu behind him. As soon as you've recovered, report to my office, he leaves a moment later with the two blondes in tow. What was that about? Tsunade demanded, looking back at the room. Konoha could always do it with another Rinnegan, something tells me she will be a very powerful ally one day. I also owe it to Minato-sensei and Kushina-sama, Kakashi answered simply as he walked. You're playing a very dangerous game, Hokage-sama, Tsunade warned him. The game I intended to win, Tsunade don't know, was his response. Wine country? Satsuna City ruins. Is this it? The young blonde asked as he looked over the decaying ruins of the largest city in the elemental countries. The old Sennin beside him nodded at his side, yes it is. It'll do. When do we start? The blonde Chunin asked. The Gama Sennin was already ahead of him, let's find a place to stay first and set up camp. Once we do that we'll start on what I have planned. This isn't going to be a walk in the park for you. Namikaze Naruto. The village hidden in the leaves was a village of peace despite being a military fortress to the outside world. Being a ninja village meant it had a lot of blood on its hands and was considered by many to be the most powerful of them all. In the 3 years since the failed Tsunoda joint attack, all the damage to the village had been repaired and it was prospering again. Things had been quiet lately, the rest of the Konoha 10, meaning all of the rookies besides Sasuke and Sakura, were now Chunin or higher. Hyuga Neji for example was a full Jonin and had been considered the best out of the small group. Man he is in for a whack-up call. At the front gates a pair of very familiar figures were entering the village, one was a man in his mid-50s dressed in red with white grey hair. The guards on duty immediately recognized this man as Jiraiya of the Sannin, a living legend if there ever was one. The second person however was a young 15-year-old blonde man wearing a red trench coat with black flames covering the bottom of it. Under it was a black-orange jumpsuit and he had 6 distinct whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Naturally the guards recognized him as Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, successor of the Rikiden Sennin, living legacy of the Yondaime Hokage, and student of the Gama Sennin Jiraiya. That's quite a resume for a kid who graduated last in his class. He paid them no heed as he passed, too consumed with excitement at finally being home again. However the excitement he felt was more towards finally meeting the one person in all of the elemental countries that he wished to see again. Not wasting any time, he jumped high and landed on top of a large post overlooking the village. Jiraiya smirked as he watched his student, the image of the boy's father overlaying his form. Hello Konoha. The blonde maelstrom yelled happily with his arms out. Home is where the heart is Hyuro Sennin. Jiraiya snorted and leaned against the post, sure it is. Why do you think I'm on the road all of the time? Naruto chuckled at that, because you're searching for inspiration for your books. How true, a voice said from the building behind him. Naruto turned to see Kakashi sitting on the balcony reading an Icha book, long time no see Naruto. You've grown up I see, it's good to see you again. You too Hokage-sensei, Naruto said a little too cheerfully as he jumped over. Please don't call me that, Kakashi groaned upon hearing the nickname. You haven't changed at all, Naruto said as he landed on the balcony. Oh I almost forgot, I got something to give you, he pulled out an orange book which Kakashi instantly recognized. Then Naruto, why you? HD did you for someone to bring the Hokage down to a collection of barely coherent words in a matter of seconds is a feat in and of itself. It's the latest in the series and the first in 3 years. I thought you'd like it even though I think it's boring, I could have done better, the blonde told him. It's so beautiful, tears were running down Kakashi's face as he cradled the book in his hands. Naruto just chuckled, now, I could do with some ramen. He jumped down a moment later and started towards his favorite ramen stand. Kakashi dropped down beside Jiraiya and they made to follow. How good is he? The question was simple. Good enough to face you on even ground in an all-out fight, the Gama-senin answered. It was the best I could do in only 3 years, unlike with Minato who I trained for 6 years. Leadership skills. The Hokage asked as they walked. He knows when to joke around and when to be serious, Jiraiya told him. Holy! Naruto exclaimed as he turned a corner. There, standing in the middle of the street beside Senju Tsunade and a red-haired girl he didn't know was Nai-Yujito. The Kumo-nin turned and stuttered upon seeing him and Naruto. Wow, was all he said as he gave her once over. She was taller and still wore clothes similar to the ones she wore 3 years ago, but they were more purple now than black. She'd definitely grown judging by her looks too, Naruto had to beat down his perverted side just to stop himself from having a nosebleed. Jiraiya was able to hold up a lot better since Tsunade went through the same thing. You've grown, Yujito said, breaking the silence. So have you. More beautiful I mean, Naruto corrected himself. Yes I know, Star Wars Anakin and Padme. And you're a charmer now too, idiot, Yujito said with a smirk. Naruto gave a mock cringe, did you miss me? But every so far, she shot back. You wounded me so, Naruto gave a mock look of hurt as he placed his hand on his chest. So you're Uzumaki Naruto? Rinnegan asked, getting his attention. Somehow I was expecting something more than a shithead, she scoffed. Naruto frowned at her, actually it's Namikaze Naruto now and… Who the hell are you exactly? I'm… Well. A friend of this bitch here, she said, gesturing to Yujito. Don't mind her, she's just being herself, Yujito waved the comment off. If you say so, Naruto shrugged at that. Enough with the emotional reunion, Tsunade sighed from the side. Kakashi closed his book at that and caught their attention, alright Naruto. I'm putting you through the Jounin exam today, as of right now. From here on out. Playtime's over. Naruto nodded before asking, where are Sasuke and Sakura? I would have thought I'd have run into them by now, Naruto asked. Yujito didn't know how to answer, Naruto. I think there's something you should know about that. Fire Country. Konoha Training Ground. Kakashi and Naruto arrived at the training field later that day, the Hokage having a pair of bells attached to his waist as they entered. They made their way to the clearing in the center, where 3 wooden posts stood in the center. The rules are the same as before, you can use whatever tactics you want in order to get the bells from me. You have until sunrise tomorrow, Kakashi said as his former student approached the posts. This place. It brings back memories. I can't believe that Sasuke and Sakura would turn traitor, Naruto said, shaking his head. Kakashi sighed at the memory of his other former students, I didn't want to believe it either. But they did. Just ask Shikamaru. Naruto turned to him, when I see them again I'll make them pay for betraying us. Kakashi snapped his book closed, there is no need in thinking about that right now. Let's begin shall we? Naruto grinned and tightened his head, you won't be able to read your book this time Hokage-sensei. Kakashi smirked and lifted him to reveal his Sharingan, I get the feeling that this is going to take more effort than last time. You're right, Naruto exploded from the ground with his signature attack in hand. Rasengan. He called out as he hit Kakashi right in the chest. Kakashi however exploded into smoke, signifying it was a shadow clone. Trying to end it early? The Hokage asked from behind him. Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw his former sensei ready to plunge a kunai into his stomach, I didn't say start yet. Naruto just grinned, you didn't say I couldn't start yet either. Another Naruto had somehow appeared behind Kakashi, your move Hokage-sensei. Kakashi took notice of the clone behind him, you've improved. He disappeared in a puff of smoke and Naruto dismissed his clone also, come out wherever you are. The area was silent as the blonde looked around cautiously, you're not left. You're not right, you're not above so that leaves. Below. He slammed his hand into the ground, Doten. Dorikatsu. The ground erupted upwards for a moment before splitting in two, revealing a surprised Kakashi in the center, you can't escape my eyes sensei. Kakashi smiled under his mask, you've grown quite well Naruto. Now I don't have to hold back. He disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared above the blonde, Rikiri. Naruto's eyes widened and he disappeared in a flash of yellow, Shunpo no Jutsu. Naruto skidded a few feet away as Kakashi touched down on where he had been standing moments ago, that was a little too close. That wasn't no you just used, Kakashi commented with his Sharingan spinning. It's something I've been working on since my fight with Gaara, Naruto shrugged as his eyes flashed gray for a moment. Yes, but I can already see its weakness, it all depends on how fast your opponent can react, Kakashi stated. Naruto didn't respond to that, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared around them and charged. Kakashi saw them coming however, and reacted the way he normally did when outnumbered. He outmaneuvered them and seemingly effortlessly destroyed them using nothing but Taijutsu. It took 27 minutes to eliminate them all, and he never took his eyes off of the original Naruto. Kakashi jumped high onto one of the branches and looked down at the blonde who stood amongst what was left of his clones. Once he was in position, Naruto executed his plan, he formed a set of hand seals and attacked. It was one of the two most powerful wind jutsus in his arsenal which he learned when they were in Wind Country 2 years ago. This plan he created wasn't meant to hurt his opponents, it was meant to stop them in their tracks. Gyuden. Kazaridan no Jutsu, Naruto whispered as he launched his attack. At first Kakashi thought it was the Kyuubi, but when he turned he was met with the sight of a large dragon made of wind barreling at him. The Hokage was obviously surprised at that attack and narrowly avoided as the dragon crashed through the forest, blowing away trees and forcing Kakashi back to the was followed by Naruto jumping high into the air and launching his next attack. Gyuden. Rinnegan. An Oni jutsu designed by the Ichibi no Tanuki. Suna no Shukaku which could be used by humans, sadly most weren't able to use it effectively because of the chakra requirements. In fact Jiraiya was only able to use it once a week because it drained all of his chakra with a single usage. Because of the Kyuubi, Naruto didn't have that problem however. Kakashi disappeared into the ground just before it impacted Doton. Maguragakure no Jutsu. There was an echoing explosion as trees and dirt was blown away under Naruto's seemingly endless onslaught. After the dust settled, Naruto stood in the center of the small crater he had created and was using his Rinnegan to track Kakashi underground. Just then Kakashi exploded from the ground behind him with a fist covered in lightning. "Urkiri," he called out as he made to stab the blonde. Naruto knew he couldn't dodge this time, so he fell back on his defenses, Shinra Tensei. The blast of gravity flung Kakashi back into the trees again, but he recovered quickly and stood up straight once again. Your reaction time with the Rinnegan has gotten better. Your use of different elements also shows how much you've improved. I'll even go as far as to say I underestimated you, but you still haven't got a bell yet. Having been around Jiraiya of the Sannin for 3 years, Naruto was no stranger to mind games, so he knew when to shrug off what his opponent was saying, even so. He knew he was reaching his limit, he'd been using nothing but high-level jutsu since this fight started, and knew that the large amount of shadow clones he had created earlier had used up a good portion of his chakra reserves. He would need to end this soon or he would lose, and they both knew it. The only other option he had was to retreat and wait for his reserves to regenerate, but knew Kakashi would just follow him wherever he went. Just then he and Kakashi locked eyes, and suddenly the world around him disappeared only to be replaced by Kyuubi rampaging through what looked like Konoha. Naruto placed his hands in the seal and expelled a large blast of chakra, Kai. The Jinjutsu shattered and Naruto saw that his surroundings had returned to normal. "You've broken out of my Jinjutsu, that's good, but we both know that Itachi is better," Kakashi stated. "Well then let's try this," he suddenly shot a dog made of lightning towards the blonde. It dissipated the moment it touched Naruto. "I see you've been able to make your automatic now, so you don't have to consciously control it all the time." Naruto raised his hand and whispered, "Bansho Tenin." Kakashi was suddenly being pulled towards Naruto, who now held out another spiraling sphere of chakra, Rasengan. The moment his attack hit Kakashi phased out of existence and turned into sparks of lightning. The electricity that was released shocked every nerve in Naruto's body, causing him to fall to his knees as the real Kakashi moved in to finish the job. The moment he was within range however, 4 seals quickly activated on the ground around the Hokage, forcing him to stop. "Ifbakuhajin ha? Using your own body as bait and then luring me into this. A very effective trap if a bit reckless," Kakashi mused as one of Naruto's clones appeared and pulled the real Naruto away from him. "This won't hold me for long Naruto, you know that." "It doesn't have to," Naruto grunted in pain and held up his hand. Bansho Tenin, the bells were suddenly pulled away from Kakashi and into Naruto's hand. "It doesn't matter if you can beat me sensei, I still win by default." Kakashi chuckled at that and clicked his fingers, the seals around him were destroyed and he walked over to the blonde. "Congratulations Naruto, you just made Jonin. Your parents would be proud," Naruto gave out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry about the I hit you with, it will wear off in a little while. You know shithead, I had pegged you out as having more guts than brains, but to use your own body as bait. That really takes the cake, what the hell were you thinking?" Tei asked as Yujito and Naruto made their way through the village. Naruto just shrugged, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Yujito sighed at that, "You're still a reckless idiot." Oh man, I am starving, come on, let's get some Ichiraku ramen, Naruto groaned. Does that mean you're paying? Yujito asked him as they walked. Naruto looked over his shoulder, well, I do have some money on me, but it might be a little close. Define a little, Yujito said with narrowed eyes. Fortunately, he was interrupted when a pair of familiar ninja appeared through the crowd. Oh hey, it's Shikamaru and Temari. Hey you two, over here. Look at who decided to show up at the front gates this morning. Naruto? Shikamaru asked in surprise. Hey Shikamaru, are you two on a date or something? Naruto asked as he looked between him and the Sunanin beside him. Shikamaru shook his head, not even close. Oh please, like I would ever. It's almost time for the Chunin exams again, and since I'm the Suna ambassador I'm being forced to attend. This lazy bum is supposed to be my escort, Temari explained. Chunin exams huh? I just finished my Jounin exam this morning, I take it everyone else is Chunin now? Naruto asked. Mostly though Niji, Lee, Yujito, Kankuro, this lady here and I are all Jonin now, Nara explained. What about Gaara? Naruto asked them. He's the Kazekage now, Temari was the one who answered. Damn, he beat me to it. Oh well, I'll get there eventually, Naruto sighed at the information. So you understand what I'm asking of you? Kakashi asked as he leaned back in his chair. The Hokage's office hadn't changed much except for the atmosphere in the room. I understand Hokage-sama, the Anbu standing in front of him responded. Then hand in your mask, while you are on the team your codename will be Yamato, Kakashi told him. Anbu removed his mask and placed it on the desk. An interesting name. Knock knock. Come in, Kakashi called and the door opened. Naruto, Yujito and Taiya entered a moment later. You're late. Sorry, there was a black cat in the street, so we had to take the long way around, Naruto said simply. Kakashi smiled at that with some kind of sunshine genjutsu behind him. Ah, so you finally met Sakuya-chan. Naruto blinked, that was its name. Taiya groaned as she watched the exchange, they're a pair of idiots. You've left me with quite a job this time, senpai, Yamato sighed. Yujito didn't comment, having already gotten used to them both. Anyway, back to business, Kakashi coughed. With Sasuke and Sakura. I am no longer with us. I am assigning Yamato here and Taiya to Team Naruto under your command, Naruto. Naruto nodded in understanding, have you got a mission for us? Kakashi was about to speak when a commotion outside of the door drew his attention. A moment later the door burst open to reveal a slightly exhausted decoder nin. Eureka. Adim-sama. Terrible news, we just received word that the Kazekage has been kidnapped by Akatsuki, Eureka explained, surprising the group. Team Naruto, I believe you have your first mission, head to Suna. Assess the situation and report back to me. Then assist in the recovery of the Kazekage, Kakashi ordered. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later at the main gates Team Naruto were ready to head out with Tsunade, Kakashi and Iruka there to see them off. Good luck, Iruka told them. Thanks, Naruto said as he turned away. Try to keep them in line with Yujito-chan, Tsunade said to her apprentice. I'll try, Yujito responded. Come on, let's go already, Taiya said impatiently. Just then a white and red blur dropped down in front of them. Hey Naruto, are you going on a mission? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, we're heading out to Suna now, Naruto explained. Ah. So you already know about the Kazekage, Jiraiya stated. He turned to Kakashi, is it wise to send these two? Kakashi took a moment to respond, maybe not. But I'm confident that they'll be fine. If you say so, Jiraiya sighed and motioned for Naruto to follow him. Come over here for a second, Naruto. The blonde did as told and they walked a few feet away, out of eavesdropping range. Don't push your luck when it comes to Akatsuki, they aren't to be taken lightly, and please do not use that dot. You remember what happened last time, right? Naruto sighed and nodded, I know, Iro-senin. You don't have to remind me. I was in a hospital bed for a week after it. I won't use it unless I have to. Jiraiya sighed, I suppose that's the best I'm going to get. Good luck. Thanks for everything, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto said and turned away, for one saying his real title. Let's go, he said and the team took off into the trees. After traveling for about 30 minutes they came across a figure walking through the forest. Hey, it's Temari, Yujito said, and the team dropped down beside Suna Kunoichi. Huh? Temari turned to them in surprise. What are you four doing out here? It's a long story. Blind country. Suna main entrance. The team plus Temari dashed across the dunes at inhuman speeds, trailing dust and sand behind them. It had taken them 3 days to reach Suna, and they were only now arriving. They arrived at the village a few minutes later and were approached by a slightly panicking Suna Jonin. Temari-sama, you've returned. Please right this way, Suna Jonin said frantically. She led them through the village towards the hospital while explaining the situation. Kazekage-sama was kidnapped as I'm sure you're aware, but Kankuro-sama chased after them and was poisoned. Kankuro too. Tamari asked, horrified that her two brothers had been beaten so badly. How long does he have? About a day at the most, Suna Jonan answered. Let me see him, I might be able to help, Yujito said, taking a step forward. They made their way to the room where Kankuro was being held and quickly approached the bed. The room was filled with doctors and several elders who seemed surprised at their arrival. An elder woman spotted Yujito and immediately lunged right at her. Naruto appeared between them, however, in a flash of yellow light and knocked her back as Yujito regained her footing. It's been a while since I was a slug woman, the older woman said. Another elder held up his hand, looking closely. Sister. Despite her looks, she is not Tsunade-san. The woman focused for a moment before laughing it off. Oh, I see. Sorry my dear, you just look so much like that slug woman I mistook you for her. Yujito shook her head and turned to Kankuro, whatever. Naruto sighed and turned to Yujito, who was now working on Kankuro. How is he? Yujito used her medical ninjutsu to extract what looked like a blob of dark substance from the Sunbin's chest and sealed it in a small container. A moment here. He's not out of the woods yet, but I have extracted the poison. I still need to get rid of the remaining toxins in his system, Yujito explained as she placed the container down on the table to the side. Can one of the other medic nins do it? We're on timer here, Naruto asked her. Yujito nodded, the only thing people need is the supplies and the right formula. Let me write it down and we can go. How do we track these freaks? Taiya asked from the side. That's simple, Naruto said as he placed a hand on Kankuro's head and closed his eyes. His eyes opened again to reveal the Rinnegan glowing as he concentrated. Akatsuki's general direction is towards the north. Seems like they may be using an old cave system to hide long enough to extract Shukaku. How did you do that? Yujito asked, surprised. All modern-day ninjutsu is descended from the teachings of the Rikiden Sennin and the Rinnegan. Where do you think the Yamanaka ability to read minds came from? Naruto responded. That's a pretty hand, Taiya said with a frown. Why don't I have that ability? Tamari said one last thing before the team could leave. Wait, I'm going with you. No Tamari, I will be representing Suna during this escapade. You need to stay here and look after everything while we go search for Gaara. The old woman from before, besides it's been so long since I've taken care of my adorable grandchild. Grandchild? Naruto questioned. Sasori of the Red Desert, it appears my grandson has joined these Akatsuki. I want to meet him again, the woman explained. You got the name old lady? Taiya asked bluntly. Call me Chiyo and do not call me old. To be young again, she muttered the last part. But. Tamari said with clenched fists. Naruto, Yujito, Taiya. Please bring back Gaara. Naruto just waved it off, don't worry about it. I'm going to become the next Hokage, but for now I'll settle for the Kazukiya owing me a favor. Let's move out, Naruto ordered, and the team plus Chiyo made their way out of the village and towards the mountains to the north of the desert. Everyone stop now, Naruto ordered, and the team entered a large clearing. A shadowy figure stood a few meters away, staring at them. Oh crap. Is that? Yujito trailed off as she recognized him. He's wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Who is this bastard? Taiya asked as she looked at the man. Those eyes. Chiyo mused when she saw the red tint in the man's eyes. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto declared as his own eyes shifted into the form of the Rinnegan. You've got a lot of nerve, showing yourself like this. Naruto-kun, Yujito-chan. It's been a long time, Itachi's voice was harsh and seemingly uninterested. Not long enough, Naruto shot back. I'm here to take you both to Naruto-kun, Itachi stated clearly. You can try, Naruto shot back and the world around him suddenly exploded in smoke. It died a moment later to reveal his team on the ground unconscious. What did you? Jinjutsu, has to be. You cannot win Naruto-kun, Itachi said as his body turned into a collection of hawks. Naruto expelled a blast of chakra, but it was no use. Damn. It didn't work. Guess I'll have to go with my backup plan, Naruto muttered before taking out a kunai and stabbing himself in the leg. The illusion shattered around him and he pulled out the kunai as the wind healed. Using self-inflicted harm to escape my Jinjutsu? Interestingly, Itachi mused. If you like that then you're going to love this, Raiden. Rainami, two bolts of lightning shot out of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's hands and sent Itachi crashing into the ground, dust blowing up behind him as he struck the surface. I see you've got a few new tricks, Yujito smirked when the attack died down. Everyone fell back into the trees, Naruto ordered the group and they jumped back into the trees. Any advice on kicking this guy's ass, old hag? Taiya asked. Chiyo snorted, just don't look into his eyes and you'll be fine. And don't call me an old hag. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball came from above them. Watch out. Yujito warned and they broke apart. Jutsu Kikken. Naruto said as the fireball seemed to dissolve when it touched his hands. So it appears you've mastered the ability to absorb ninjutsu also, impressive considering your age, Itachi commented as he came from the side and aimed a punch for Naruto's head. Shunpo no jutsu, Naruto Flash stepped away in order to create some distance between them and formed a hand seal. Tajuwu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, dozens of shadow clones suddenly popped into existence around them. Itachi dispatched the first clone that came at him from the side, another dropped down from above and made to stab him with a kunai. Itachi fell back, evading the attack and knocking the clone away. 3 more clones came from below this time and knocked him skyward, just as several other clones jumped to intercept him. Pain. Dikakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball exploded from Itachi's mouth and incinerated the shadow clones below, setting the forest on fire as well. Itachi then spun in midair and destroyed the remaining clones before finally landing on one of the tree branches, most impressive to Naruto-kun. The Dama-Rikyu. Itachi jumped away moments before a ball of lightning struck the branch he stood on. Yujito appeared to hover in place above them, using what looked like fire manipulation to remain airborne. Gyuten. Tatapa. The wide blast of wind knocked down several trees and hurled a surprised Itachi back into the clearing. Naruto dropped down in front of him as he got back up. "We've got you outnumbered, Itachi, surrender." Itachi didn't reply and instead formed several hand seals. That was when Naruto felt a pull and looked down to see that his arms and legs were encased in thin metal wires. "Pain. Karyu Enden." Itachi called out as fire erupted down the wires in the shape of a dragon, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in surprise. Shinra Tensei, the words were not spoken by him, but the flames were snuffed out just the same. He looked behind him to see Taiya standing there with a very familiar set of eyes. "You have the Rinnegan," Naruto said upon seeing it. He turned back to Itachi, who was also surprised at this development. "We'll talk about this later." Taiya nodded just as Yujito dropped down behind the Uchiha and 2 of Naruto's clones appeared at his side. "Raimu!" Yujito exclaimed as she threw a spear of lightning straight through the Nukinen's shoulder. Yujito dropped back with the others as Itachi's body was shocked until it was unable to move on its own. "Finish him." Naruto held out his hand to the 2 clones and they immediately started charging, and he still has yet to perfect. Chakra spiraled in his hand, which was soon followed by the wind itself, creating a sickening bell-like screech. He shot forward and slammed the glowing white into the Uchiha's stomach. Itachi gave a smile as his world was consumed in light. Gyuten. Rasengan. Everyone covered their eyes as the countryside was reduced to a small crater. The dust soon cleared to reveal the crater and a disfigured person in the center of it. Naruto paid no heed to the looks he was getting from his team concerning his son and instead approached the body. Whoever it was not Itachi. That was too easy. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos I have created and enjoyed it.